Good morning and welcome back to Nerd Rage Gaming. For the first time ever, we are in Minnesota. St. Paul, Minnesota is the site of our event this weekend. As you can see on our screen, our big event, our main trial event this weekend is a 10K team event. Now, our previous team events, players have showed up and they've been capped at 100 teams. This time around, 100 teams signed up a week ago, and it was up to the Nerd Rage team to scramble, add more judge capacity, add more staffing capacity. Owner Norman Cohen and judge coordinator Max Kahn were up to the task, and we're at 120 teams this weekend. This is the biggest event in Nerd Rage Gaming history for the trial system. So we're excited to bring you Magic all weekend long. We've got exciting stuff. We've got the debut of Pioneer on the NRG series. We've got 2 additional seats locking up for the end of the year championship after this weekend. We've got Drake Sasser here to talk to us throughout the day. But so team event, Modern, Legacy, Pioneer. We've got 3 formats. Now, due to overwhelming response, we are not going to mess around with deck lists like we have in the previous team events. We're just going to have action. If one match goes to sideboarding, we're not going to analyze sideboards for you. We're just going to transition to a different match so you can see Magic continually throughout the day. Team event, best 2 out of 3 formats wins the match. So let's go ahead and bring in Drake Sasser. Good morning.
Good morning, Joe. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great, man. So Modern Legacy, we've done that plenty of times here. Pioneer, first time. We've done some team events before with Limited. This time, Pioneer. This is a format that's been around for a couple of years now. I played in the debut Pro Tour for Pioneer, and I was actually looking yesterday at my side. I still have all my sideboarding plans and everything from that Pro Tour. And so I looked at it. I had a sideboard guide for what I felt like were the top 9 decks in the metagame.
Mhm.
6 of those decks basically don't exist anymore. Pioneer has changed considerably in the last couple of years, which is pretty cool. It's a it was a new format. It's not surprising things would change. What are your kind of feelings overall on the format? What do you want to say?
Yeah, so I mean, obviously, I had a lot of thoughts. Been playing it since its inception as well on various different tournament circuits, and it's been kind of weird my relationship with the format through the pandemic and what have you, because I was
Mhm.
very, very hard into it pre-pandemic, and then now as things are lightening up and the return of paper Magic, I've really dove back into the format a lot more than I certainly did during that a little bit of off period for paper tournaments. But
Mhm.
I mean, the format is really interesting and certainly highlights an entire period. Like, it's an eternal format that has cards from the entire period I've been playing Magic. So, Modern, Legacy, these formats that I've played a lot of as well, they go all the way back before I was even actually playing Magic at a competitive level. Whereas I've seen all these cards come through their respective standard formats. I've seen all these cards, see their heyday and their rise and fall. And it's really awesome to be able to go back and replay some of these cards and pick them up in new contexts and stuff like that. So I like Pioneer a lot. It's a really good eternal format. It's certainly, a little more I guess budget friendly than some of these other formats are
Sure.
getting. So it's a great entry point for a lot of players, and there's a lot of deck diversity going on. Like you said, there's a little bit of churn too. So I like the format a lot.
Yeah, so certainly I was kind of updating myself as I hadn't played. I really went pretty hard for that Pro Tour and then didn't play it. I mean, I feel like the format waned in popularity for a while. And then it's certainly picked back up again, and players have been asking for it, which is why Nerd Rage delivered it for you this weekend. And so my recent experiences with the deck, with the format, there appear to be the metagame seems to be fairly wide. However, a lot of decks kind of doing similar things with different cards. Like we have a number of like kind of snowbally aggro decks. Like we have the mono green elf deck, which is or not necessarily elves, but the mono green deck, Devotion, putting little stuff on the board, ramping into big stuff. We have the Winota decks, kind of the same thing, small creatures on the board, ramping into big stuff. We have the Grease Fang vehicle deck, which is little stuff on the board, ramping into big stuff. So there's kind of this grouping of decks that I feel like could be glommed up together. And then we have control decks and we have combo decks and different kinds of stuff. If you were playing this event in Pioneer, like what's your deck? What do you like right now?
I mean, it's hard for me to pull myself away from the strict power of Winota. It's very much out of my wheelhouse. I'm not normally the kind of guy that likes to sit down and beep with some big creatures and stuff like that. Not as much my speed. I'm a lot more on the Is It Phoenix as far as my actual tastes and preferences, and that is what I played in my most recent tournament that I played in this format. But
Mhm.
at this point, as we see the metagame kind of begin to separate, I think certainly my top two contenders is easily Winota, and then of course I'm going to try Is It Phoenix. Ledger Shredder, new card, new
Mhm.
Capenna, making that impact. That's something I would definitely give a shot and try out, as we've seen some other players do, at least in on Twitch in the recent weeks since the release of new Capenna. And so those are the two decks that I have my eye on. But there's, like you said, it's a wide open format. It reminds me a lot of Modern from a few years ago, where you have
Sure.
just this incredible, vast range of decks you can play against, all doing their own respective powerful thing that you need to be able to, you need to know how it works, and you need to know, what that deck loses to. Where are your strengths? How do you sideboard? How do you beat these decks and their powerful plans? Because there's
Yeah.
a lot of combo going on. There's a lot of aggro going on. There's even a little bit of control. A lot of different archetypes represented in this format.
Yeah. So you mentioned Streets New Capenna,
Mhm.
and Ledger Shredder, and that is a card that we expect to see across potentially all three formats this weekend or today, Ledger Shredder. But yeah, I'm going to keep a tally of Streets of New Capenna cards that we see throughout the day. So we'll see if we get see how much that gets filled in. So if you had to ballpark a guess, and this is really probably going to be a guess, how many
Absolutely.
cards are going to be on the Streets of New Capenna list by the end of the day?
So how are you doing this, Joe? Is it every
If we
time a new
see
Capenna
a
card shows
card,
up, you add a tally?
if
Is that
we
right?
see a card from
Okay.
Modern, Legacy, or Pioneer on camera, it goes on the list.
Okay. So is it different cards, or does the same card
No,
count
no, no.
more
Yeah,
than once?
one Ledger Shredder counts one time.
Oh, okay. So the range. I'm gonna say, I'm gonna go 6.
Okay.
That feels high, but I'm gonna go
It,
6.
it does feel a little high. I'm gonna go with like 3.5. I'll go three.
What is a half, Joe?
No, there's no. I see that way. I just hedge my bets. If it's 3 or 4, I call myself
You
right
could
both
just be
ways.
right either way. Wow, what's
Yeah,
it like?
yeah. See, if you say 3.5, I'd be like, no, Drake, dude, pick a number. But since I'm going second, I get the advantage. I
All
get to
right, all right.
choose.
I'll give you that.
Okay, so we're waiting for the player meeting to go through right now. Teams are getting settled in. We're going to have 7 rounds of Swiss today, as we have 120 teams, and then we are going to watch the quarterfinals this evening as well. And then the top 4 in the finals will be played out tomorrow morning before not before, while the Modern trial gets going. And then we'll have the Modern event for the rest of the day on Sunday here for you on screen. So if you are watching at home and thinking to yourself, I didn't have a team or I was busy today, but I'm thinking about coming in playing tomorrow, go ahead and sign up. There's like 219 last time I checked players registered for
Wow.
tomorrow. There's no cap for the event. So yeah, if you want to get on NTJ Mail and register, come on down tomorrow, play some Modern. So I believe we are getting close to getting things rolling here at the NRG series. Thank you for joining us. And to the players in the house, I mean, they showed up in force. Biggest event we've ever had.
It's a big
Midwest
event,
Magic
Joe.
and
People are excited for
Minnesota.
big
Who knew?
magic. Yeah, turns out.
So exciting stuff for you all. We've got the chat open. We'll see what's going on. And I imagine there are quite a few noteworthy teams. I hear there are in the neighborhood of 3 teams that came from California.
Wow.
So people starting to travel for the Energy Series events. That's exciting news. Of course, Ivan Espinosa set the example by winning the championship at the end of last year from all the way from the LA area, getting himself into the end of the year championship. We have 2 players qualified now, as Piper Powell did win the season 1 showdown. And then we've got 2 more players at the top of the leaderboard. Potentially, maybe we can bring up the leaderboard right now so you can see where we're at, who you might want to be watching this weekend. Here is the 2022 Energy leaderboard. So this is the overall leaderboard after season 1, which ends today. This is it actually got extended one event because the pandemic wiped out the January event. So the top 2 players on this list will lock up slots after this weekend. So currently that looks like Joseph Bernal and Christoph Schlamm, but Christoph has some competition. As you can see there, Antonio Zanuto, Harrison Fang, and Andrew Elenbogen not too far away. Will Kruger not playing this weekend, as he stayed home to participate in the set championship online. But if you're worried about missing Will Kruger, relax. He'll be joining us tomorrow afternoon on coverage. So we got all our bases covered here at Nerd Rage Gaming. Now, after season one wraps up, the overall leaderboard will continue towards the end of the year, and a few more slots will be added in December. Additionally, 2 slots will qualify for the season two and for the season three progress. So let's go ahead and bring up season two so you can see if Nerd Rage is coming to a city near you. So this is season three. Okay, let's go ahead and bring up season two if we have it. If you're planning on playing an event this summer. All right, we'll go through them one at a time. We've got our next event here, as you can see, in Lansing, Michigan, also a first time for us. There'll be a modern 10K and a Pioneer 5K. So our first Pioneer individual event. After that, back to Chicagoland area in Mundelein for Modern and Legacy on July 30th and 31st. It will probably be warm, as it will be in most parts of the country, I imagine. And then the showdown, another team showdown in St. Louis, Missouri, 20K event, as well as a 5K modern trial. So there you can see what's on tap for this summer here at Nerd Rage Gaming. Hope you're excited to come out and see some of the events or watch with us on here. So we'll see if we are getting ready for round number one. All right. Looks like the players are ready. So let's go ahead and go down. What do you think, Drake? Should we start with Pioneer? I
Yeah,
think
let's
we should
start
start
with
with Pioneer.
Pioneer. I
All
think
right.
we should.
So you can see on the team on the left, we have Joseph Bernal, Andrew Tenjman, Matthew Hoey. That is a powerhouse team going back through the history of Nerd Rage Gaming. On the right, Mason Grody, Brinson Kenton, and Matthew Wicksberg. So is it Delver versus Golgari, where we're kicking things off?
Absolutely. And I don't know if I don't know the is it Delver context here. It looks like we might be a blue-white control strategy here on the left. We got a Yorion as the pregame reveal. Going to be a hollowed fountain played in passing of the turn with the Oath of Nissa on turn one. Now a
Mhm.
little bit off screen. Have to
Yep.
wonder if this is a mono green strategy, but then there's a Temple Garden tapped as the follow-up with an Elvish Mystic. So I imagine in a lot of these spots, you got to be pretty excited as the blue-white control player, seeing some green creatures at the table. I mean, look at the Supreme Verdict sitting in Bernal's hand. You have to be licking your chops to cast that one, I imagine.
Yeah, I would think. I mean, Supreme Verdict's either going to be worthless or great. And even though these decks get going fairly quickly, and okay, it's nice to pick off as we see a Kiora there get nailed by Dovin's veto. So stop this card advantage nonsense, says Joseph Bernal. Bernal seems to gravitate towards blue white control in the, can we say, lesser powered formats. Modern and Pioneer has been playing and actually winning quite a bit with is it Delver in Legacy. I believe he won our last Legacy trial. And yeah, we'll see. Apologies for the archetypes being incorrect there. This is Nerd Rage Gaming. This is round one. Things do not always work out exactly as we planned.
Little instep omen, get a little instant speed use of mana there. Yeah, no, like you said, we do see Bernal like gravitate towards control decks. He seems to be very partial to some blue and white cards, as we see. Plenty of players are into that kind of stuff. And I have to admit, I like to get my hands dirty with a blue white control deck every now and again. There's a lot of really powerful options as we see Supreme Verdict go ahead and take out 2 elves. Supreme Verdict can usually a 2-for-1 against these creature matchups, and we do see Mason consistently missing land drops just to play these mana creatures. So it is a really prime opportunity to go ahead and get those off the table as soon as possible. And if Bernal has access to land 5 here, we could see a Teferi pick off the last threat on the table. And then, Bernal is going to be in a really commanding position, as Mason really hasn't been able to develop his mana the way he wants to in this game.
Yeah, I mean, it's okay. So we'll go ahead and always throwing these curveballs. Okay, so the issue is that we have the wrong match highlighted, so maybe we can get that cleaned up. So we're actually watching. Yeah, something didn't look right here. We're actually watching the bottom match on the screen: Matthew Hoey versus Matthew Wicksberg. So the archetypes are correct. We just have the wrong match highlighted. So you can just shift your eyes downward a couple inches, you will see the correct matchups there. And you do see the Teferi hero that Drake was calling for, and there we have it corrected now. Okay, so
Well, it makes sense. It's Bernal's cards, right? We're looking at
yes,
Japanese
right.
blue-white control cards. Come on, come on.
Yeah.
You can tell me you didn't borrow some cards from Bernal. Get out of here. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
absolutely. Once again, this Teferi coming down, it's really, really attractive to go ahead and roll that down tick and just really prevent Matthew from developing his mana enough to actually participate in this game. If you can go ahead and basically make it to where Matthew has no play on the following turn, you get to untap with an unchecked Teferi. I mean, that's exactly the situation Blue White Control is looking for. That's literally where they're trying to navigate almost every game they play. As here comes a land off the top, we'll see what Matthew has with 3 mana available to him on this turn.
Yeah. So I'm pretty sure the plan with these decks with elves and such, the idea is to play a couple lands and a couple elves and then ramp to like 5 mana early. It's not to stop playing lands and then be in the same place you would be otherwise, just with vulnerable land drops on the board. As a hardcast Shark Typhoon on the board for Matthew Hoey, styling a little bit here in game 1 of the event.
Yeah,
And
was that on your checklist card there? Hard Cash Shark Typhoon.
see, Drake Sasser, we forgive your inexperience. Shark Typhoon, not a Streets of New Capenna card. We apologize to the viewers for Drake's lack of knowledge. Don't worry, I'll make up for it as the day goes along.
I'm not privy to your checklist, Joe.
There's nothing on the checklist. It's created as the cards show up.
Very well. Very well. As here comes an Oath of Nissa follow-up with the Kiora having resolved, going to pick up a Nykthos Shrine of Nyx. Now, this land is really kind of the crux of the power of the green deck. that land has the potential to make, just large amounts of mana as you develop your board. But as we see, Matthew Hoey, has done a very good job of taking care of the mana creatures, the mana development for Matt Wicksberg, and keeping, relevant permanents off the table. Here comes Teferi in a 5/5 Shark. That Shark's going to do a good job being able to pressure Kiora if that's something that Hoey is concerned about. Also going to do great defense for the Teferi, as it is very likely going to resolve. Not a lot of counter spells in this mono green deck.
No, I wouldn't think so. I mean, there are, we could see potentially Streets of New Capenna contains Broken Wings, right? Broken Wings could knock out that flyer and be the first card on the Streets of New Capenna list.
All
Probably
right,
not.
John. Okay, look, you're rooting for the new Capenna cards. I'm here for it.
All right, so Kira gets tucked under by Teferi. Iganjo joins the board, which would have got on the checklist at the last event, but here it's just old news.
Old news, not worth it anymore. As we'll see what Matt Wicksberg can assemble to get back into this game. A Shark defending the Teferi and a Shark Typhoon that threatens to continually make Sharks every single turn that Hoey plays a non-creature spell is kind of hard to come back from. It's hard to see a line, but the green deck does have a lot of powerful options available as they have navigated towards some deck building, kind of like a combo deck. You see a lot more of the Planeswalkers. We see Kiora, we see Nissa, and then sometimes you even see cards like Storm the Festival that can represent, mana advantage and card advantage. And those are the kinds of cards that we're going to see Wicksberg really need to resolve in order to claw their way back into this game.
Yeah, I mean, that's a powerful card, being able to get a couple, 5 or less. 5's a pretty big.
It's a big number. It's a lot of
it's not
mana,
like Collect the Company here. Like, we're getting 2 monsters with that, or 2 Planeswalkers, whatever. But yeah, I mean, doesn't he have the mana to really make that work? I mean, I guess barely does achieve that now, but
it looks like a couple lands and a Wandering Emperor in Hoey's hand. That Wandering Emperor can threaten to make an instant speed Shark along with it, whether or not the card resolves. That's also a nice little trick you get to pick up with some of the Kamigawa Neon Dynasty cards. Of course, that's no longer your checklist, but a lot of those are represented here. We got a Ganjo, we got, the Wandering Emperor, a lot of powerful ones that the Blue White Control got access to. And that's really why we've seen a big resurgence of that deck in Pioneer, is all of these extremely powerful options. As here comes Wandering Emperor. I think this is in combat. We're going to go ahead and try to kill this Nissa with that plus activation from the Wandering Emperor. That's a cute trick.
Yeah, pretty slick. Yep. So that Nissa goes down. That Shark gets bigger.
Absolutely.
And curtains might be on this game 1 match here as Matt Wicksberg. I don't know that these mono green decks are great at coming back from a large deficit, and Matthew Hoey has quite a few permanents on the board at this point.
Yeah, this is exactly what the Blue Eye Control wants to be, where they want to be. We want to see multiple Planeswalkers in play, accumulating advantage every single turn. The Shark Typhoon also able to accumulate advantage every single turn that you can play some spells. So really, I mean, Hoey in a commanding position here, and Matt Wicksberg agrees. So we're going to go ahead and pick it up. That 3/3 not going to get the job done as Hoey picks up game 1 for his team. Of course, even if Hoey wins the match, he's not out of the woods yet. It is a team tournament. We need to pick up wins. 2 match wins across the board in order to actually win the match. So, but either way, getting some work done. Certainly the start of a successful round 1 for Matt Hoey's team.
All right, so let's go ahead and get us down to either the modern or legacy match. We'll see if we. Okay, all right. Legacy is shuffling right now after game 1. So when they're ready to go, we'll just pick up the beginning of game 2 on the legacy side. As you can see, or as you could see on the screen, you have the pips next to each player's name. You can keep track of the game wins and see how the match is overall progressing. The team of Tenjim, Hoey, and Bernal up a game in Pioneer, and we'll try and get that display straightened up for the rest of the day. So, Drake, any favorites in Legacy? We saw Blue Red Delver win our last Legacy event. That sounds like you. That sounds like
Yeah, oh
that's
yeah,
in your
that's very
alley.
much me, Joe. Come on,
Yeah,
you have to know. I am the kind of guy that I'm going to cast Expressive Iteration until they rip it from my cold dead hands, Joe. I am very much an Is It Mage at heart. I know we met, very much through Legacy. I think a lot
yeah.
of our origin story as a duo comes from that space. So I imagine that you still have some favorites in the format as well. But Is It Delver, whether or not it's the best deck in the format, can be up for contention, maybe not. But it's always going to be the thing I'm going to gravitate towards because I'm trying to cast some Expressive Iterations. But what you like in the format?
Well, so certainly in the last, I don't know, during the pandemic era, as paper events sort of fell out of existence, my focus became less on winning and more on, well, it became winning the way I want to win.
Fair enough.
So I've been playing my Food Chain Goblins deck. I have not played it recently. I have not updated. I've seen some Goblin decks, even in Legacy, playing Fable of the Mirror Breaker,
Ooh,
which,
that makes goblins.
I could see that. I have not
Okay.
tried it myself yet, but I may, when I dabble in the format again, I may have to experiment with that. As we see now, okay, well, we still have the archetypes wrong, I believe. I mean, maybe Mason is playing.
I mean, it is it Delver versus Golgari, which we saw originally. So I believe that is what we are seeing here as,
Yeah.
Bernal, the Is It Delver player, and Grody, of course, going to be playing some Golgari. I have to imagine Golgari is some flavor of Depth's deck as we
Mhm.
see a turn 1 Elvish Reclaimer get Force of Willed and then a Wasteland follow-up. This is kind of some of the power of the Delver deck, being able to just stop whatever your first play is with no mana and then try to take your land off the board. And a Wasteland from Grody kind of signals that you may not have any color-producing mana sources here.
That's a rough spot to be in. Is that Bernal going back to his normal shenanigans here with Is It Delver in Legacy? We'll see if he's incorporated Ledger Shredder or any other new cards. And yeah, okay, so there's the Dark Depths, and you nailed that one. No colored mana for Mason.
Yeah, absolutely. And Wasteland Dark Depths, there's a little bit of a combination going on with some colorless producing lands in this deck, but this is not that combination. We're looking for Thespian stages and the like, as
Mhm.
Bernal is going to pick up a Dragon's Rage Channeler, does have a second land, so not so worried about Wasteland, but we do look and see a Murktide region, it looks like, maybe Brazen Borrow among the bunch. Brazen Borrow were actually quite good in this matchup, being able to return a 2020 Merit Lage token to hand. After one has been made. And I think this, once again, this is Sideboard Games. Bernal already knows what's up. I think that is kind of what is on his radar, is being able to threaten that should a fast 2020 be made. So we see a basic fetched here and a Volcanic Island as the second land fetched. And we'll see how Bernal wants to sequence this turn. Looks like an expressive iteration. I believe land's already been played. So unless we find a bobble, this is just kind of an anticipate, probably just trying to cast it before we get wastelanded here. Yeah,
Mhm.
I'm going to go ahead and put a land into exile and probably put that land into hand in case he gets wastelanded. So some reasonable sequencing here. Try to make sure that you don't get cut off mana yourself, as that is something that Grody can threaten as we go back to his turn. And Bog is the pickup.
Interesting that Bernal had been a champion of Young Pyromancer in the past, and then I believe did not play it last time out, and it has returned. So
You like Young
fluctuations in
Pyromancer in the
and
deck,
out
Joe?
of the deck list. And yeah, boy, Mason. I mean, green mana. Let's go. The deck is not
Yeah,
cooperating.
we need colors in order to cast spells here. Like I think there's a crop rotation among the bunch that may explain why Grody has not just snapped off the wasteland here. Could be looking to potentially crop rotate that into some colored mana, have two different colored sources, and you're suddenly back into the game. Not necessarily sure. Could also just be looking for a better target, but either way, it looks like Grody not super interested in trying to cut Bernal off of lands, which makes sense as he has 3 lands in play and looks like one more in hand. Going to have no issue making land drops this game, as Dragon's Rage Channel are going to come in as a 1-1, very far from Delirium, as that Bog went ahead and obliterated all those dreams.
All right, but Verdant Catacombs to draw for Mason, so things can get going. Already down a game in the match, is going to have to get some work done here to catch up, as it is pretty discouraging to just sit somewhat stuck and watch your opponent cast a couple expressive iterations and put you further and further behind. And the hand is revealed here on the Thoughtseize, showing the Brazen Borrower, Dragon Rage Channeler, Lightning Bolt, Murktide Regent, and a Scalding Tarn.
I mean, actually not the worst, right? If you're
Right.
Grody, you just obliterated that graveyard. That Bog was actually better than you probably even thought it was, as cut off the potential for Murktide. These Dragon's Rage channelers are really small. You take Brazen Borrow, that does help enable Delirium, as that Bolt plus land can now enable Delirium for the Dragon's Rage channelers next turn. But now you know you're in the clear in order to make a 20/20. There's no counter spells. There's only Lightning Bolt. And the best you can really do is kind of try to block it. So, Grody, if he has some way to get a Thespian stage here or some sequence in order to make a 20/20, as we see a pretty quick fetch, I imagine that he has to have something that he's looking to resolve. You could potentially make an unchecked 20/20 here and kind of steal this game back.
Yeah, maybe so. Maybe so. Knowing access to Bernal's hand. And yeah, I mean, Mason, I'm sure, has plenty of uses. This green mana having been absent since turn 1 of the game. If there was a crop rotation that you thought you saw, then that would go a long way towards resuscitating things here.
I saw green cards, Joe. That's what I got. I
All
don't
right.
know.
All right.
I took
Well,
some
crop
guesses.
rotation is green, so you're on the right track.
It's true. Checks out. A little Dark Confidant action in hand as well. Could be looking to play that one. Yeah, that one is going to get lightning bolted. But once again, that is some mana that Bernal has to spend. And you could maybe assemble with the crop rotation if there is one. Once again, this is all theoreticals, but if you do have a crop rotation, I think you can maybe assemble a 20/20 next turn. There's no real need to go off this turn specifically. And if Bernal draws any sequence of like cantrips and stuff like that, making him spend his mana and cards, taking care of this Dark Confidant is something that is worth doing, as you have to make him cast his spells. Like you can cast the bolt no matter what. The Bob's not going to do a whole lot in the rest of this game, as it's likely, you're looking to make a 20/20 in the next like 2 or 3 turns. So we'll see exactly how things play out. But this Dark Confidant, even though we know about the Lightning Bolt, is not the worst thing to get in the board and run that right into the Lightning Bolt.
Right. So Bernal deciding, yeah, and Dragon Rage Channel number 2 is going to join up. So double Surveil triggers on
Get both surveil triggers out the way here. Go ahead and bolt that. And if there's some good surveillance here, maybe we have the potential to Murktide Regent. I think that may be why we haven't cast the third one in hand here. Just going to go ahead and see if we want to try to do a Murktide Regent after combat, as it looks like we are considering on the first surveil.
Yeah, well, if that's a keeper, that's going to mean no more heavy action for us of the turn. But so it must be pretty good, as like you're saying, with the fetch land in play, 2 cards in the graveyard, 2 surveils, and a lightning bolt. Definitely, Murktide is a possibility.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot to think about here with cards like Force of Will or like Brainstorm. Cards that like are going to be really good on the following turn, but you need to kind of piece together, what does Grody's next turn look like? Like he went Thoughtseize Dark Confidant here, but he went Thoughtseize, don't take Lightning Bolt, then play Dark Confidant. So that I think is kind of what's going to give Bernal pause here, as if your plan is Dark Confidant, you're probably taking Lightning Bolt, but he didn't. So what is in his hand that would cause his, Grody sequence of play? And, does a powerful card on top do anything to stop that? It looks like it was a Brazen Borrower, which is kind of in the same vein. It's like, okay, do I need to worry about bouncing a 20/20 on my next turn? If so, I should probably keep this. Or do I try to get that in the graveyard and try to go through a bunch of cards in order to enable Delirium?
Right.
And try to get this game over with, put the check mark by just killing Grody before he gets anything assembled.
So the Brazen Borrower goes in the graveyard, but then Bernal looks like he's deciding to keep the second Surveil card, which means, I mean, Brazen Borrower obviously is a valuable card in the matchup. The next card down, also a valuable card, as it's going to, he's torn on what to do here.
Yeah, it looks like we might be doing some amount of either consulting himself, consulting his team, whatever. I mean, this is a critical turn. It
Mhm.
looks like there's not a lot going on. Looks like he's just moving cards around, but the way he sequences this turn kind of dictates his plan for the rest of this game, which may only last a turn cycle, or it could get kind of grindy if there's a couple of removal spells played, and maybe there's a thing that's blocked that needs to be returned or whatever. There could be an exchanging of resources to where we're back in top decking mode, and the decisions made on this turn are going to be the ones you go back and look at and say, okay, well, what went wrong, what went right.
Mhm.
So definitely worth considering, definitely worth kind of deciding on what your plan to win this game is. And it looks like we elected to go ahead and keep that as Dark Confidant goes to the graveyard. Once again, these Dragon Shade Channelers, not yet delirious, but that fetch land does represent the ability to make them delirious
Ooh.
at instant speed. And we're going to go ahead and snap that off now prior to combat. So the one
So
that
that
can attack is going to be required to do so.
second surveil card, Joseph Bernal chose to keep it in the deck, but not necessarily to draw it into his hand. So this
What if
was
it was Volcanic Island?
uh, there maybe would have been some argument for fetching before everything got started, but here is Murktide regardless.
Yep, Murktide
And
Regent could go ahead and obliterate the graveyard, and that is after combat. So we have attacked for 3, knocked Grody down to 14. Murktide Regent, the follow-up, that is going to be a 5/5, not as large as we normally see, but still a respectable threat nonetheless, as we see a 2-turn clock presented on the table.
mhm. Now those Dragon Challengers now small fries, and Mason giving some thought.
Yeah, this is a big turn for Mason.
Yeah,
Of course, you're on
it
a 2-turn clock. You kind of wrestled your way back into this game after kind of battling some mana problems, as is very emblematic of the Delver deck, being able to constrict your mana and then put a clock on you. But once again, Mason drawn out of it a little bit. The Bog bought some time, and of course, we had a Thoughtseize to interact with the Brazen Borrower. And now's kind of the action turn. This is a big turn for Mason, so we'll see exactly what he decides to do.
mhm. I mean, a player stuck on mana with 3 land in play. What have we come to here? This
I
is
mean, look, when you put so many utility lands in your
yeah.
deck, Joe, this is just the price you pay. Not all your lands can be all stars.
I don't
Sometimes,
know, man. I feel like in this depths deck, I think the lands that tap for green and black are the utility lands. The real lands are the Thespian Stage Dark Depths.
that's true. They're combo pieces, and we're going to see that happen right now. Here comes the Hex Mage. Wasn't a no crop rotation here, just a Hex Mage. Going to do it the old-fashioned way. Put
Mhm.
that into play. Bam! Blow up that Dark Depths. As here comes a 2020 Merit Lage token, which is a little bigger than a 5/5 Murktide, Joe. It's a little bit bigger.
Yeah, a little bit.
That's
And
a
with
that's a
2 Brazen
problem.
Borrowers in exile, Joseph Bernal is probably going to be a little shy in ways to deal with this.
Yeah, with 2 Brazen Borrowers, yeah, like you said, gone. And of course, those were cards that Bernal spent quite a bit of time thinking about and decided, okay, well, I need to get some pressure going. Well, surprise, here's a 2020. Hope you have a follow-up answer to that. Is that Submerge as the
Oh,
draw? Are
wow.
you
Yeah.
joking?
It was
Never didn't have
bang.
it. Joe never did not have it.
And that's with 3 surveil triggers. I mean, we're not gonna see back to
Wow.
Delirium immediately, right? That would be unreasonable.
That would be absolutely not. Never
There's
going to need to
1.
block that
Land
one.
hits it. Creature.
Creature.
Oh,
Okay.
no.
Can we get one more? Any sorceries in chat? Oh no. All right. All right. All right. A modest 3 types on one spell, I guess.
I
Wow,
mean,
what a draw step.
for Mason's, for fans of Mason Grody, I mean, Bernal is out of cards. So he's got that for him going for him as a tech comes in here for half of Mason's life total.
Crash for
Bernal's
7.
like,
Look,
if you
Bernal's
beat
pretty
this,
excited. He's like, I did it.
you have
Achievement
damnation.
unlocked.
You can't even cast damnation. There's not even 4 mana available.
Yeah, that doesn't make mana, Joe. Absolutely not. But I mean, we could represent another 2020 here. We're joking a lot about, wow, that was a really good draw step. Bernal in a really commanding position now. But I mean, the power of this Golgari deck is we could see another 2020 enter play on this turn. And then
Yeah.
suddenly Bernal's kind of in the same spot where he needs to enable Delirium and kill Mason right away, or you're dead.
Right.
That's it.
Right. That's true enough. So Mason's sitting there either trying to figure out how he can win the game or just trying to figure out how Bernal actually managed to get the best of him there with that submerge.
Yeah, probably best card in the deck if I had to guess. You couldn't vampiric to it better than that. That's some good stuff right there. Of course, After it's so funny too. After the early wasteland, taking the Bayou off the table, Mason had to fetch up another Bayou, which is the only reason you can even cast Submerge for free, as
Yeah.
there's now a single forest in play. So it's just literally the way we drew it up. Honestly, you really can't draw it up better than that at all. It's a thing of beauty. As here comes 3 mana. It looks like another Hex Mage among the cards here. Toxic Deluge?
Whoa.
Wow, what a great card here. I'll
For
pay
5?
5 life.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. You got okay.
I have a lightning bolt on
What?
top of my library. You paid 5 life. You are dead, my friend. Wow.
Bernal just had everything covered there. That was pretty wild, and that is going to wrap up the legacy portion of the match as Joseph Bernal defeats Mason Grody. But Mason can
Bernal
get bailed
probably
out
look
by
at it. He's just like, oh, wow.
yeah.
Actual perfect.
And
Oh,
Bernal's
wow.
sitting there recounting what happened just for Mason's benefit. He's like, "Hey, can you believe that I just crushed you like this? Wow."
Can you believe I literally just had it all and just made decisions, whatever, to put all the cards that kill the Merit Legions in the graveyard and just drew them anyway, still have them, not a problem. And the bolt to kill you in case you have Deluge. Come on, like I have all bases covered. Did you think you had a chance?
Yeah,
Absolutely.
yeah. And plus, did
Absolutely.
you see how I shuffled before drawing the submerge for the turn? Yeah.
Remember, see how this was a completely random
It
draw?
wasn't even like I kept it on
Yeah,
the
I'm
pond
very
or
lucky.
anything.
You're not. Good game.
All right, let's go
Impressive stuff.
ahead. Do we have another match in action? Let's go ahead and get back down to the tables. Nobody wants to see us here. All right, back to Pioneer. Matthew Hoey with Azorius Control against Matt Wicksberg, who, well, has a Cavalier of Thorns in play. That's bigger than anything he had last
I
game.
don't think that's in play. It looks like a Supreme Verdict just went to the graveyard. I believe that one just went to the graveyard, and we are selecting a card to put on top.
Damn it, Drake. Matt Wicksberg is doing his best here. You're right.
I mean, he is doing his best. I mean, it looks like
Yeah.
we have quite a bit of mana this game, which is a stark contrast from the previous game we saw. And the 2 portable holes suggest that Hoey had a little bit of early removal for some of the mana creatures,
Mhm.
as is, ideal in this matchup. A little Teferi action, but a Planeswalker of Wicksburg's own on top of the library could grab something like a Pithing Needle and just put us back at parity here.
Yeah. Yeah, that would work if Matt had a land and
He does.
Matthew didn't have a Dovin's Veto. However, that's not the world we live in.
As here's a Dovin's Veto. Dovin's Veto, an interesting one to see in the sideboard games against the mono green deck, shows a lot of respect for the non-creature spells that do exist. And that makes some sense, right? When you have a deck that has a lot of early removal and some sweepers, it's fine when you're 80 card deck to have a couple counter spells for the powerful non-creature spells. But it does seem a little silly on paper when you're talking about a creature deck that has like 8 to 12 non-creature spells in it that you actually are worried about at most, and you have
Yeah,
these
but
counter
they're
spells
all
in your deck.
good ones, right? I mean,
Exactly. They're very good in the matchup.
Planeswalkers are scary for control decks. They provide advantage every single turn. That's what Matt's worried about, and that's what Matthew's worried about, and that's what Matt has access to. But at the moment, it's just all Matthew Hoey here, and with his team already up a match, Andrew Elenbogen is down the game in Modern, but that may not even matter.
Yeah, don't need you, Tenjin. We got this covered. As it looks
Exactly.
like that was a quick tapping of mana. Here's a Karn follow-up. I have to imagine that is a Jwari disruption, which would be especially brutal in this particular spot, as Nykthos being legendary means you do not have your 5th land anymore, as that one goes to the graveyard.
That is rough. Jawari Disruption on turn 2, turn 3. I'm like, yeah, okay, what were you gonna do? On
Right.
like turn 8, oh, it's pretty discouraging.
Not feel good on your 4 mana spell on turn 8, Joe.
Yeah.
That's pretty brutal. And here comes Teferi ticking up to 7 here, kind of beginning to threaten lethal.
Mhm.
And we're gonna buy Yorin in order to use our mana for our Teferi on tap. Got to make sure we make every single play, use our mana to the best of our ability. See if we have a big draw step here from Wicksburg. Gonna need to get the Teferi off the table first and foremost. Looks like a quick passing of the turn and maybe a flashback memory deluge. That's a pretty good
Sure.
one, Joe. 7 cards coming. Get to
Yeah,
keep 2 of them.
that's big time. That's dig through time right there. The whole shebang. And Matthew always like, okay, I could choose 2 cards at random and probably beat you, but I'm gonna
Yeah,
actually make
there's
choices
a wealth
anyway.
of options in there as
I would be
well. So
disciplined. It's a team event. My teammate, if I chose 2 at random and then I lost, my teammates might be a little upset at me. So I'll actually put some thought into this here.
yeah, it looks like a farewell among the cards, and
Mhm.
multiple copies of Wandering Emperor and Hoey just in an absolutely commanding position. I think we would need something to see something along the order of Thought Distortion. Is it Distortion? The card's like uncounterable, just obliterate all your non-creature spells
Yeah,
in
that
order
would
for Wicksburg to really be able to claw his way back. But we may have some tricks up his sleeve, as
that
this
may
matchup
not
is
even
pretty well known to be a bad one.
I mean, that may not even do it. If Matt Hoey's hand got blown to shreds in Teferi Ultimate, he'd probably still be okay.
He just has it covered at all angles. Gonna go ahead and grab the real card for some of the Droid disruption stuff here. As here comes a pile of mana. Maybe Shark Typhoon again? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Talk to me. More sharks. The flying sharks. Maybe some Sharknado action. Untap a couple of these lands. Thank you very much. Maybe make a Wandering Emperor. Yep. Oh, yeah. Still got more than enough resources to work with here. Here's a pretty quick tapping of 4 mana. Maybe 5 mana. Yeah, I see a 5th land there in the little side. It's Cavalier of Thorns. That does block sharks. It's Shark Typhoon. You can read there. It makes some XX creatures with flying. They are sharks, kind of representative of Sharknado. Whenever you cast non-creature spell, gonna go ahead and make a shark for your troubles, equal to the amount of mana you spent. Cavalier of Thorns here does have reach, kind of one of those sneaky reach creatures. 5/6, pretty big, and going to potentially find another land here. Wicksburg. Going to be looking to probably make enough mana to start casting Storm the Festivals. That's a card we mentioned in the previous game. Another good one here. If you know, that's the kind of stuff we need to get back in this game is big spells that resolve, make a lot of permanents, a lot of mana, and then of course you can flash those back and really begin to claw your way back. And Cavalier of Thorns does some amount of work to find those too. Looking at the top 5 cards.
So a replacement to Fairy is drawn just in time for the ultimate of the
for
first
the ultimate
one.
and be able to tick it up. And that's,
And
yeah, absolutely
Matt was
not. All your
like,
permanents
all
are
right,
5.
you have bested me. Hopefully we'll be back to fight again later in the day. So the team of Hoey, Tinjum, and Bernal will pick up the first round. 7 rounds of Swiss here today. If you're going to be with us all day long, we're also going to play the quarterfinals tonight at the end of the Swiss before the semis and finals tomorrow morning. So we saw a little bit of all 3 formats. So I guess we didn't really see any modern, did we? We got bluffed on that one. But
yeah, we did.
Yeah, Pioneer Modern Legacy Team event. If you're just joining in, that's what we'll be watching today. 120 teams, biggest Rage trial ever. Happy you're here to be a part of it. Drake will be around for a few hours, and Tan and Grace will be in for the afternoon. So hopefully you're enjoying yourselves here. If you're enjoying the content, you want to hit a follow. I think we can hit. What do you think, Drake? 5 new followers around. Is that a reasonable
5
bar
new
for
followers
the chat to
around.
cross?
I think that's very reasonable. I think you can get a little more ambitious with it. I think you can probably go for
and when in later rounds, like I don't know how big the audience is right now. Also, I have no way of verifying this as I don't have live follower counts in front of me. So we could get 2 or 40, and I'd be like, "Thanks, chat. I have no idea what happened, but good job. We're glad you're here."
Good job, Joe. You're doing your best down here. Yeah, I think 5 followers is a nice modest number. I think we can shoot for that. So chat, come on. We know you're here for Paper Magic. We know you love Paper Magic, and we bring nothing to you but quality Paper Magic. So hit that follow button, follow us so you can watch more of Joe's lovely face, and then I will occasionally pop in and attempt to be useful as well. And, mixed success there. But either way, it's a success if you follow. So thank you very much for being here, chat.
All right, let's go ahead before we break after the first one. Let's go ahead and put the prize pool back up on the screen so you at home can see what the players are contesting for today. The team trial, you can see the cash prizes as well as the points awarded to the teams based on their finishes. And what are those points good for? Well, let's go ahead and bring up the leaderboard so you can show you where we're at. Joseph Bernal, we just watched his team win in round number 1, and he is on top. The top 2 players at the end of this weekend will qualify as the season 1 points leaders for the end of their championship. Bernal looking pretty good. The second slot will be under some more will be contested a little bit harder, it looks like. Piper Powell, you can see, and Ivan Espinosa already locked up their slots. So they are in the clear. Everyone else battling it out this weekend and for the rest of the year. So I believe that pretty much sums up where we're at. I think we're probably going to step away here now that we've reached the end of round 1. Thanks for being with us. This is Nerd Rage Gaming. We'll be back. We'll be here all day long. Thanks for being here. All right, Drake and I are back here for Nerd Rage Gaming. Sorry that breaks longer than we'd hoped, but with these team events, sometimes that's just the reality of what the situation is going to be. Later in the day, we'll track down some interviews to have for you between rounds, but starting things off today, we're going to have to sit through the break. Anyway, Drake's here. We're going to be starting with Modern this round, I believe. We got some, at least one heavyweight team and some other names that will be recognizable for people that regularly watch the NRG series or that play Magic in the Midwest region or really anywhere. I mean, these names like Andrew Elenbogen, I mean, this is a name that everybody knows, right?
Exactly. And his team, especially, I mean, has been a force on the NRG
Mm-hmm.
series. Of course, Max McVitie, Clay Spickelmeyer, the two names in their own right. So a very, very powerhouse team. Of course, I think at least Ellenbogen certainly high up on the leaderboard. They're certainly hunting for some points this weekend, trying to lock up that seasonal invite. There's a lot on the line for these players. Once again,
Yeah.
you're playing for all these points and you play all season. This is kind of the cutoff point. This is the moment where it's like, all right, do or die. So
Yeah.
there's a lot
So
to be
let's
played for, and a lot of big names players in the running.
So if they're still shuffling, let's go and bring up the leaderboard then and check out and see where they are actually standing. You see Andrew Ellenbogen there in 6th place, so certainly in contention for these top 2 spots. Yeah, his
And Max McVitie
teammates
there at 12th.
Stuckelmeyer and McVitie in 12th. I mean, that's a possible jump. Like, I mean, he could make up that gap all the way up to Christoph Schlamm's 57 points, as the points from both today and tomorrow do count. As far as the other team, Gabriel Nicholas, Julian John, and Tylerman Oval, they're not on the list as they're playing for the glory and money and recognition from taking down the event, but they're not actually in contention for leaderboard slots like Ellenbogen's team. I expect them to try equally as hard, put up a good fight. We're going to be starting with Modern this time. Hopefully we have our little display straightened out a little better this time. Tylerman Oval versus Andrew Ellenbogen.
And I mean, this is kind of a new classic matchup in the modern format, I
Mm-hmm.
think, where you're looking at the 4-color Yorion there on the left side. It's a little reversed a little bit, but that's okay. The 4-color Yorion, this is a blink build. No real elemental synergies going on here. There's no real Risen Reefs or anything. It's the Eternal Witness, just kind of good value cards. Against an Izzet Murktide list. This one's got a little bit going on. There's 2 Teferi Time Ravelers in the list, it seems. So it looks like maybe a little bit of a white splash. Not something you typically see, but obviously has a lot of applications against some of the Cascade-based decks in the format, as well as in this matchup where there's the presence of cards like Counterspell and the instant speed evoke elementals. So I expect a pretty interactive game. These games can get a little bit long, but a lot of really crucial interaction points, a lot of resource management, and like I said, kind of just one of the marquee matchups of the new modern format.
Yeah. So okay. So wait a second here. We're talking about Teferi making incarnate or making Solitude pitching, sorcery speed. How much does that like if Solitude's pitch ability was just sorcery speed, it didn't have flash.
Right.
Is that card still like a premium spell in the format, or do you think it falls quite a bit and doesn't see much play?
Well, if you think about it's kind of one of the bigger matchups that we used to see in modern, like the Hammer Time deck. I think you lose a lot of percentage points in that matchup, not being able to interact at instant speed in response to things like hammers. So the
Sure.
card loses a lot of stock for sure. Instant speed can't really be understated. Now, would it still be played? I'm sure. It's a powerful
Yeah.
effect on a powerful card. We see cards like Fury that still see play. I imagine it would see play in some places, but it wouldn't be as dominant of a card in the format as it is. It isn't a card you have to respect. And there's another one, Ragavan. That dash ability matters a lot to be able to CAG that at instant speed. And so Ragavan gets a little bit better, especially in this matchup of Solitude would be sorcery speed, as there's no bobble crack. We'll see if we could have a new Capenna Triome. I think they play the Bant one sometimes. I don't know. I haven't seen if Ellenbogen has one on his list, but I think sometimes they play the Bant Triome. And
We'll see. We'll see. And it looks like
thinking about it, lots to think about.
I
Trying
think
to
that's
see how it
Rogren in
casts
his
his play.
hand.
Okay, all right.
He's going to show off for us. Andrew is on. Okay, it's a Steam Vents. Andrew is on a
Steam.
mulligan to 5, which is rough.
It looks like we're going to. It looks like there might be an unholy heat or something being cast, and we're
Mhm.
going to bobble in response. Looks like a little bit. Oh, lightning bolt. A little bit of shortcutting going on. That Ragavan going to go ahead and eat the lightning bolt from Ellenbogen. Talaman going to get a look at the top card as here it comes. Looks like a windswept heat is the pickup, and I'm going to go ahead and play that one. So now there's no more known information past the turn here, and Oval going to go ahead and take a draw step. 2 copies of Express Vibration in hand. That's a pretty good one in this matchup, but not a lot else going on from what it looks like. A lot of lands. As here's just a land in the passing of the turn.
So Andrew choosing to give up a little bit of mana fixing in order to Lightning Bolt at the end step. Couldn't expect a turn 2 play or potentially, and we didn't see one, so maybe there is more defensive spells, counter spell, or something along those lines among the, I believe, 2, maybe 3 cards in his hand.
I believe
So
there's a counterspell, and now we just
yeah.
picked up a second one. Looks like counterspell, counterspell, expressive iteration, and another copy of Windswept Piece. So that third land is actually on time. Ellenbogen maybe would have had to cast some of the expressive iterations looking for a land in order to set up, whatever, make your land drops and be able to counterspell, plus maybe expressive iteration or something else in the same turn. Now, next turn, Ellenbogen casts expressive iteration, find the land, and still represent counterspell. As there's the Hallowed Fountain, that white card there, fetched at the end step. Couple copies of
Mhm.
Steam Vents among the others in hand, as here comes Island and the passing of the turn.
Yeah, Tylerman choosing to hold up counterspell despite expressive iteration in hand. We'll probably see that next turn. So counterspell can continue to be held up as there are plenty of lands. And you're right, there's nothing aggressive in Tylerman's hand at the moment. So no ability to, put a clock on Andrew as he tries to time is all you really need to get out from under a mulligan. The more cards both players draw, the less impactful starting 2 down is, even though
Absolutely.
it is significant. But the land drops are flowing. That's kind of the most important thing when you're developing early on.
Yeah, and having a land here, I still wonder if Ellenbogen's maybe going to try to fire off expressive iteration into the face of. I mean, think about what Oval's done for his turn cycles, right? Like, what does he have? Is he going to flash in a Brazen Borrower? Like, come on, he's got to have something. Got to have some
Mhm.
counter spells. Got to have some interaction. There's not a lot of pressure as long as you're making your land drops to fire off your expressive iteration, and but you are behind on cards. So like, it is possible that Oval, kind of just makes all of his land drops and then overpowers you with more powerful cards and more cards later on in the game. So there's kind of a squeeze going on with this dynamic we have. We're just playing lands, passing the turn, where both players are just sitting on expressive iterations, trying to find the spot to play it and still be able to interact. As
Yeah.
it looks like, consider graveyarded a land and picked up Odawara, a land, but could be a spell with that nice channel ability. As here comes the first expressive iteration of what I suspect will be many in this game, and a
Right.
very quickly counterspelled from Ellenbogen.
Yeah. Both players actually, like trying to pass turns, holding up their counterspell mana, really needlessly. Although there's no way for either one of them to know that, as no one actually has anything except
Yeah,
more copies of expressive iteration. So we're going to see an exchange there. We'll see a repeat of the previous turn as Andrew will now play expressive iteration and Tylerman will probably counterspell.
Yeah, you
So
have to
yep.
wonder if Ellenbogen is interested in counterspelling and expressive iteration, you have to kind of be interested in counterspelling
Mhm.
back, right? Now, Ellenbogen forced to decide if he wants to counterspell back as well, and he does choose to, so you're going to go ahead and resolve. Be the first to resolve an expressive iteration. A land among the bunch, have to be interested in that one, I imagine. Yep, and it looks like Icewing Coatl, maybe the other pickup there. Just keep the card advantage flowing, even if the cards aren't great. That's how you claw your way back from mulligans in this 4-color deck. Very
Mhm.
good at drawing cards and trying to utilize every micro edge with your resources. Here comes another copy of Expressive Iteration.
Yeah. So now this is kind of what we've seen before. It's just iterations back and forth. Only, well, no, actually, this will work out fine for Tylerman. He will be forced to tap more mana on his turn this time around.
Well, with the fight we've seen, I think
Yeah.
Tylerman's very okay with that.
No, I
Maybe go ahead
agree.
and dash this Ragavan. I think we could maybe see that so it doesn't get picked off with a thing like Ren, some cards like that. And you have the Unholy Heat in case there is a Ren that comes down anyway. So
Mhm.
you kind of have that checked as it is. So I think that's kind of what Tylerman's thinking about right now is whether or not he wants to dash and maybe not be able to hold up as many things on Ellenbogen's turn, or if he wants to just cast it and try to get that advantage accumulating. But I think with how much mana Tylerman has, I think he should be pretty interested in dashing it. We'll see if he's. I think he's trying to figure out if he can even dash it, but whatever. Either way, that's the decision going on here. Tylerman still ahead on card advantage. Looks like a judge has been brought over to ask questions. I believe we're asking about the dash from Exile. I'm going to go ahead and pick that one up. I believe you can. It's just an alternate
Yeah.
casting method. So it should work just fine. And that's actually going to be a real big problem for Ellenbogen because once again, Elbogen already behind on cards. Ragavan representing a real threat from the Izzet side. And you're a 4-color deck. All your cards are very powerful. The treasures from Ragavan allow this Izzet deck to cast your powerful cards. And then it's what
Mhm.
we've seen in modern time and time again, where Ragavan is just going to begin to run away with the game for as many times, as he is able to hit. Just kind of begin
Yeah.
to chip away.
So as this game stalls out, while we wait for Tylerman's either judge consult or teammate consult, we can see that Gabriel Nicholas has already picked up a game. So
His
Tylerman's
teammates
key.
wasting no time. Nice judge
Yeah.
call. We're going to get things done while you sit there and talk to judges.
All right. So Stevens comes in, shocking in, and We await for.
And this looks like a 2-mana dash.
Yeah,
Yep,
there we
that is
go.
going to be allowed, which is a correct ruling. Going to go ahead and swing across. Elenbogen, no effects. Here comes a treasure and the top of Elenbogen's library. Looking for something like a red and 6, some kind of card advantage engine. Flooded Strand, not exciting. Mana advantage still present. And Ragavan is going to return to hand on the end step. So we'll see what Elenbogen can do to answer that. We know he has an Icefang Quaddle to try to ambush, but of course, Tylerman has some responses of his own. So kind of a little bit of a back and forth here. Very, like I said, very interactive match. There's going to be a lot of exchanging of resources in
Mhm.
this game.
Yeah. Okay.
Solitude, very good
Yeah.
pickup.
That's a nice one. Anything that can try and deal with anything that's a 2-for-1 is going to be great for Andrew, really. You don't want to be too picky here. Solitude will certainly work as it can pick off the Ragavan. And, if it eats a lightning bolt, I'm sure Andrew's fine with that.
Oh, absolutely. And picking off the Ragavan, that's the real key part here is
Mhm.
you're actually able to answer the Ragavan. The Icefang Quaddle only really represents being able to try to block, but of course we know that there's removal spells in Tyleman's hand. That Solitude represents a little bit more. And I think we're going to main phase this
Oh,
Quaddle here, trying to
wow.
either find a white card or maybe a land drop. We're going to see exactly how we're going to try to get that done.
Maybe
Tyleman
there is
thinking.
not. What? Okay, so there's a Rogan triome in the middle. What's the other triome? Do you know the artwork on that one?
I believe that is the Teamer one. I do not know the name of that one. Katria is my
Ketria.
guess.
Okay, yeah, Ketria. All right. Just trying to see if I could add something to my list, but no, foiled.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I don't even know if it's on Andrew's list, so we can check
Yeah.
later on. Andrew kind of tanking on whether or not to play this Teferi Time Raveler, or I think the question is whether or not to play it or pitch it to Solitude. Maybe that's the only other consideration. Here comes a Beseju as the land for turn. We are going to go ahead and play this Teferi. That means that we need to answer the Ice Fang now, if that's something that we're going to do. But that could give information. We could wait. But if you're going to cast any spells on Andrew's turn, now is the time to do so, be it Consider or a removal spell. And Lightning Bolt is the choice. Going to go ahead and pick off the Ice Fang Coatl, clearing the way for Ragavan. We're going to cast Consider as well, using the treasure.
All
Interesting.
right. So yeah, using all the mana available, even the one-shot mana. And now Andrew, I mean, obviously needs cards. So you're facing Ragavan. If you minus Teferi, Ragavan would have the option of picking it off, and maybe you're even okay with that. Because if Andrew pluses, where do you think he would expect Ragavan to go next turn?
I think he has to be really happy if it hits Teferi,
I
right? Because like
agree.
if it
Yeah.
hits Teferi, that's like not another potential to get like a really powerful snowballing card like Ren and 6. That's really scary. Obviously, the treasure matters. We saw it matter here already. The mana advantage, and so yeah, I think you want to minus, grab a card, and then if Ragavan hits Teferi, it's almost like kind of another half of a card. Even though it's nice to have a Teferi in play or whatever that shuts off all the counter spells. So I do think that Tylerman is interested in getting it off the table. I think that is still a good outcome from Andrew, and gives him more draw steps to try to claw his way back into this game.
Yeah. Okay. So
I'm thinking about
that'd be-
Unholy Heat the Teferi. I think that is where we're going to land. Just go ahead and Unholy Heat that. It's worth a card to try to go ahead and keep connecting with Ragavan, keep accumulating the mana advantage. And you're already ahead on cards, so you can afford that 2-for-1 there.
You can
And
afford it.
here
I
comes
wonder though, like this makes your dash by doing that first, your dash Ragavan, if you flip a lightning bolt or something, it's now much worse as you don't have the Teferi to throw it at.
That's true. Yeah, hitting something like a lightning bolt would be pretty bad. Even hitting a Ren and 6 where you could like down tick is like a little scary. I think it may be just overly conservative from Talon because we do know he has a counter spell in hand. And given the mana tapping here, I think we maybe have telegraphed it more than
Yeah.
we needed to or whatever. But either way, I think he was just trying to make sure he's like, okay, like I have all of the resources. I have more removal spells. I have more interaction. I have another counter spell, and I have Ragavan. I think he feels like his game is hard for him to lose, which may be correct. It may be hard for him to lose, and he just really wants to make sure he doesn't get blown out by something
Yeah.
in combat that just takes the
And
wind
he
out of his
certainly,
sails.
I mean, hard to argue that Unholy Heat wasn't doing much. So
Yeah. Well,
not
here's a Ren
paying.
and 6, and we have another follow-up on Holy Heat, and I imagine we have to be delirious at this stage of the game. Bobble among the other types in the yard, going to be able to destroy the Ren and 6 at the full 6 damage value, as we're going to go ahead and plus return a Windswept Heath to hand, and we're going to play that one, and an Instep Unholy Heat going to go ahead and take care of that Ren and 6. So
Mhm.
Andrew kind of not really able to get a lot started, even though we are drawing quite a few of these powerful card advantage sources, really showing that, the 4-color deck is a pile of good cards, right? Like you're going to have a lot of really good draw steps, which makes Ragavan so scary. As here
Yeah.
comes a very quick fetch. Have to
Yeah.
imagine Solitude going to be the card to cast here.
Right. Finding the second white source important for Andrew, even if this Ragavan doesn't leave the board, which we know it won't, because Tylerman held his counterspell, let the Ren 6 in, and used Unholy to take care of that, holding counterspell for something else like this Solitude.
And that one very quickly going to get counterspelled. Absolutely not. My Ragavan is doing wonderful work. Thank you. Let's go ahead and get that to come across. Another land off the top. Not great hits, but Andrew's life constantly falling, and the mana advantage cannot be understated. Is here is a Bobble follow-up. Going to take a look at the top card here. Do we like that one? I don't know. We got a Notawara. That's all we got left to answer it. So Andrew done a really good job working through Tylerman's resources. And look at that. Suddenly we're at parity. Teferi Time
Yeah.
Raveler, a good draw for Andrew. And this is
Yeah.
really the pressure on Is it to get this game over with.
Yeah, Tylerman's draw here, I mean, okay, he just picked up a Dragon Rage Channeler off of that Bobble trigger, but like doesn't have a whole lot left at this point.
And
And Andrew
Andrew
picks up
has
a
a Lightning
lightning.
Bolt and an Expressive Iteration. Some
Yeah, this
fantastic
is
draws here.
this has got to be starting to get pretty exciting here for Andrew, as he probably feels like, okay, you know what, I'm making my way back into this game here a little bit.
Maybe buy Yorion the consideration here.
I don't
3
know, it
mana
makes
tapped.
sense.
Yep,
Yep.
Yorion going to come to hand. Still got the mana up to Lightning Bolt if we do that one. We are going to go ahead and buy Yorion. And suddenly we're kind of at parity, right? Like look at the mana resources, look at the cards, and Andrew on a mold of 5, and both players resolving Expressive Iteration. It's kind of impressive how these 2-for-1s, the Teferi, the Ice Vein Quaddle, seemingly small little exchanges have suddenly led to a game where both players have similar amounts of resources to work with.
Yeah, it's significant that this Ragavan didn't actually turn up much of use. That could have
Correct.
snowballed the game, but it just hasn't happened. So Dragon Rage Channel leads off, Ragavan follows up, and Andrew has Bolt, and he has a choice of targets, and he's going to take down the Ragavan. So, okay, that's the end of that.
A cool little
DRC
trick we saw there. Tylerman played the Bobble first before attacking, got the Surveil, and took a look at the card to see if that's something he wanted before choosing to attack the Teferi. So that a little heads up play there. If there was something really powerful like an Omnath on tap, I have to imagine you want to go face and not allow that draw to happen. But of course, didn't matter either way. Lightning Bolt happens, and Abundant Growth, the card that was on top, going to go ahead and plus Teferi. We can Expressive Iteration at instant speed now, Joe.
Yeah, I don't know how useful that is, I guess.
Probably not very, but it is an option.
The Abundant Growth is nice, as the Yoran didn't have any cards to draw, and now it does. Just one, but still, that's something. And reset the loyalty on Teferi. Not too bad, not too bad. I guess there is a window there for Tylerman to play a spell on Andrew's turn, but nothing doing.
Well, also, this Yorion blocks this Dragon's Rage Channeler as well, and that's a very relevant blocker to have here. This Teferi, potentially able to draw another card, and of course, if you pick up your own Abundant Growth, that's 2 more cards, and then suddenly Andrew's just firmly in the driver's seat if all that happens. So, Tylerman, there's a lot of pressure here to find some series of either Expressive Iterations or card advantage. A Murktide Regent, also probably a fine draw, provided you can get this Teferi off the table. But either way, suddenly kind of there's a little bit of onus on Tylerman to find a series of good draws, as Andrew now firmly, multiple card advantage engines, good blockers, and a little bit lower on life at 8 life, but ahead on the resource advantage here.
Yeah, and also Andrew's side ahead in the okay. There's an Otawara bouncing the Yorion, so Dragon Rage Chandler can attack in.
We're gonna go ahead and attack that Teferi. That makes Murktide Regent a good draw, and here it is.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
That is something. I mean, that's the Yorion can reset the Teferi again, but you're right. It won't be able to bounce the Murktide, so it will be live for the turn, and it may very well be an 8/8. So Andrew will have to block. He can't just absorb it once.
Right. Yeah, that's a lethal threat. So you can attack like the Teferi with Dragon's Rage Channeler, and then attack Andrew with the Murktide Regent, and then suddenly you're in really good shape. We're gonna go ahead and plus that Teferi. There's a lot that Andrew has access to, though. Like I said, he's very ahead on card advantage now. So we're looking at things like Ren. We're looking at things like Expressive Iteration, even Yorion if he so chose, and that draws another card with Abundant Growth. A lot of really good options here. So Andrew going to take a moment to really think it out. I think Expressive Iteration is probably where you have to start just about no matter what, but just going to make sure we're tapping mana appropriately as well. Just try to find some answers to some of these creatures. Because if you can find an answer to that Murktide Regent, then I think that's probably the last the last little hoorah for Oval. You know,
Mm-hmm.
the Murktide
All right.
Regent was the card he needed to find. He found it. And here comes Expressive Iteration, Eternal
Witness.
Witness among the group.
That's let's see. 1, 2, 3. What's in the graveyard that could help with that? There might be another
Solitude.
Teferi, but I think he's a mana short of that right now.
He can Solitude. There's
He
a
could
Yorion you can
Solitude.
pitch.
You're right. He could Solitude. There's also a Quaddle, I think. So there are some
really good
possibilities.
options.
There is the 6th land.
Yeah. Going to go ahead and make that land drop. Utilize all our resources. More 2-for-1s. Always exciting. As here comes Eternal Witness. Of course, Teferi in play. No responses. No channels from Oval. Going to go ahead and pull that Solitude to the front. That one looks pretty appealing. I'm going to make sure. Do we really want to pitch this Yorion? Gives up some card advantage, but I think you're
certainly
already ahead
does.
on card advantage. I think you need
Yeah.
to not die to this Murktide Regent.
Right.
Andrew agrees. He's going to go ahead and pick up that Solitude. We know that one's going to work because of the Teferi in play.
Yeah. So you losing Yorion is unfortunate, but I mean, with Eternal Witness and Teferi, I mean, that Eternal was reset and get something else back going again, even though the Yorion would be gone. So there's certainly routes to increase card advantage. And really, Andrew's up on cards, like you were saying. He just needs to survive. And this Solitude will enable him to at least get through this turn. And Fairy Time Raveler, as it is wont to do, will make sure that that resolves.
Absolutely. It looks like we do elect to attack Dragon's Rage Channeler at Teferi. Murktide Regent gonna go face, and we'll see exactly the sequencing here. But I think you pretty scripted have to Solitude this Murktide.
I mean,
Regent.
I guess, is that blue card? Is there a dress? Is it a dress down in hand?
I believe it is a dress down.
So
Yes.
dress down would allow Andrew to survive the turn and Teferi to live. I don't know that that actually accomplishes anything, but it would have been a possibility, I suppose. I think he would have gone down to 2. But here is, oh wow!
It looks like we're gonna dress down before blocks. Yeah, that's what he was signaling, and that's gonna allow the Eternal Witness to trade with the Dragon's Rage Channeler and leave Tyleman with no threats at all.
Very cool.
Very, very impressive stuff from Andrew. And we're going to see, so Kenzan is the pickup and that's very relevant with the Ren and 6 in hand. So now we can start making just a flurry of 1/1 tokens every single turn. And that's kind of a nice little win condition for Andrew to be able to close out this game before Tyleman can draw out of this. We're going to go ahead and channel that real fast. Thank you very much. I'll make my 2 1/1s. Maybe should have done that before playing the Ren, but Teferi in play means that just about nothing matters. I'm going to go ahead and pick that right back up. Thank you very much. These tokens do have haste. Can choose to attack if he wants.
And I believe if he has a land drop to play for the turn still, then he can make new tokens to block. Although the only real, I guess, haste creature would be Dash Ragavan, but it would be nice to be able to handle that.
Yeah, that takes care of that real well. Here's some blockers forever.
And then there's also a March of Otherworldly Light, I believe, was in Andrew's hand. So he's got that covered in multiple ways. And yeah, this game, it looks, now that the Solitude has dispatched that Murktide, Andrew has kind of got this, it appears. And Tyleman's got to sit back and just wonder, like, how did I let this get away from me? I was up 2 cards on mulligans, and now I'm down half a dozen permanents.
yeah, absolutely. Like I said, those little exchanges that we saw in those games, that's really what makes this 4-color deck so powerful. Is there's so many cheap cards that have these little interactions that it's okay, I pick up an extra card here, maybe I make an extra land here, like my Ren might have died to an Unholy Heat, but it got to plus and get a land. All these 2-for-1s just kind of aggregate into this game state that we see here, where Andrew has a ton of mana to work with. And, if he can find the correctly timed answers and maybe, expressive iteration here and there to try to find, the appropriate removal spells, then you get to catch up and then get way ahead on card advantage through the entire game. And we've really seen that execution happen here. Andrew, in a very commanding position at this point, ahead on cards, able to get this constant stream of snowballing 1/1s going. And, a Dragon's Rage Channeler does represent a flying threat. But, I mean, we know about the March of Otherworldly Light. Like, Andrew just has everything covered at this point and has been very patient with his cards and navigated this game state to a spot where he is ahead on cards and able to, really leverage the power of each individual draw step in this 4-color blink deck.
Yeah. So now, look, Andrew may have asked a question there, and Tyleman unfurls his graveyard a little bit. I mean, the question is like, do you have Delirium? And
Yeah. Do
Tyleman's
you
like,
still have
there's
delirium?
35 cards in my graveyard. Yes, I do.
Absolutely. I absolutely do.
All right, so here is the Sokenzan again, making another pair of tokens.
Bam. And
And
we'll attack with 3 of them. Gonna respect
yeah,
Ragavan here, not sending the
sure.
full 4. Although, of course, I think we do have access to another. No, we don't have an access to more tokens. Okay. Expressive Iteration off the top, probably among the best draws you could possibly find. Teferi, Lightning Bolt, and Land among the bunch. None of those
Okay.
answer a pile of 1/1 tokens, though. So
No, there's not. I mean, there's not probably not an answer in. This is still game one. Tyleman's not going to have anything in the deck that's a sweeper.
yeah, we're not really
So,
in the main deck engineered explosives time frame anymore. So yeah, really not really looking to answer these 1/1s as much as try to go over the top of them with something like a really big Murktide Regent, which we've already found one of those. Still probably 3 left in the deck. Deck is called Is It Murktide? So gonna need to find those, and Teferi gonna be able to help do that. Pick off one of the tokens, buy myself a little bit of time.
yeah, I
Spell
mean
Pierce
that's
among the draws.
something. Oh, Spell Pierce. Yeah, good luck with that.
On time.
Yeah. This is I guess the only thing to hope for here is Tyleman is that I don't know, maybe your teammates both come back and win their matches before this game ends. This is
Yeah,
this is
that's
not.
possible.
Yeah, I mean,
As the legacy seed is already in game 3, and we
yeah,
have not
yeah,
resolved
we're
game 1, as
we're
here
well
comes
into
2 more 1/1
sideboarding
tokens.
on the other tables, and
A
Andrew
pile of
looks
tokens
like
gonna crash across here.
uh okay. I think we just had the life total updated from the Murktide being hit by
Yeah,
Solitude. So Tyleman actually jumped up to 18, and he's like, okay, despite
I've
that
seen
additional
enough.
life,
Another
we're done
land not
here.
gonna get it done, and an
Yeah,
impressive win on a mulligan to 5 from Andrew
definitely,
Elenbogen.
absolutely. All right, so okay, so resetting where we are, we just saw game one finish in Modern. Their two matches are in sideboarding games. We're going to jump down to Pioneer, see how things are sitting over there. Max McVitie versus Julian John, and it looks like we have a red mirror.
A lot of red cards here. I don't know what the
Yeah,
differentiation between burn and aggro is. I have to imagine more burn spells versus more aggressive creatures.
yeah, maybe so. So we have looks like uh so the Sokenzan Enchantment Saga.
I'm gonna go ahead and
Uh
make a 2/2 there.
yeah, and then a Bone Crusher and versus just a Soulscar Mage, and all the fun is being had on Max McVitie's side at the moment. It looks like as Chandra comes into play.
Very timely Chandra. That's one of the real power, I think, of the aggro deck is, you can plus up, do some damage. You just get a flurry of cards at such a cheap rate. That's really done a lot in order to give this deck kind of a little bit more staying power against some of the more fair decks in the format, while also still providing some amount of late game, burnout potential and just generic aggression in general. And the land going to go ahead and be played. Looks like that card's going to stay in exile. This Bone Crusher Giant, I guess, is a 3/2 at the moment. Is
Uh,
that accurate?
well, okay. I was
No,
thinking,
okay, it enters with a counter from the
yeah,
Sokenzen and Saga.
right. That's what I
That's
was
right.
gonna say. I think it's probably okay. Interestingly, it could we. I mean, actually, I guess we'll see if the table spotter can tell us because with Soulscar Mage and Sokenzan, it could be either one.
Yeah,
Which
I
I
just
I
don't really
only
know how
considered
big
the
this
fact
thing is.
I only considered the fact that it could be a +1/+1 counter. You assumed the opposite, and actually, I don't know who's right.
Well, yeah, we
So
didn't see an attack, so I have to assume there's got to be something else
yeah,
going on here.
that's true. But we'll see. Maybe the table spotter can relay through the booth what size that Bone Crusher actually is. To respond to a question in the chat about having a match timer, so that's kind of difficult in a team event because if there's a judge call or a bathroom break or something along those lines, the match timer will actually not be consistent among the three tables. Okay, that is a 5-4. Okay, as I say that, I'm going to correct myself. It was a 5-4 momentarily, but now it's going to be shrunk from the Soulscar Mage. So now it's a 2-1 Bone Crusher
And
Giant, I believe.
here comes Soulscar Mage at Chandra. An interesting attack here because, of course, Max can just single block to chump. You can offer a double block, and then you get absolutely destroyed by that last card being a burn spell. Or you can just let Chandra take 2, which I feel like is probably the best in this aggro style setup where your Chandra's not really guaranteed to die right now. You're ahead on permanence. You're more or less ahead on life, you can probably afford to let Chandra take some damage. But we are going to offer the double block. Wild Slash going to take care of the Saga, and I think
I don't think Soul Scarmage
that does not
dies.
trade. Yeah,
Yeah.
no, that is not how that works because the Bone Crusher Giant has only 3 points of power after being skewered. And it looks like we're going to figure that out real quick. Julian going to go ahead and put that Soul Scar Mage back into play, flip the Saga back. Chandra, I mean, still at 4 loyalty, shows, I think, a lot of respect that Max has for his own Chandra as his way to win this game.
Mm-hmm. Sure. Okay, so another Sokenzan token, or I guess not token. I always refer to these as tokens. They're not tokens. They're just the backside of the
back
saga.
half, the transformed version.
Yeah, and Chandra flips the card. Chandra Dress to Kill, I think, is a very, very cool name for a Planeswalker. I think they did a good job on that one.
They did. Very, very flavorful. Speaks very much to both the set and the card in isolation, in a vacuum. All right, both players on no resources. So this 2-2, assuming Julian draws a blank, does represent the ability to check this Soul Scar Mage as, once again, a 1-2. We get to see Chandra here being able to plus, make mana, do some damage, or plus and try to get a card stream. So kind of get to pick 2 different paths here. Yeah. Max says, I don't care. You're not going to draw a good one. Attack you.
I like the attack here. I do.
I love
because hanging back and blocking makes you any instant speed spell means you're chump blocking, and that's no good. So I like the attack here. I think the Chandra did plus that turn and flip the card into the exile zone, which
it looks like a land. I keep seeing
looks like a
border,
land.
so
Yeah, I mean
Max's
lands.
Yeah.
Max's basics are whiteboarded, and it looks like a whiteboard card on top there. So I believe that's what it is.
I'm going to go ahead and swing at Chandra, kind of respecting that you're not going to win the life total race. Another Ramanap Ruins, normally pretty good in these late stages here, but both players actually fairly healthy life totals, using all of their burn spells instead of going to face, or have been taking care of each other's creatures and other resources. As Stomp is flipped off the top, that's a really good one.
Yeah, that will work just fine.
And a light up the stage follow-up. What a stream of cards here.
Yeah, nice turn from Max McVitie. All right, so we see land drop made, Bone Crusher.
Den of the Bugbear. Gonna go and play.
Yeah, Den of the Bugbear. And that's gonna do a lot of work too. So utility lands on
lethal? Is this lethal in play?
Oh, let's see. Yeah. Well, we'll see.
Yeah, Chandra could find a burn spell here, but it does need to be a stream of good ones, just like we saw Max have there. Could get greedy. I guess you can't really. You don't really have the ability to play mana. There's a creature. I think this is about as good as you could hope for. Here's your Chandra to try to claw you back. Here's a creature to block. But we are apparently at 5 life, and I don't think that's going to be enough to save you. As here comes another Stomp to take care of the Eidolon, and we still have the mana to attack with Den of the Bugbear. Have to imagine that this one is very healthily sealed up.
Yeah, I mean, style points. We could just attack the Bone Crusher Giant, and Julian has to chump block. Otherwise, he just can't cast a spell for the rest of the game.
It doesn't matter. We're just gonna play it all the way out, and Max McVitie going to convincingly win that game there over Julian John. Looks like the aggro setup might be a little bit better than the burn setup based on what we saw, but looks like we're showing some experimental frenzy.
Wow, it's been a while since we've seen that.
Absolutely,
that can certainly do some work, but Max McVitie does take that one down, putting his team 1 match in the books to the positive. So let's go ahead and surprise us. Whatever's going on. Oh, all right. Well, the match is concluded. I guess that Pioneer match was decided, and which other match finished up simultaneously. But
so sounds like Elenbogen's team likely won that match. That result decided it, and big win for Elenbogen. Set up to make a deep run in this tournament, and as a result, add quite a few points to his own point total in the, of course, the leaderboard race. That is something that I imagine Elenbogen is at least as interested in as the cash offerings for winning this tournament. So a lot on the line for him, and more than just money, trophy, glory, all the typical stuff. Also have some points you're playing for here, so he has to be very excited about that result.
All right, Drake Sasser,
that's me.
You're talking about money, qualifications, glory.
Love it all.
Does glory matter to you? Does that something like does recognition? Do people walking down the street, random conversations in cafes are like, well, we were going to talk about sports and politics, but you know what? I heard a rumor that Drake Sasser did well this weekend, and then everyone like nearby are like, "Oh, Drake Sasser, Drake Sasser." Like, is
The
that
world may know, Joe.
is
The
is
world
is the
may know.
glory of achievements? Does that matter to you? Like, no shame if
Um,
it does. I certainly enjoy it too.
I mean, this is kind of deep philosophical question, Joe, but I think it has to matter to some extent, right? Like, that's
Yeah.
why I think the average Magic player is very interested in having something like coverage not just exist, but watching it. You know, you're in a position where you can imagine yourself in that scenario and you can say to yourself, I would play that different, or I would do that different. I wouldn't have kept that hand. And then suddenly you visualize yourself doing so and you think, okay, well, maybe I can. You know, and so I
Mhm.
think seeing other players and realizing that, this is something that matters. I think that matters to the average player, and it certainly matters to me. That's why I love being here in the booth. I love calling this stuff because it's awesome to watch from my perspective, other players achieve this glory and kind of get it done and be like, that's awesome. I remember back when I used to play tournaments.
Yeah.
I'm a very old man, Joe, and
Oh, yeah. You can't be an old
it
man,
matters.
because if you're an old man, what does
Yeah,
that make me?
a
Like,
dinosaur, Joe.
dead and buried? Yeah. No,
Yeah, I
we can't
believe you are
have
a
that.
dinosaur.
We cannot have that. No, the glory, the recognition is cool. Um, Certainly, I've told this story before. I don't know if I've told it on the Nerd Rage broadcast before, but I've been recognized in public only like 2 or 3 times at outside of Magic events for Magic accomplishments, but the one makes it all worthwhile. I am
Absolutely.
this is years ago, and I'm going to the movies with my sister, and it's a Friday night, so we're in line to get tickets.
Okay.
And my sister tells me, she's just kind of like, we're looking different directions. We're standing just waiting in line. She's like, "Oh, there's a guy trying to cut through the line." I was like, "Really?" She's like, "Yeah, look at this guy trying to sneak through." And there is, in fact, a guy like bobbing and weaving, walking through the line.
Mhm.
And I'm like, "Okay." And she's watching this guy, and he walks right up to us. And he's like, "Are you Joe Lissette?" And my sister, we would have to have some kind of bleep function enabled to accurately convey her shock at this event. But I enjoyed it very,
My
very much.
brother's famous. Holy cow.
Yeah. So yeah, no, I mean, it's rare, but it is pretty cool.
It
Anyway,
is.
so Andrew Elenbogen, McVitie, Spickelmeyer win the match, deserving of all the acclaim they might have earned. Spickelmeyer, in particular, having beaten me in the finals of a Grand Prix, and I know I've talked about that one before.
You're
Anyway,
not upset or anything.
no backup match, as this is a team event. Our 3 camera setups are all devoted to one match. So we're going to step away, but if we can line up an interview, we'll be back shortly. Otherwise, it'll be the break until the beginning of round 3. This is Nerd Rage Gaming. Thanks for being here. We'll be back. All right, we're back here. A little bit shorter break than last time. This is our mid round 2, round 3 interlude here. Drake's still with me, and we're going to bring in Andrew Elenbogen, who was in the modern seat for the team that we just saw win round 2. So let's pop him in there. Transitioned over. Andrew,
Hey,
hey.
Andrew.
Hello.
How you doing?
Oh, pretty good.
Okay. So you guys are off to a good start today. First thing I want to ask is kind of, now you've played a lot of Magic. Yeah, everyone knows who you are. The mindset of, okay, you mulled a 5. So obviously you're facing a deficit as you kick off the game. Like, is there anything that kind of like you tell yourself that you go through when you're having to live with that reality?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think the main thing is just like, look, like when you mold a 5, you don't have like a lot of leverage to like respect things a lot of the time. So like I'm gonna do a lot of like assuming my opponent has nothing and just like jamming stuff and hoping that like it kind of goes my way. And
Sure.
I'm not gonna worry like about like, oh, like what if he has another counterspell here? Like what if he has Dash Rob on next turn? Like I'm mostly just gonna make good plays and like hope it all kind of works itself out. Like, but that's the main difference. I mean, like, I don't know. I'm not trying to like ultimately I'm just gonna try to make the best decisions I can and win the game. Um, it's not like fundamentally different.
Sure. If you'll let
Right.
me backpack on that, we saw you kind of both players there were in kind of this holding pattern, right? Where you're both kind of trying to hold up counterspell as long as possible, kind of make your land drops. Neither player really willing to commit mana on their main phase. And we saw the Is It Murktide player, I believe they played the expressive iteration first. And you basically, if I remember right, you snapped off a counterspell on that. Is that a play that you think, like, so you mentioned not respecting things, right? Do you feel that like your strategy in that position then is it matters more to keep him from getting further ahead in card advantage rather than saving it for a crucial spell?
Well, it's more that I had two counter spells in my hand, and like I was concerned that like I would end up in a situation where I was like behind on the board and like I would be holding these counter spells and I'd be sad. Like for example, like what happens if he express federations into a random creature, like say a DRC, right?
Mhm.
Well, so now like am I gonna not counter the DRC given that my hand is two counter spell? Like that's kind of putting me in a bad spot, right? Because like
Right.
I don't have a removal spell ready to go, as I recall. So like it's like I kind of have to spend one of them given that I have two, is kind of my
Mhm.
reasoning.
Sure.
Um
All
That
right.
makes a lot of sense.
So you're in the running and looking, reasonably competitive for the locking up a slot for the Nerd Rage Championship this weekend. Is that kind of something that's just on your mind in the back door, or is this like a primary focus of the weekend for you?
I mean, that's definitely, I mean, pretty important. I don't know. I mean, that's what I'm trying to accomplish. Like, basically, okay, I would much prefer to qualify like this season because, well, while I'm hoping to play like a bunch of NRGs throughout the year, I would like to not be in a position where I have to play like literally all of them. And
Hmm.
if I
Right.
guarantee the qual off this season, then I can like kind of be more reasonable at my like work-life balance, whatever you want to call it. I can choose to only play tournaments that I actively want to go to. Whereas if I don't and I'm having to grind the whole season, then I pretty much have to play everything forever. So like it's pretty important that I manage it, I think.
Sure. No, that makes sense. And then so you've got some lead over your teammate on the leaderboard. So was there any thought to like, this guy's a threat to my position, but if he's on my team, he can't catch me. That's good planning there.
I mean, it is good for me that's the case, but like I think Max is like much less invested in the race than I am. So like
Mhm.
it was never like a huge like concern. Like
Yeah,
also like I've teamed with Max for every team tournament I've played in the last like 4 years with like very few exceptions. Like basically, unless Max could not attend, we always team in everything, constructed, limited, whatever. Like we're really not going to violate that because we're concerned about the points race,
sure.
honestly. I mean, and if like look, if we end up in a spot where we win the tournament, like maybe Max will have a great run on Sunday and like pull off some sort of miracle. Like that would be awesome. But I'm not too worried about the thing, the race on the whole. It's more just like we're here. Max is like, if I accidentally qualify, great.
Once again, kind of keying off that, did the knowledge of the kind of needed performance, because obviously, you, I'm sure, are more familiar with the math you need in order for yourself to qualify than I am. But did the finish that you need this weekend affect your testing in any way? Did you maybe take less risks as far as deck decisions than you normally would? It's fine if the answer is no, but I am curious if this is something that was on your mind when it came to testing at all.
Well, no, not really. I mean, look, no matter what finish you need, like no matter if you need an EXO or it doesn't. Ultimately, you should play the deck that wins the most, right?
Sure.
Like I think that people often like trick themselves when they're like, oh, like I really need to like 3-0 this draft. I'm going to draft really differently. But I think that like doesn't usually make sense. in some sense, like a deck that is like a 2-1 deck or whatever, it's just as likely to like run hot and accidentally 3-0 as if you draft like a high variant strategy that like if it works 3-0s, like ultimately like you should just draft the one that's number is bigger in some sense, right? Your only real goal is to find the highest number, and everything else is kind of an illusion. So like I definitely did not let it affect my choice whatsoever. I am playing for the Porco list that I'm playing because I think it is the best deck for the tournament. That is it. There's nothing
Awesome.
about the race going on.
Cool.
Did you have any collaboration as far as like the other two seats, like Pioneer and Legacy? It was like, okay, we think this is the deck we should play, or was it just like Max chose and Clay chose and you chose like individually?
Well, Clay only plays Delver in Legacy. Clay is like never registered not Delver in the last like 5 years or something. I understand that there was that one Grand Prix with Infect, but like he's mostly a Delver specialist.
Oh yeah, the one random Grand Prix with
Infect.
Random
Random Grand Prix. Who can say
Not much
like
to speak about.
who he beat in that tournament in the finals? It's like unclear, but
Yeah.
you know, some no-name player, I assume.
Yeah,
Definitely.
pretty much.
But yes, Clay basically was never considered anything other than Delver, and tested very little. Mostly just like, I'm going to play Delver. Here's a good list. I will play it. So the only thing that really happens is Max and I do discuss decks sometimes, and we also considered swapping at some point. But like, yeah, I would say that I had very little impact on Clay whatsoever.
Well, it seems like it's working out so far. You know, in the books to start to the positive, and you know, obviously the day unfolding ahead of us. But good luck for the rest of the day. Thanks for talking to us, and maybe we'll catch you guys, you know, later on or winners interview. We'll see.
Yeah. I'll see you in the winners interview. Thanks,
Okay.
Thanks, Joe.
All right,
for sure.
So they're a little window into the thoughts of Andrew Elenbogen. Yeah, I like that he said, you know, it's just pick the one that you think is more likely to win. The circumstances shouldn't matter, because I remember back years ago, people talk about like, oh, well, especially in like the Star City Invitationals where there's multi formats. It's like, oh, well, if you go like 4-0 in the first format, that should influence the deck you choose for the second, you know, second set of rounds. And it's like, why? Why would, you know, if you're 2-2 or 4-0, it shouldn't make a difference on what your other deck choice should be, right? I don't think I'm crazy in thinking that. And yet there definitely were people suggesting otherwise. Am I wrong here?
There's a universe where, in some situations, where you need to discuss what a winner's metagame is versus the metagame at large, because they are different, right? Like, you can't deny the decks you play on day 2 are a more concentrated series of decks than the decks you have the potential to play on day 1, and that happens in tournaments. Now, the extremes where that begins to matter, I think, is really where you can really dive into the details a little bit more, and there's a lot more discussion. But I think in most Magic spaces, you do have people talking about, okay, what am I going to be playing later on in the rounds versus what I'm going to be playing early on. And I think there's some amount of merit to that for sure. And we've seen things like buys at events have an impact on that in some way. And maybe the SCG, you know, with the order of the formats does matter some. It never mattered much when, you know, what I was testing. And, you know, for the NRG championships, that might be something interesting to talk about as well with the players is, does the order of formats matter for what decks you pick? But in general, it's so hard to actually make any true conclusions from that. I have to imagine there's not a lot of decisions that you can confidently make, but to say they're not different at all, I think is a little wild.
Yeah. Okay, well, that is going to bring us at least some of the way through the gap between round 2 and round 3. Before we step away again for another break, I have been instructed to say that 5 followers per round is actually not enough. I thought 5 followers a round was a nice total to try and achieve, but no, I'm told more is being demanded. The bar is being raised to some arbitrary number. I don't know. We'll set it at 8. And we'll see if we can pick up 8 followers next round. Anyway, if you're enjoying the content, hopefully you do. Stick around, follow, maybe subscribe, maybe show up, maybe play at our next events. We'll see. We'll be here. Anyway, Drake and I'll be back after the break for round 3. All right, Drake and I are back here for round 3 at Nerd Rage Gaming, our team trial, Modern, Legacy, and Pioneer. The players are ready to go. So we're going to start with, what did we say, Pioneer this
We
round.
said Pioneer. There's
We're
got
gonna
some
start with
two
Pioneer.
sweet decks, Joe. Some good ones to
we
look at
do.
here.
We've got, well, let's go ahead. The players are waiting for us. Let's go ahead and go down to the table right now, and we can get things rolling. We see the Mardu Greasefang versus Zori's Control, if that proves to be correct. If we see
I
those things
believe
get
it's an Is It Prowess
adjusted or
deck.
not. Well, it's always fun when we start these rounds to see, how things got attributed, whether it's correct or not. And
Looks like
I don't even think the teams are listed correctly at this point.
it's hard to tell. It's hard to tell. It looks like it might just be reversed here. So it looks like it is It Prowess, as we start with a Steam Vents into a Soulscar Mage, and then the Mardu Greasefang deck is here on the left as we start with the Volbaran Epicure. Going to go ahead and make a blood token.
All right, so this Mardu Greasefang deck is something we briefly talked about in the opening about one of the Pioneer decks, where this is kind of one of those small creatures, and then with a strong, kind of like all-in trump turn. And oh wait, we'll delay that for a second. I get to mark the first card on the list. Yes.
Yay, the first checklist card, Joe. I'm so proud
All
of you.
right,
Ledger
so-
Shredder, one that we did allude to seeing some this weekend. The hot new spice from New Capenna, going to go ahead and come down here and threaten to make basically make a loot and potentially a counter here as early as turn 2. As
All right,
we're going to crack the blood token. Parhelion, the discard. I think that's the way we drew it up. Another card coming here for Robert Taylor. Fire Shoes on Twitter. Going to shock in Godless Shrine. And here's Stitcher Supplier. 2 actions, not 2 spells. No loot for you.
So if you're unfamiliar with Pioneer or this Greasefang deck, the combo is to get Greasefang into play and Parhelion into the graveyard. Step 1 is done. Parhelion, maybe we can pop that up. Parhelion 2, I believe, is actually the name.
Correct.
Is there a Parhelion 1?
I think in the lore there is, but there's no card for it, Joe.
Sure.
I'm
Okay.
sorry to disappoint. No Parhelion Tribal for you.
Yeah. So Parhelion 2, an 8-mana vehicle, but Greasefang is a 3-drop that will cheat that into play from the graveyard just for 1 turn. But as you can read, 1 turn is often enough to make a significant impact on the board, as Greasefang does give haste and crew up the Parhelion and send it in and create 2 angels. So
we'll 4 power being able to crew it and crash in for, I believe the number is 13 damage.
Yeah.
It's a lot of damage, and you get to keep the angels to boot. So that's a 2-turn clock. Very powerful combo in the Pioneer format. And we'll see if we can get that started here on turn 3. A lot of pressure, I think, from Jesse here to kind of threaten Robert's life total. And we are going to see an attack that kind of represents that, even though we're attacking to a Stitcher Supplier. That never feels good, giving more cards to the yard. Parhelion's already in the graveyard.
Yeah.
And I mean, Stitcher Supplier is going to get in. I'm sorry.
That's the big thing, right? In this deck, it's not like we have multitudes of graveyard interactions. It's like, just get Parhelion in the graveyard. That's already done. So I think killing Stitcher Supplier is not as, fearsome as it would be if there wasn't one already in the graveyard.
Well, we do see a Greasefang milled over. That does matter for this Mardu list here, as there's a card called Can't Stay Away that acts as a copy of Unearth. Will be able to reanimate the Greasefang to then, of course, reanimate the Parhelion and get everything out of the graveyard. So definitely still a hit. I believe there's a copy of Cruxa in the list as well. So we have a couple other graveyard interactions going on here in this Mardu deck, as looking to tap 2 mana here and maybe sacrifice the Voldaran Epicure for a Deadly Dispute.
Deadly Dispute, sack something, draw 2 cards, and make a treasure, which means that this turn isn't necessarily over for Robert Taylor.
Now remember, if you do play another spell from here, that Ledger Shredder is going to loot again. It does count both players. Jesse did manage to trigger it using the Monastery Swift Spear and Opt on the previous turn.
Yeah, playing paper versus playing online, Ledger Shredder triggers, can be missed in this reality, whereas they can't online. And here we have...
This looks like a Can't Stay Away.
Yeah.
And Jesse's done. Absolutely not. I can't beat that. That Parhelion, no thank you.
Jesse's at 13, so actually it's not even a matter of...
literally lethal right there. Wow.
Okay, so to kind of recap what happens there, as that was quick. So yeah, so Greasefang, if we can bring that up on the screen. I know we had it up there briefly, but Greasefang gets reanimated, is 4-3. It says, okay, beginning of combat, let's put a vehicle from the graveyard into play, and it gains haste. Parhelion comes into play, 5-5. Attacks, makes 2 4/4 flyers, and as Drake surmised, that is 13, and that was Jesse's life total. So that's an attack for 13 right out of nowhere, and that gets it
Wow.
done. Okay,
It just
so
gets the game over with. So
yeah,
powerful.
I mean you didn't sound like you had a lot of respect for this deck, but when it works,
It works.
it works.
Hard to beat.
Yeah. All right. So okay, we're gonna go ahead and drop down to Zoe Reederman's match, which is probably the modern seat, and we see Living End again, no surprise, versus Jund. Okay, now we do know this Jund deck picked up a new card from Streets of New Capenna, which will be relevant in this matchup.
Absolutely. And this is old foes, new cards here, Joe. A lot of channel cards that the Living End deck has picked up. We saw Zoe have a impressive finish. I believe it was a top 4 previously, it just playing a individual modern event. So she is somewhat of an expert on the deck at this point in time. And certainly is going to run that back, looking for a similar result at the minimum. And of course, Jund versus Living End, like I said, something that's been around for a while. But Jund, as you mentioned, has some new cards as well, some of which even from New Capenna. I believe we are going to see some maybe charms, maybe some triomes, and all that stuff that they have available to them. We could see in this game as here comes Shardless Agent.
Well, we
Looking
know what
for a
that finds. It's going to find the Living
Could
End.
be anything.
And so the new card, Riveter's Charm, if we can bring that up as Zoe's flipping through the deck, looking for the Living End. Riveter's Charm is a new red, green, black instant. One of the modes is Wipe the Graveyard, which would be fairly useful against Living End. However, with 1 mana open, that does not seem to be forthcoming from David Pound. And so instead, well, he's going to lose his Tarmogoyf.
Nice foil Tarmogoyf, it looks like.
Yeah, well,
but
it's
that
gone.
one's still going to go to graveyard.
Now, if it was just lose Tarmogoyf, okay, that might be survivable. But not only, and he actually gets Dragon Rage Channeler back.
Oh, there we go. It's got a lot of blocking to do.
Yeah,
it looks like there may be a lot of blocking to do.
So he's going to casually add around somewhere in the neighborhood of 30 power to the board and take a card from David's hand.
More than one. I think there's multiple. Is there multiple griefs or are those street rates?
I'm not sure.
I think there's 2 griefs. Oh, we're going to go ahead and bolt one. Go ahead and take care of that. Brazen Borrower, maybe there's a Surveil first. All right, keep that one on top. That's a damnation. And here goes Brazen Borrower to the graveyard. And it looks like the new Triome there, the Z, it says something with a Z, Proving Ground.
Oh, is Zayatora?
Yeah.
Yeah, Zayatora's Proving Ground. All right.
That's on camera. That's right there, Joe. You got 2 ticks on the checklist. There we go. All right, here comes that card that we do know about. David Pound taking a look. Not sure what it could be. It looks like it was a Riveteer's Charm, but that's not going to be good enough. Sacrificing 1 creature, you're still dead on board at 14. And of course, the Street Race can't even be blocked. So that's going to do it for game 1 here in the modern seat. As we saw,
even better. Swamp Walk actually relevant. What a boost. All right. So we got 2 games, kind of
fast,
domineering.
Quick magic, Joe. Yeah, we got places to be. Let's go.
Yeah, exactly. Tarmogoyf could not hold the fort down against the entire board. All right. So, Pioneer just threw their opening hands. Let's go back down to it. See if we can have a repeat performance from Robert Taylor, or if Jesse Robkin can try and keep the 13 power off the board, as it's always going to be 13 power, right? So it's always going to be the same thing for
right. Well, if you count the Greasefang, that's additionally 4 power, but the power healing goes away. The math's a little funky. You get hit for 13.
Yeah,
that's the first connection. And of course, Jesse playing on Izzet deck, you have to imagine that she's going to have access to some counter magic in the sideboard games here and some additional removal spells. Now that she knows the matchup, now that she knows kind of has access to the sideboard cards, I imagine the texture of these sideboard games is going to look very different from the just unanswered Greasefang on turn 3 in game 1.
Right. Now, Greasefang being a 4/3, I mean, it is something that can be picked off pre-combat when it's in play, and thus avoiding this Parhelion nonsense.
Correct.
But yeah, something like Ledger Shredder and some kind of smallish, aggro, evasive, conniving, get a little card advantage going. That's great and everything, but if it can just if the way to deal with Greasefang isn't there, it's not going to matter. As when Robert Taylor does his thing, if it works, Jesse's not going to be able to stand up to it. So yeah, needs to have.
This is not one of those decks that's going to battle through the 4/4 angels very well.
Right,
Being it is a
right.
deck, you just don't have great removal spells for a 4/4 flying angel token, especially not two of them, and that have
Right. I mean,
vigilance and
most
threaten
decks
to go
don't.
turn.
I mean,
Right. True.
yeah, especially when they all have haste.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's so.
this is not tap 5 mana for a 4/4 vigilance creature.
We've come a long way from Sarah's Angel, from Sarah Angel,
This
Joe.
is brutal.
Back in your days. Oh.
So let's see. It looks like both players took one mulligan here.
Robert
And
Taylor considering. Looks like Voldaren Epicure, Inspiring Vantage among the cards.
Yeah, Voldaren Epicure. Boy, that I didn't even think it took me a while to even accept that as a marginal playable and limited. And
Yeah,
now
I don't get it either, Joe. It's apparently powerful. It's not my kind of card. I like my expressive iterations and blue and red cards, and that's a red card that I don't vibe with. What is it? Just makes a bunch of stuff. Like here's some game objects. So here comes the black side of the black red pathway. I don't know the names that well. As here comes Stitcher's Supplier. Looks like somewhat of a whiff. Just some 1 mana cards among the bunch. No Parhelions here, and Unlicensed Hearse on turn 2. New Capenna card, Joe.
Yeah,
there we
that goes on the
go.
list. Unlicensed Hearse is a vehicle. Unlike Voldaren Epicure, this is a strong limited card.
I believe that.
2
There
mana
we
to
go. We
play,
can see that one.
2 to crew, and its size is the number of cards that it gets exiled to it from graveyards, which it can do by tapping and pick off 2 a turn. This is going to make it much harder for Robert Taylor to do the Parhelion thing.
Looks like it's literally going to eat the cards as Robert Taylor just going to go ahead and put those directly under the licensors. Make it easy to track. Makes sense. Here comes Ledger Shredder as a follow-up, a very solid follow-up, and a removal spell to be the second spell there. Going to go ahead and cause a loot.
All right. So, yeah. And I actually wondered going into, I was like, I wonder if Drake and 10 are going to say loot or connive on Ledger Shredder. Because it is looting, right? I mean, that's what we think.
Yeah, but okay, if you discard spells, it's suddenly connive and it gets counters. Yeah. Come on, we all know what a loot is.
Right.
Fine. It will connive.
But yeah, I'm fine with either way. You say one, we know what you mean. So Ledger Shredder on the board, and maybe it'll trigger multiple times during this game. And if it can trigger actually, as long as the Parhelion thing isn't happening, it doesn't need any counters to be the biggest thing on the board. There are not
That's very true. I mean, yeah.
Robert's got his couple sister suppliers here. That's not going to do much.
Those little 1/1s not really going to hold their own, although they do a good job blocking. Once again, we saw kind of the threat that Stitcher Supplier is as a blocker. Obviously not really threatening to trade, but instead threatening to move cards around and graveyard the necessary cards to accomplish the combo. And we see a Parhelion is currently in the sideboard, or I'm sorry, in the graveyard, but that one's going to go ahead and get taken care of right away from this unlicensed Hearse. No shenanigans from you. Thank you.
All right. So iterations on the stack, iterations in hand.
Looks like not really interested in the Reckless Impulse. That one's going to get out of here. Here comes a Consider. Here comes a Connive. Going to go ahead and discard a Sprite Dragon. That'll put a counter on the Ledger Shredder. Very quickly going to accomplish that. Surveil. Going to graveyard a Treasure Cruise and draw another card. Looks like Odawara is the pickup there. And going to play that as the land for turn and come across for 2.
All right.
So Jesse, looking to be a lot here.
Yeah, I mean, that's great and everything. Without the unlicensed Hearse, this would still just be inconsequential compared to the Greasefang combo. But with the unlicensed Hearse, now this Ledger Shredder creates a clock, and that Hearse, I mean, if Robert can't pick off that Hearse, and you know what? He's got to pick it off and then mill a Parhelion, because if you do it in the reverse order, like the one that's already in there, that Hearse is just gonna eat them up. And then I suppose eventually, I don't know, is there a point where the unlicensed Hearse actually starts attacking? Or is it
I definitely think so. I mean, It kind of looks like Robert kind of trying to establish just like a board presence here. Like we have Greasefang that has entered the battlefield naked, but now that represents the inability for Jesse to attack with the unlicensed Hearse, right? Because if you attack with it, it's tapped. You can't exile cards with it anymore. And then suddenly Robert has a window to put a Parhelion in the graveyard and reanimate it. So kind of Greasefang is able to kind of hold back this hearse, and that's why we saw that attack with the Stitcher Supplier there, not really threatening to block the hearse anymore because, you know, it's free damage and you can't block the Ledger Shredder anyway. So a little bit back and forth, some tight play, and kind of a little bit more going on the battlefield than you would suspect just looking at power and toughnesses of the cards in play here.
All right, so Ledger Shredder causing the first one to connive. Is it going to grow this time? It is. Swift Spear
That
gets tossed,
grows
and
just
okay.
one of them, as the other Ledger Shredder is on the stack at the time of that connive happening. So that is. Oh wait, no. Does it check other connives, or does it check its own individually? Well, let's get a look at Ledger Shredder. I want to read the text on connive.
Yeah, so it's only going to be. It's only refer to itself. It's not
Sure.
going to get a
It doesn't
counter for
check
the
to
other
see
one.
if a connive
Yeah.
happens. Discard card. If you discarded a non-land card, okay, yeah, it checks for that ability resolving. Okay, I thought that like maybe there's a chance you could grow both. That would probably be ridiculous. I only ever really see one Ledger Shredder in play. Two is just going to move through cards at a ridiculous rate, and of course that it'll trigger on Robert's turn too. So Robert's kind of in the squeeze now that, you know, if he plays a bunch of different spells on his turn, then Jesse's going to grow her Ledger Shredders and make them huge and loot through the whole deck to find all the counter spells and the good sideboard cards. And you definitely don't want that. So now it's kind of like a weird rule of law that's attacking you.
Right. So Greasefang comes across here, and yeah, Robert adds a Citrus Supplier to the board for the turn. Like that's not very relevant right now, and yeah, kind of can't play a second card.
Honestly, it's almost like a downside.
Yeah.
The Earth gets bigger.
Yeah. So due to the grouping of blockers on Robert's side, yeah, this hearse is probably going to be is going to be staying on defense, or at least on graveyard defense, as Jesse's going to clear out her own graveyard here and benefit
You know what's
3
really good
cards
with
from
two
a
cards that
Treasure
connive,
Cruise.
Joe?
Not a card that gets, not a card that I've cast in quite some time now, as it has been banned out of several formats. But
it's pretty good with Ledger Shredder for sure. Ledger Shredder
yeah,
filling up the graveyard. Treasure Cruise giving you more cards to trigger the Ledger Shredders more often. I would call this a synergy. Good deck building here, as we're going to see 2 lands gone to the graveyard. I think if you're Robert, you want to be excited about that because you're not being attacked for more damage. That probably means Jesse's hand is just literally all spells, right? Like you have to just be in a little bit of trouble because literally Jesse's just sitting on a pile of spells if she's just looting lands to the graveyard like crazy.
yeah. And Robert's got, needs help here. He's got a Parhelion in hand. So if
Far away
the
from casting that
unlicensed
one.
hearse gets picked off, he's ready to go. And I think on the bottom of the screen, partially covered up by the overlay, I think there's a blood token. So
Can do it at instant speed.
mhm.
But that hearse needs to be either tapped or destroyed in order to make that happen. So we'll see what Robert can assemble. All right. Gonna discard a Parhelion to the blood token, draw a card.
Okay, there's another Parhelion in hand, I think.
Now,
Is Greasefang going to target in the graveyard? I imagine it would, but maybe not.
I think Greasefang says target. You do
Let's
have
go
to
ahead
select
and
a target with
bring
that
up
ability.
Greasefang again and see if this is something that could be dodged by type play and another extra blood token.
Yeah, if there's like another vehicle, looks like it may not matter, as it looks like we're before combat. We're going to cast a Reckless Rage here, targeting Soulscar Mage and a Greasefang.
Mm-hmm. Well, that will be an efficient way to get rid of that. Prowess will trigger, so Soulscar Mage is not going to die to the Reckless Rage. Greasefang, however, will. And
appears
unlicensed
to do
hearse is
so.
like,
And let's
cool.
get both of those. No,
Yeah.
can't stay away shenanigans. No, none of what happened in game 1. Put that directly under the hearse. Thank you. Have a nice day. We have a nice funeral procession for that coming up.
Still, this hearse, with these 3 Citrus Suppliers, this hearse isn't attacking. I think it's just going to have to be one in the air, which Jesse is certainly capable of doing.
Yeah, that's all right. Jesse's got time. You know, we with the hearse basically shutting down kind of everything this Mardu Greasefang deck's trying to accomplish. There's certainly a lot of time, as I believe here comes Fable of the Mirror Breaker.
Right. So yeah, Mirror Breaker comes in, it'll generate a token, a non-flying token. So these Ledger Shredders will continue in the air. And this is something that, sure, long-term advantage. I don't know how long-term there actually is here for Robert in this game, as Jesse, I believe, is conniving again with the 2 Ledger Shredders.
with the trigger on the stack to make a token, looks like. This is in the second main, of course. We, I believe, destroyed that before. That or could be in first main, because I think you have to destroy the Grease Fang before you move to combat, because it is at the beginning of the combat the trigger goes on the stack. It may not matter, though, because you can just do it with the trigger on the stack. So either way, we're in one of the main phases. Going to respond to the trigger to make the token with the Reckless Rage. And here comes a Treasure Cruise, a fantastic follow-up to a turn of a bunch of one-mana interaction. Not really sure why Treasure Cruise itself is exiled at this point in time. Oh, it's not. That's the other one. There we go. Bam. Express Iteration, also a fine follow-up. Find more of those interaction cards.
These players in these other formats with only expressive iterations, that's not even good enough. Treasure Cruise plus iteration, that's the real stuff.
Weak
and
sauce.
some legislation. I mean, Jesse could fire off another Treasure Cruise this turn easily.
Easily. Yeah, this is ridiculous. You just get to go through your entire deck, find all your Treasure Cruises, and then use them all. And here comes a ton of damage in the air. I believe that'll be 7. Robert suddenly needing to assemble something next turn. Not even going to get to flip this Fable of the Mirror Breaker into the Saga form before we are facing down potentially lethal. It looks like maybe a Den of the Bugbear among the lands too. Just really, Jesse, really demonstrating the power of the new Capenna cards in her deck. I mean, literally have basically dictated the entire pace of this game with Unlicensed Hearse on turn 2, then Ledger Shredder on turn 3, and those cards really kind of making the lion's share of the interactive impact on this game.
Yeah, Unlicensed Hearse showing up in all formats. It was even in the Legacy, in the top 8 of the Legacy event on Magic Online last weekend.
Some powerful cards, Joe.
In the Slivers deck, of all things.
Oh,
Unlicensed Hearse, so strong, it carried Slivers to the top 8 of an event.
I'm sure about some meat hooks, Joe.
All right, so there is another Parhelion as well as Sky
Sovereign.
Sky Sovereign Console Flagship, right? That's the name.
That is the full name of that card.
Sky
You got
Sovereign
this,
Console Flagship. Yeah.
Okay,
so that's like the backup. That's like the 5th Parhelion.
Correct. You can actually hardcast that one, so you know, just a little extra love in case your Parhelions get like Unmoored Egoed or whatever. You need something else to do that's powerful. In this case, it's just a mostly dead card. Although it would be a nice one. It does fly, so you could, potentially pick off like the Soulscar Mage or whatever and threaten to block. But given that Robert is at 2, even that's not really good enough. As we're fanning through a bunch of options, can't stay away, and a pile of lands appears to be the mixture available here.
Yeah, Jesse's probably wondering, what do you even have that you're thinking about here that you're not just dead?
What is the possible sequence? Yeah, Unlicensed Hearse still untapped, and 2 different lethal threats in the air. It looks like Robert has come to the same conclusion. We're going to move to game 3. We got to see kind of both decks really do their thing, and we'll see, if there's any sideboard adjustments or modifications that can be made to see, the result of this match. See if who can really come out on top there. Yeah, some cool stuff in Pioneer. Some 2 really cool decks, both of which I think are kind of still in development. We're seeing, I think Grease Fang decks used to be Esper. Now we're seeing like a Mardu take on it. And then Is It Prowess? Typically we've seen Phoenix decks now suddenly eschewing the Phoenix Thing in the Ice stuff and maybe reaching for the Prowess creatures again with the power of Ledger Shredder and then Unlicensed Hearse as a graveyard option. So really cool to see a lot of this iteration happening here.
I mean, if Unlicensed Hearse becomes a common sideboard card, these Grease Fang, or it already is, these Grease Fang decks, like, there needs to be answers. I mean, that wasn't a short game and nothing showed up. Now, maybe that's just the way it is, but Robert definitely needs tools to defeat that. We're going to go. All right. So we have 3 formats playing as part of our team event. And all 3 are between games right now.
Perfect.
Players are not
good Magic being played. Quick Magic, shuffling up. And, ready to go again. So it's awesome that we see this tight competitive play happening here. But unfortunately, it means we don't have Magic to look at this moment.
Okay. Well, and a further update from the table is that all 3 players were shuffling because the match ended. So
awesome. Can we get confirmation on who won?
We'll see what actually happened there. In the meantime, you all can admire Drake's trying out a new look. Screen. No ears.
Not using them. I have ears. Like, come on.
Yeah.
Look, I have
with his.
I have a single ear. I look like an elf when that happens. Yeah, I have a green screen. I'm in the process of renovating my house here, And so as a result, you get to see my beautiful virtual office. Looks like Zach and Zoe both won their matches. So Zoe Reederman's team going to emerge victorious here. Impressive stuff. Impressive stuff. Good work.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So the team of Zach Allen, Zoe Reederman, and Jesse Robkin does win round 3. Okay. We're going to step away for a minute, and then we're going to come back, and we're going to have another interview lined up for you. So we'll be right back. All right, Drake and I are back here. We finished up round 3 of the NRG team event, and we're going to speak now with Robert Taylor, who was on the losing team just now. He was the Grease Fang player, and we're going to talk to him a little bit about Pioneer and a lot bit about other things he's got going on this weekend. So let's go ahead and bring him in here. Robert, how you doing?
Hey, good. Thanks for having me on.
All right. So this Grease Fang deck, with Parhelion too, kind of the combo. Like, what's your kind of like view of this deck, and like what led you to it?
Uh, well, it's got a possible turn 3 combo, really. I mean, theoretically, it could go even turn 2, but just something proactive that I thought would be a great choice for this weekend.
Yeah, I
The
mean,
list
it
I'm
looked
playing won the Pioneer Challenge on Magic Online last weekend. So I thought I'd be a pretty good choice for this weekend. And I've already faced 2 mirror matches, actually.
Oh
really.
wow. Were they also martyr, or were there any Esper variants of the deck? Those are the kind of versions that were the predecessors, as far as I understand.
Right, both modern in rounds 1 and rounds 2. So
Wow.
Hmm.
That's got to be fun. So you're pretty versed in the mirror match at this point in time, huh?
yeah, I was ready for the mirror, but not for that is it deck.
Yeah, some powerful
Sure.
stuff going
Yeah,
on from
unless
Gussie
it's
for sure.
first, that kind of puts a damper on the whole Parhelion party time.
Yeah, I was hoping to mostly avoid that this weekend.
Sure. Well, I mean, we still got plenty of rounds left to go, and you can dodge that. You looks like you have a good shot. All right. So mostly what we want to talk to you about, or let you talk about, is what you've got going on for tomorrow with your Battle of Wits deck. Because this is not just a stock Battle of Wits deck, if that even exists. This is a custom charity Battle of Wits deck, which is, I have to say, very, very cool.
Yeah, the community really came out in support of this initiative. Basically, I'm fundraising for Extra Life that is they help to take care of sick kids that are in children's hospitals across the U.S. My particular charity is going towards the University of Iowa Stead Family Children's Hospital, which is the only children's hospital in Iowa where I'm from. So I let people donate. Every $20 they donated, they could pick a card that goes in the Battle of Wits deck. For people that aren't familiar with Battle of Wits, it's a 5-mana enchantment. And at the beginning of your upkeep, if you have more than 200 cards in your deck, you win the game. So we have plenty of room for the donated cards. We wound up with, I think, 115 cards donated. So over $2,000 raised so far. It's pretty exciting. I went ahead and filled out the rest of the deck with some good cards.
Try to salvage it, huh?
Okay. So
We have lots of pet cards in the deck that might not do anything in modern.
That's okay.
so you've
So
got
people wanted to look at the deck. Is there a spot you have the deck list available somewhere? I know you kind of had the thread going on Twitter. I
Right.
didn't know
So
if
if
you
you
had
go to twitter.com/fireshoes, I've got a pin post that you can scroll through and see the cards as they were chosen by people. There's also links to like MTG Goldfish. You can see the full deck list. What
cool.
that's going to include what I filled it out with this weekend too.
Yeah, we were
To get it
scrolling
up.
through it during the break, and it goes and goes and goes. You gotta so you
Yeah,
said, oh, it's
lots of
over 100 community contributed cards.
absolutely.
So awesome.
That there was a lot of popularity with alternate win conditions besides Battle of Wits. For example, there's Chance Encounter, which you can put charge counters on for flipping coins, and if you have 10 charge counters, you win the game.
That's
Unfortunately,
awesome.
I don't have any ways to flip coins in my deck.
It's gonna be tough to win the game with that one. Then
I think
that's
I'm
really
mostly
cool.
gonna just pitch it to Fury
Sure,
That's
as
smart.
a red
that's a good
card.
use for it.
Smart.
So
There's some limited all stars like Sentinel of the Eternal Watch is a 5-mana 4/6 vigilance. I think that's about all it does. Real modern staples.
all right, so yeah, we might need to organize a different charity drive for your extra life for each match you win tomorrow. I don't. We'll have to
Correct.
get that one higher because I don't know how well your chances are, but this is awesome.
It should be a lot per win.
Yeah, it should be.
No, this is not the first time I've done this, though. I
Mhm.
did the first Battle of Wits charity was back in November at a 1.5K near Iowa City, and I went 4-3 that day.
Really?
Positive
This has
win
a
record
lot
is
more worse
extremely
cards. So,
impressive.
yeah, and
Wow.
then the following weekend actually top 8'd my store championship.
No
So,
kidding.
you know, when I got paired for the last round, and my opponent started laughing with his friends, I was in for a good time because he was playing Mill.
Oh no.
It, not only was my deck 260 cards, but I also had 2 endurances in it. And
Just
my deck
shuffle it
this
all back
weekend
in.
might be better against Mill because I've got Emrakul and Nexus of Fate in the main deck as well.
Wow. So
Just
you
in case
got
your Mill
covered.
Magic wasn't
So
good
I'm
enough
just
already.
looking to get paired with Mill every round.
Fair enough.
We'll see if we can make that
You got
happen.
it.
I don't think our judges are too akin to being bribed for things, but if ever there was a worthy cause for it, this might be the time.
Exactly.
This is fantastic. Well, thanks for
Oh.
everything that you're doing for this. It's on Extra Life, so if people want to additionally, I mean, your deck list is locked at this point, but if people wanted to chip in, so they would go to how do they find it?
Well, I'll read off the link for you here.
Okay.
It's extra-life.org/participant/fire shoes.
Okay.
Cool.
So viewers in chat, if you hear that and you want to get involved, that is how you do it.
There you go.
Perfect. And I'm sure you
And
can find that link on
link
Twitter.
that link is also under that pin tweet on my Twitter
Right.
account too.
Cool.
It's
Awesome.
the second post down, so it's right there.
This is excellent. Well, Robert, I'm sure everyone appreciates what you're doing in Iowa for the hospital, for the organization. Good luck the rest of the day. Good
Absolutely.
luck. Okay, there we go. We got it up on screen now.
Cool.
And good luck
All right,
tomorrow.
perfect.
And we'll be rooting for you. And we'll probably try and bring you back on camera tomorrow. So we'll see how this bad boy
All
actually
right.
plays out.
We'll see all the alternate win conditions,
Great.
see if you can pull them off.
Exactly.
Good luck the
All
rest of
right.
your day.
Exactly. It should be fun.
It should be. I'm sure it will be. Congratulations to you for putting this together, for thinking this up, for everything involved in it. That's very cool.
It's
Good
it's
work.
awesome. Of course, everyone that donated really made the difference on this. It's awesome.
Yeah. All right. Well, that was excellent. Robert, it was a pleasure talking to you. Good luck the rest of the day.
All right, thanks.
Well, that was so cool.
That's awesome. Yeah, I
That
can't wait. It's so cool when you flip through the cards. There's so many funny ones, but also honestly some nostalgic stuff. Like you said, that the limited all stars. You're just like, oh yeah, that card was busted in limited. Probably not busted in modern, but hey, you never know. You
Yeah.
never know how cards are going to line up. So very interested to see how his matches play out tomorrow. And if nothing else, really really cool thing to put together for a good cause.
Yeah, really neat. All right, so that is going to take us to the end of round 3, and that means Drake is out of here. But don't pout too long. He'll be back tomorrow morning to finish up the event, the top 4 in the finals. If you're just joining us, we've got 7 rounds of Swiss today, plus the quarterfinals. The semifinals and finals will be tomorrow morning, followed by the modern trial. So Drake will be back tomorrow morning to take us through the elimination rounds and then through a good chunk of the modern. So, Viral Drake, anything you want to say before you check out of here?
No, thank you very much. I appreciate you having me. You can find me on Twitter at viral_Drake. And if you want to interact with me, you want to reach out to me, of course, find me there. Otherwise, as always, I will do my best to be back tomorrow in timely fashion, give you some great content. Paper Magic, of course, is back and here for you to watch. Thank you very much for having me. And I'll see you all tomorrow.
All right. We'll be back after the round break is over with Tana Grace to be with us the rest of the day. So come on back. All right, we're back here for round 4. Drake Sasser is out of here. Tanning Grace, the Tanning Grace, has replaced him. How you doing this afternoon?
I'm doing all right, Joe. I have the enviable problem of I slept too much last night and for too long, and so I'm actually a little tired because of that.
All
I
right.
don't know if you
Well,
ever get that problem.
we can fix that in the future. We'll just put you on
Sure.
the morning shift, and then you won't have a chance to do that.
Yeah, that'd be
So
great.
we added Pioneer to the series for this event. So we're playing Modern, Legacy, and Pioneer. And you probably know more about the early history of Pioneer than almost anybody because you had a podcast with Ross Merriam that was dedicated to Pioneer. For you've expanded it to other formats now, but for quite some time it was just Pioneer every week.
Yeah, for about the first year, I think, of the podcast, we talked about solely Pioneer. And if you remember, I'm trying to remember exactly what else was announced in the announcement when it happened. I think it was a ban and restricted announcement came out. And then they kind of had this like throwaway paragraph from Watsi where it's like, oh yeah, and by the way, we're coming up with this other format called Pioneer, and it's this. And I remember reading the paragraph, like cut and copying it, sending it to Ross and being like, this is awesome. Like, I can't wait for this. So we had the podcast within like 6 hours. We had our first episode out within 12 hours. And yeah, absolutely love the format and really, really glad that it comes back, that it's making a big comeback because I think no paper magic or very little paper magic over the
Mhm.
last about 2 years now has really hurt that format because this is one that was meant to be played more in paper and I thought could even possibly supplant modern one day as like the most popular format.
Yeah, I mean it's like it's tough because it didn't have a chance to really grab a
Right.
foothold before we shifted on to online only.
Yeah.
And so like Modern Legacy well established and then Arena has different options. Although I mean sounds like eventually
Mm.
Pioneer will be more or less on Arena, and that will be then at that point really primed to explode. But for now, it's just kind of coming back into
Mm.
the forefront of Magic, where instead of taking kind of some time off.
Yeah, so for Pioneer and Arena, I'll believe it when I see it because we've been
Yeah,
hearing it from them for about a year and a half
yeah,
now
yeah,
that,
yeah,
oh, it's coming, it's coming, it's coming. But
yeah.
they did take some positive steps towards it, right? And I would love to see it on Arena. I would play it probably too much to, my own detriment because I do like the format quite a bit. I don't get to play it as much because I don't play a ton of paper right now.
Mhm.
But they did take some positive steps towards it, and it does seem like it is going to be coming to Arena. We've got the quote unquote like Pioneer format. It's called Explorer, I
Right.
believe, on Arena, and it's
Yeah.
like Pioneer Light right
Yeah.
now. So we got some of the stuff in there and some of the represented decks, but not all of them yet.
Right. And that feels like it could lead to a very odd scenario over because I think it's like probably a couple year timeline to
Mhm.
really to catch up. And so we'll have Pioneer Light and then Pioneer a little bit less light and then
Yeah,
Pioneer almost there.
fully leaded. Yeah.
Yeah. And so it'll take a while to get that going. But
Mhm.
I don't that's yeah, that's as a paper player,
Mhm.
primary like I will always think of myself as a paper magic
Same.
player. It's awkward to like for I think if you're like a primary online player, like, oh, cool,
Mm.
they're changing the format like every month. But for us, it's like,
Yeah.
well, you're changing it every month, but you're still, yeah, we're just still short of where we want to be at.
I think the
But
official term for us is paper boomer. I think if Drake was here, I think that's what he would call us still.
that's no good.
Well, I mean,
We
you and
like
I, we
we
played our first games of Magic and paper before most of the people who are playing in this tournament or watching tournament were born, Joe. So
I I yeah I mean I learned how to play Magic before I learned how to use the internet.
yeah, same.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, okay. Well, we've got ourselves a few hours here to come up with a better term than paper boomer. In the meantime, we've got uh players set for round 4. We're gonna start with modern this round, although we're talking about pioneer, but we're gonna
Sure.
start with modern this round and then see where things go. We've got a team from California. We mentioned there are a few teams. There's probably teams from quite a few places, as we
Yeah.
just have a packed house with 120 teams. But we have a few teams from California. We're gonna have feature one of them this round, including Ivan Espinosa, who won the Nerd Race Championship last year. One of the
A
two
player
players.
that really, catapulted himself into the limelight over probably about the last year when
Yeah,
Paper Magic has made a comeback. Evan Espinoza has made a huge name for himself, doing well all over NRG. He did really well in the Las Vegas. What was did they have like an official name of that event? The Channel Fireball Las Vegas event that happened. You and I were hanging out
yeah,
a little bit there, but I think he either won it or like I think top 4 or something like that. It just lots of
Ye-
really good results. Great
Yeah,
player.
I'm with you on not actually knowing what that event was called, but yeah, he was there and he did very well. And you're and in other places too, as we see here. Okay, we've got things kicked off here. So on the left, we got Vincent Daniels, Marty Silverberg, and Rajarshi Colaventi. And then on the right, we have the California team of Justin Porches, Ivan Espinosa, and Chris Ayali. And we're starting
Yeah.
with
So we have one of
Marty
the
and Ivan.
typical matchups here that you see where, the team of like some more known players versus a team that they haven't had a chance to make their name yet. But this is a good start for a lot of these guys. Vincent Daniels obviously is a pretty known player, but I haven't heard of some of these guys before. But hopefully they get to put on a good show here. And I've been playing the deck that's really brought him to prominence here
Mhm.
over this time span that we talked about of how good he is. And it looks like he's going to offer a trade on these Ragavans right away.
Yeah, that's interesting for Marty, who has the kind of the permanent Ragavan. So
Mhm.
you're kind of, trading down because Ivan's is a temporary Ragavan, but does make the exchange. But you're right. Yeah, Ivan, the 4-color Yorion deck, that has really been the deck that he has had so much success with in Modern. And Marty with Isn't Murktide here,
Now,
obviously
if
a very capable deck, and potentially we can see some Streets of New Capenna cards, at least one. There's the possibility of Ledger Shredder showing up in some of these lists, although not a guarantee.
Yeah, little interesting spot here with the fetch on the stack. Ivan asked for a pause for a second because he has a couple cards that he could have played in response. It looks like he doesn't have. Is that he does have white mana? I apologize. I think he has an Eldemir's Call in his hand that he could have fired off here with the shields down with no
Mhm.
counterspell being available from Marty. But I think Ivan's perfectly fine just taking this game a little bit slower. He actually doesn't want to play a faster game in this matchup, right? Like he generally wants to play a bit of a longer game.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. From Ivan's side, I mean, he has like one of the big things about the Murktide deck in whatever format you're playing is that it's so hard to deal with for a lot of decks. In the mirror, it's this huge creature, you just can't get rid of it. For Ivan, he's going to have a multitude of things that can get rid of it, so he's not going to be afraid of the late game bite at all. And yet, with Marty having a hand with a couple of counter spells, I feel like that's a good way to get to the late game where he may not want to be. So it may not be the ideal draw for him this game.
All right, first real spell from Ivan here is going to be a end of turn Eldamari's Call. It looks like he's going to go find one of his value engine cards, something along those lines. Maybe find an Omnath. Lots of really good. There we go. Risen Reef. Nice little value engine moving into his third turn. Marty, like you said, set up to play a long game here and to play well with one of those Murktides. If he gets up to 4 mana and enough cards in his graveyard, he could play a Murktide with Counterspell back up one turn. And that's really where you want to be in this matchup. The thing is Ivan does have a decent bit of answers, but he's going to need possibly 2 this game to be able to do something about a giant Murktide. Things like Solitude come to mind, but
Right.
you see a lot of ways to protect that from Marty here. So I think this game's going to come down to, is this, a Murktide going to be
Ooh.
good enough in this game? Oh, it looks like no third land from Ivan.
Yeah. Well, now the focus has got to change from Marty's perspective because, I mean, you have your counter spells, but you don't want to be playing a long game now. You want to get as big as advantage as you can grab before Ivan's mana turns on.
So that's a really, really good point, Joe. And I think that's something people don't think about sometimes when they're in this situation. Their opponent misses a land drop here, which means your opponent's hand is chock full of spells. So if you play a longer game and they start drawing lands, you are at a severe disadvantage at that point because they have 7 spells in their hand. And here comes that turn that we talked about here. This looks like this might not be the biggest Murktide of all time. It's going to be pretty good. But the fact that it's going to have 2 mana left up for this counterspell here puts Marty solely in the driver's seat here.
Yeah. Yeah. Really, I feel like it's easy to get torn, and I find myself in this place a lot. If you're in this situation, your opponent has 7 cards, they miss a land drop. Do you just pass and then hope they discard the hand size? Or do you try and take over the game, which is what we're seeing Marty doing? And I think is often the right choice, but it's kind of hard to decide, I feel like, in
Yeah,
some spots.
I find it situational, right? Like in
Yeah.
some matchups, like if I'm okay playing a long game, yeah, I want them to start discarding spells. But in this one, where you have something that's like very proactive, like you see with this Murktide here, and I love this bait here from Ivan. He's going to lead with Ridden 6, which he's great if this resolves, right? He does get him his third land, and rightfully Marty counterspells it, but then there is the Solitude behind this that can't be counterspelled, and that's one of the situations where you see Ivan kind of pausing a little bit and thumbing some cards around his hand, almost kind of telegraphing that he had possibly, an answer to the Murktide there. And I wonder if like Marty could have maybe picked up on that, or if he just doesn't care. He's like, you know what? I have things to do. I have stuff to use my mana on. If I can
Mhm.
keep you from having mana, I get such advantage that it's not even going to matter anymore
Yeah.
at this point.
Yeah. And I mean, even the worst case scenario there, which is probably what happened from Marty's perspective with the Solitude, it's still, 2 cards out of Ivan's hand. So,
Mhm.
I mean, it's tolerable, I
Also, you don't
suppose.
just lose if the Murktide dies as well. You get to keep
Yeah.
playing. You're still, at an advantage mana wise here, but it's one of the things you have to look at your hand. Your hand has technically 3 spells left in it. You have a Bolt, which isn't super great in this matchup, a Counter Spell, which is, and you have Otawara, which is like kind of a bounce spell, but it's not amazing in this
Mhm.
matchup. And then you got those Ragavan off the top. So at least some action added to the hand here. And with a Bobble draw, it's going to add even more card velocity here for Marty.
Yeah. Okay. So a bolt from Ivan and a decision for Marty here.
Are you counterspelling here? Are you
I
playing
think
Protect
I
the Queen?
am.
You're
I
playing
think
Protect the
I
Queen
am.
here at this point? Yeah.
I think the only way I have left to try and press the advantage
Mhm.
is to connect with Ragavan and play cards out of Ivan's deck.
And I think you saw the exact kind of thought go through Marty's head there. You saw him kind of almost shrug counterspell there, right? He's like,
Mhm.
"Yeah, I guess I'm going to counterspell you." Is that an abundant growth off the top? If
It
Marty wants
is.
to use
Yeah.
his mana here,
Yeah. And I mean there are treasures. Yeah. So I think yeah, Marty's gonna get that out there. I mean, he'll get a card at least.
he's going to draw a card. I like using the treasure there. Like you can use mana. You can use this to make mana of any color, for the rest of the game. But also this lets him use his own lands a little bit better. It looks like he's going to take a peek with the bauble here. Marty also with the consider in his hand. But yeah, he's just going to play this a little bit slow because he's not going to be able to really add another threat to the board. He's looking for one of those big threats here. Joe, what do you think?
Mhm. No, yeah, I mean, more Murktides is good. We don't like during these team events, we don't bother really examining deck lists. We just go from match to match. So
Mhm.
we
Don't
don't know the
really have
exact
time for
contents of
that.
his deck list. I guess I could try and pull it up here for myself
I think I
and
saw.
relay it over.
Is that a Ledger Shredder card y'all were having a lot of fun with
Oh,
earlier?
it is. It is a Ledger Shredder. You are right about that.
The most expensive rare in the history of Magic, pretty much at this point.
Is
Yeah, I'm joking, but
it is. I'm sure they are. The new cards tend to be pricey. There are 2 copies of Ledger Shredder in the deck. So that is the kind of the addition to the offensive capabilities, and we see it there.
yeah, a card that I slightly overlooked when I was looking at the spoiler of the set because, like a lot of people, when I first read it, I didn't realize hey, this can trigger from your opponent's stuff
Right.
as
Mhm.
well. And so that just makes the card so much better. The fact that, it can go back and forth, you're seeing it even getting some play in like formats like Legacy and stuff as well. It does look like an Endurance is going to come in here and sabotage this Ragavan that's been running crazy this game.
Yeah, okay, it's gonna be
Oh boy.
ephemorated, yeah, to stick around. And then is there mana for let's see, Ragavan's a legend, but Otawara costs 4, so that would be yeah, so we're still short.
Yeah, you need one more.
Yeah.
Now, there is a bolt in Marty's hand to help finish off this endurance, and you're kind of incentivized to do this, right? Since you have another flying threat in play, plus this would trigger the Ledger Shredder.
That's true. And that the endurance is gonna blink again. And I mean, losing your graveyard at this point doesn't matter too much, but yeah, okay, there it is.
But every card counts in it, right? Even if you can get
Yeah.
1 or 2 in there, at this point, you have what 6, 7 mana in play. I mean, I've made 4/4 Murktides before in matchups like this and had it be okay. You just
Yeah.
need to make sure that Bolt can't pick it off. And the kind of land that Marty wants to draw here, that Fiery Islet there is a land that also can be used to cash in a card as well. Very
Mhm.
good draw off the top here
Yeah.
for Marty as well.
Yeah, Archimage Charm has a lot of potential here. So here is the consider pre-combat.
Ooh,
Looking for a way to put a counter on that Shredder.
I was gonna say, drawing this counterspell at the top is actually pretty sweet here because this allows you to be really aggressive if you want to. Now you can use the charm to draw 2 cards,
Mhm.
activate Shredder. Now this is going to put a plus counter on it. You're going to draw 2 more cards, which draws you another counterspell because like you don't have to sit there and just sit on your charm as like your only protection type
Right.
spell.
Yeah.
And so
So,
now you're kind of cooking here because your Shredder has kind of found you more card velocity here by getting further into your deck and finding these charms and plus counterspells going to be great. Can I even draw a land? I think he finally did.
yeah, so a chance to get things going. Here's the fairy, but yeah, like you're saying, Marty is now well set up. No counter for the Ledger Shredder because a land was pitched, but counterspell takes down to fairy, and I mean it's not much of an offense, but
It's going to be hopefully for Marty, just enough. Well, we spoke too soon.
Yeah.
This fixes all the problems, Joe. I absolutely adore this card, but I think it might be borderline too good.
It is a strong one indeed. Now here
Oh.
are and there's another strong one. So actually it was not any land there. It was 3 spell choices. Marty chooses to dump Mishra's Bauble.
Yeah, put Expressive Iteration into his hands. He has a backup one, and he can exile this Murktide and be able to cast this Murktide from exile. This was probably one of the best iterations you could have had in this spot.
Yeah, this is excellent. And so Marty doing a lot of late game stuff here, casting multiple spells a turn. And we speculated that Ivan would be maybe favored in the late game, but Ivan isn't in the late game.
Yeah.
He's still got 3 land in play. And so this is going to be tough to keep up here.
Yeah, I don't know if they're going to be able to anymore. Ivan, he had maybe a couple of turns there where if he found his third land and maybe started getting resolved, something it could have gotten back in this game. But once he missed for about the third turn in a row or second turn in a row, and Marty started, getting to the point where he's just sculpting his hand because he has a threat in play, that I think the game has started to slip from Ivan. And I'm not saying he can't win from here, but it's looking very, very difficult.
Yeah. All right, another Teferi. I mean, that would be great and everything. No.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be met with another counterspell, which Marty's been able to utilize very well this game. He's kind of been having at least one left over in a lot of these spots. And Ivan at 13, he's about to take a large chunk of damage this turn. I don't know what I'll say. Can lethal be found this turn with the other Murktide? Let's see here. It's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yeah, I think this.
Yeah, I think it is.
I think you can find lethal here. Yeah.
Yeah.
The old Murktide fireball play.
Yeah. So second Murktide grows the first one. And
what an abundant of riches here too. This Expressive Energy finds yet another Expressive Iteration and a counterspell in case that wasn't going to be enough. Yeah, Marty firing on all cylinders here. All right, looks like we're going to cast the Expressive Iteration.
Continues to not grow. There it is. It gets a counter finally. Spell Pierce will pitch for Connive. And Ivan's just waiting.
He's like, am I dead yet? Can you kill me? We move on to game 2. All right, this is the second Expressive Iteration. Plus, is the bolt just lethal itself? It's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, I think the bolt is just lethal itself. Plus does he have a? I don't think you even need counterspell here.
Yeah, but by choosing bolt instead of Murktide, the counterspell is able to be held. Oh no, you're right. There's only 2 mana left. It's so easy. Well, maybe not easy, but I'm dumb to confuse the Sulfur Falls with Abundant Growth as 2 land when it's actually only 1.
Okay, boomer. Yep, let me go ahead and looks like we're just going to go ahead and fire off the bolt here and put Ivan out of his misery. Yep, he's like, all right, that's mine. Let's go back over here. And Ivan's going to go ahead and scoop this up and go on to game 2. Now, from Ivan's side, how do you like this matchup? Do you generally like to be on the side of the 4-color Omnath deck, or do you like to be on the side of the Izzet player? But if you're on the Omnath side, you generally need to be making your 3rd and 4th land drops on time.
Yeah, I mean, I think I would. Yeah, in general, I think the 4-color side has the tools to fight the longer games. They have the exile removal to deal with the Murktide, the big threats. They have the cheap removal. They have the card advantage. Well, maybe they're more even in card advantage. And you have the Yorion, which just waits around to come in and just take over the game. But all these cards cost mana, and Ivan just never got going that game. So I still would have. I mean, being a game down, I'm never going to say a player was favored in the match, but I would say each of the 2 remaining games, Ivan is probably favored individually in those games. But we'll see. We're going to switch over to Pioneer and see how things are looking over there, as this is the only format remaining where the players are still in game 1 and still going. We have Justin Porches with Mono Green Devotion versus Vincent Daniels and Izzet Prowess. There's another Ledger Shredder.
So this is pretty cool. So this is like new school versus old school. Now this is the newer version of Mono Green, but this is one of the like original powerhouses of Pioneer. Mono Green was seen as one of the more powerful decks. In fact, getting multiple cards banned at the beginning of this format when cards were getting banned on a weekly basis. And it's just stood the test of time, mostly behind the power of Nykthos, Shrine to Nyx, just generating absurd amounts of mana, which you see Justin doing this turn. And then
Mhm.
you've got kind of the newer kid on the block. Like we've seen Is It Prowess type decks before, but this one's been really taking off recently with, additions like Expressive Iteration and Ledger Shredder, the card that we can't speak enough to how good it is. And boy, oh boy, is Ledger Shredder pretty good in a format where Treasure Cruise is legal.
Yeah. No, we saw that last round. Just a bunch of conniving leading to Treasure Cruises being more free than Wizards probably intended in a format that doesn't have, quite the fetch lens that you see in the older formats. But we see all kinds of nonsense here. We have Cavalier. The big thing is Cavalier of Thorns for Justin, as well as the Sky console. And
The
this Ledger
boat.
Shredder's 3-5. I mean, it's getting there, but not quite battling yet.
Yeah, I mean it's a big one. It can survive a boat activation and possibly get into combat, but you probably wouldn't be able to survive blocking one of the 2 or 3 big attacks from Justin
Mhm.
just yet. But it looks like we might be having another spell here this turn. Get the Ledger Shredder up a little bit. Plus, I think there's a what is that? A Fading Hope in Vincent's hand as well. So he's got a little bit of removal. Usually they have, what is it? Reckless Rage, I think is the name of the one where you do 2 damage to your own creature, 4 to your opponents.
Yeah.
Generally a really good card against creature decks. But in this matchup, it's pretty much only going to hit elves. The creatures that it's going to hit are going to be the elf, stuff like Landware Elf. But the other creatures that Justin's going to put on the board are going to be a little too large for Reckless Rage to take down. But
Yeah, that's frustrating. I mean, given this opponent, Vincent would probably rather have, 1 damage to several creatures, not, 4 damage to one. It's just like you're saying, it's 3 wasted damage.
yeah,
But
let's see
maybe
what.
it
Go ahead.
combine with Ledger Shredder to take down one of the more significant cards. But
See what Justin's got here. Just a bevy. I mean, he's just got so much mana on
Yeah.
his own turn. And does he have I think he has a Storm the Festival in his graveyard. At least one I see down there. And this is one of the cards that, again, is really kind of revamped the mono green deck. So this allows him to look at the top 5 cards of his library, and he gets to put 2 permanent cards. There we go, up on the screen. 2 permanent cards with mana value 5 or less from among them on the battlefield, which is practically everything in the deck, or at least most of the really good hits. You can find another Cavalier, you can find a Karn, a lot of those really good cards. And it also has Flashback for 10, which sounds like a lot. But in this deck, you're generally only tapping 2 to 3 lands for it. And you're seeing another recent, really, I want to say addition, but it's just a card that we realized how good it was in this deck. And that is Kiora. I think this one is Beckoner of Behemoths, I believe is the name of this one. There's so many different ones, Joe.
There are,
And
yeah. So
in this,
we'll get the relevant text, but yeah, you're
Okay.
right. There are. So this one is untap a permanent is the only activated ability, I believe, and then its
Yes.
static ability is when you have a creature with power 4 or greater. So basically, your non-elves then come into play. Then Justin can draw a card. So we see, 2 planeswalkers come into play.
And
There are some decision tree on how you're building your sideboard in these mono green decks, because I have seen it with Karn. I've also seen it with Vivian, where you have the creature wish as opposed to the artifact wish, and you're not going to play both.
This is the more like traditional build of it
Mhm.
now, is the Karn Wish. The Vivian is kind of, there's some people still doing it, but not as much. But what you're seeing here is you're going to see Justin really flex his muscles, because he's going to be able to do this, just whatever he wants this turn, because the Kiora is still active and can untap this Nykthos. Now, we don't have an actual, as I say, I didn't think Vincent was going to be able to survive this turn.
Mhm.
And there's multiple things they can do here. I'd have to see the exact sideboard from Justin, but there's all kinds of things you can do when you get upwards of 20, 30, 40 mana, which I'm not being hyperbolic here. He actually had that much mana this turn very, very easily.
Mhm.
And you can do all kinds of crazy stuff out of the sideboard with the Karn Wish package. And you can do things that, borderline go infinite, as well as just huge value plays. But it looks like we're going to head back over to Modern, a game where it looks like Ivan Espinoza has actually made his land drops on time.
Well, that is a key facet to his plan of actually evening up this match. And so, just to conclude that previous game, so the card that Justin did wish for was Meteor Golem, which is a 3/3 artifact creature that comes into play and blows something up. And so that takes down Ledger Shredder and clears a path for the rest of the team.
Limited all-star Meteor Golem
I
that has made
guess.
its way. Yeah. But it just fills a role, right? Like it's an
Yeah.
artifact that you can wish for when you have a ton of mana that answers everything, because it comes
Right.
into play and destroys a permanent. And then it actually just leaves behind a 3/3 body, which, that's just fine. It's just good enough, right? You just need cleanup crew at that point
Mhm.
from the mono green deck. So it looks like Ivan Espinosa's team is up 2-1 here. Two of the first games going to him, but he is actually down a game in his match. Since this is a team event, a lot of people at home, you're playing your traditional match where you're trying to win 2 of 3, but you're also trying to win 2 of 3 overall from your
Mhm.
teams here. So that's another reason why you saw Ivan just kind of sticking it out in game 1. Not that he like couldn't win, but you take every little opportunity you can to get every single win for your team when you're playing for more than just yourself. So I definitely like just playing out that game to its actual conclusion, because sometimes I know I get frustrated when I miss my land drops for 4 turns and just be like, all right, let's move on to the next game. I don't want to waste any more time.
All right, so Murktide in here for looks like a 5/5 maybe.
Yeah, large Murktide very early. No counter spell able to hold up like it was in game 1, but this will survive all the removal spells that don't just kill anything. It would
Mhm.
take double bolt, I believe here, and did I see double bolt in Ivan's hand? I only got a quick view of it, but I might be wrong on that. I want to
I
give a
didn't.
shout out to all the viewers at home too. It looks like we just got over 500. Thanks for spending your Saturday with us. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, I didn't get a look at Ivan's hand at all, so I'm not sure if there's double bolt or not. I was actually kind of interested in the idea, just the fact that Chris Ayali is here playing.
Mhm.
Chris is a longtime LNJ player who has kind of strayed a little bit away from the game. He's gotten into Flesh and Blood, which you know plenty about, but
Yeah, I didn't want to bring it up. I was about to say I'm used to covering this guy, but for another game.
yeah, but by virtue of the team event, there's something that can happen in team events. You have 2 players and you're like, "Hey, third friend, you used to play Magic. We need another player. Get your butt over here."
You're a boomer. We need someone for the boomer format.
Exactly. All right. So Teferi to attempt to bounce the Murktide, but actually gets subtletied, I believe, back to the top of the deck.
Yeah, the incarnation that we see the least, right, in modern
Yes.
is the blue one, but when it's good, boy, is it really good, Joe. And you see another one of the new Capana cards making its implication here. I don't know the names of all the new triomes, but one of the new triomes here to kind of just round out this mana base from Ivan's 4-color deck, just giving the last one in there, so now it has all of them.
Hmm. So okay, here's
So it
a
looks like we're gonna
bolt.
have a Fury passed up behind this as well. So he's gonna go ahead and make sure he doesn't take any damage here
That's
from
a
this
heavy
Murktide.
cost to pay.
Yeah, this is one really heavy cost to pay, but I think this is something that so Ivan's a little worried, right? That if say like another Murktide comes behind this or some other form of aggression, that not
Hmm.
only is he going to take a bunch of damage this turn, then he's going to play Teferi, bounce one of the permanents, right? And then Marty's going to be like, all right, kill your Teferi, keep pressing my advantage, and then replay one of those threats again. So what this is Ivan is like over committing to make sure that he gets to play this game longer.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a reasonable plan, but yeah, that was a cost. Okay, so here's
Yeah, absolutely.
Ren in 6, which if it resolves can get a land back and then lead to Teferi, which so Marty is aware of the only card in Ivan's hand here.
He knows that there's a Teferi from on top of the deck, so he knows that if he counterspells this, there's no other follow-up play this turn. So
Mhm.
while in this situation, Teferi might actually be a stronger threat and something he's more worried about, the fact that it can't be followed up here leads him to go ahead and just fire off this counterspell. Not to mention the fact that he's going to be able to play 2 threats here this turn. So the Teferi is not going to be able to just come up, bounce one, and have protection itself. And now you see Ledger Trader really carrying its weight
Yeah.
this turn.
Yeah, so these ledger shredders, they're not always going to grow, but just being able to filter through the deck, trading
Mhm.
that steam vents out for, you know, any card, in which this case I think it might have been an iteration, but
Yeah.
anything you can do there is just of huge benefit. And now that the fairy does make it into play.
Yeah, this is going to just draw a card and, kind of buy some time here for Ivan Espinosa. For everybody at home, the new ability Connive on Ledger Shredder, it allows you to loot, right? It allows you to draw a card and discard a card. But if you discard a non-land card, then the creature grows. It puts a +1/+1 counter on that. Though with the hand and the mana base the way it is for Marty, he's pretty incentivized to keep every spell that he draws here. So you're probably not going to see the Ledger Shredder grow too often in these
Mm.
spots.
Mm. But 1 power is all it takes to kill a Teferi that bounces Dragon Rage Channeler. And
Oh
Marty's
boy.
got okay. So Carnospell Iteration and Dragon Rage Channeler is the hand.
Yeah, I think you just start this turn off by, as I was you can start off however you want by attacking here or just casting Expressive Iteration. Now, as I say, it looks like he's going to go ahead and do it this way too. This gives him 3 looks at a land here if he wants as well to be able to hold up Counterspell. But it looks like Marty might take the safer route and just not give himself the chance to miss on an untapped land here. But yeah, I was supposed to say it's hard to pass up on casting Expressive Veneration this turn.
Yeah, especially when land is what you want, and that's the card that it's actually you get. Wow, it's 5 looks at
Yeah, I
it.
forgot it's got the extra look too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that was the Ledger Shredder first off. Now we have the Dragon Rage Channeler.
Now we have Expressive Iteration finally resolving, and was the third card no land? It looks like no land here, so he's not gonna be able to hold up Counterspell, but I think it's gonna be just fine because he's gonna do that. He's gonna add a card to his hand. Ragavan went to the bottom. I didn't catch what went to the. It looks like another Expressive. Joe, the
Okay.
Expressive Iterations always find the second one apparently.
And then
So it looks like we're gonna keep going here, and this does actually find the land if he wants it here, but this is awkward.
what draw was that?
It's from Ledger Shredder, right? Oh, but
I think okay, yeah, we saw the hands go up there. So
yeah.
So Ledger Shredder, I do not believe can trigger more than once a turn. It's not every 2 spells, it's just the second one.
Yeah, it's just the second spell this turn, so there's an extra card in the hand here. With all the cantrips this turn, adding cards to his hand plus the bauble, maybe he was resolving the. Yeah, it looks like he pointed Ragavan. He was like trying to resolve the I'm sorry, not Ragavan, the death DRC trigger, and instead the card just went to his hand. We know what the card was, but they don't down there. I don't know what kind of delay we're on. I don't know if we're allowed to help with
We're
this
not on
here.
a delay today because it's a paper event, not a online event. So
because we know what the card was that was drawn here. It was the land.
Correct. Yeah. So if if you could radio over the coverage, could radio over to the spotter and see if that's relevant to the judges or not.
Yeah, it might not be. I know sometimes you're allowed to use this stuff to help out with certain calls, and sometimes you're not. So yeah, so it does look like it's going to be the quote unquote Thoughtseize fix, as we call this, where the hand's going to reveal to Ivan. Ivan gets to choose the card here, and this is awkward for Ivan as well too, because if he leaves him with land counterspell, then you can just play the land, play the counterspell. So you could take the Expressive Iteration here to like kind of slow the game down. I was gonna say, I think you just have to take counterspell in this spot though. Yeah. And so what you're seeing here, the card that is going to be put on the bottom is because they know that card should be there. So they're going to randomize the deck, and they know the known information of the bottom card of the deck. So that's going to be staying where it was. And now I guess we're going to actually resolve the DRC trigger. Okay. So it looks like we got a full fix from the judge staff here. The card was kept on top. That's got to be a little scary if you're Ivan. And
yeah, definitely, especially because that
turn?
bauble can draw it right away, or at least before Ivan gets a turn.
Yeah, I don't think there was a land played here this turn, so I think Ivan might have missed yet another one here. That's right. He did miss the one the turn with Renin 6 was being played. He was trying to find another land to play the. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so that was a mess, but we are square now, and
Joe, that was a mess, but this is the kind of turn that I mess up all the time. Everybody messes up. I mean, what 13 cards got seen that turn? I think
we talked about how Ledger Shredders might get messed up without the online, tracking of the triggers. However, that's not the way we anticipated it getting messed up. We thought they would be missed, not accidentally doubled up on.
Yep. And I like the main phasing of the Solitude here. How do you feel about that? And what are you killing? I mean, both of the cards. This is the thing about the blue-red deck, right? The non-Murktide threats are all pretty redundant, right? DRC plus Ledger Shredder just keep garnishing tons of value. The same thing with if you can get Ragavan onto a board where it can attack or block. They're all just really good by themselves. And then Murktide comes down, doesn't do anything extra besides the fact that it's just a giant flying threat.
Yeah. So Ivan's making his choice.
I think he's consulting one of his teammates here. This is something you're going to see in team events, that every now and then some of these choices, especially the bigger ones, might take an extra second or two because you get to lean on your teammates a little bit, right? You've got Chris Ayala, you've got Justin here sitting next to him that are very good players, right? And so you're like, hey, like I'm a little unsure here. This is why I want this one. This is why I want this one. What's your initial thought? And if their initial thought is the same as yours, you go with that one. If theirs is different, then you got to 30 seconds or so to talk it out. When you play team events, Joe, do you talk to your teammates a lot?
Yeah, but I'm not sure that much help is passed back and forth. So I think it's more of you. It's just like if you're playing online and there's like if you have a friend sitting next to you, or you're just playing on like a shared screen or something, you ask for confirmation regularly. even though you know what you're doing.
Oh,
You're
yeah.
just like, what would you do here? Do you agree with this? Yeah, of course. There at 2, you have a lightning bolt to win the game. Like, oh, I was just checking. And
I
so,
shouldn't
yeah,
play around anything, right?
yeah. So in that sense, yeah, the teammate having teammates does slow things down, and I'm not sure that you always gain from it. Sometimes you do, and when you do, it's probably significant. But
Mm.
90% of the consultations are probably worthless.
Yeah, so these are my favorite kinds of tournaments. I love team tournaments. I've played in them a bunch. Generally, I'm teaming with Ross Merriam and Brendan DeCandio. I've teamed with you a few times. It's been
Mhm.
great every time. I have a rule where like if I'm in the dead in the middle of a game, unless I'm about to make a huge blunder, like don't talk to me. Like don't break up my my train
Yeah.
of thought because I'm gonna mess up after that. Especially Brennan. Brennan is just not allowed to talk to me while I'm playing games.
All right. So we've got iteration. I think there's Jace, Bolt, and Ragavan in hand here. So Marty's once again probably looking for a land on this iteration.
I think the Jace was the card that was put to the top and immediately left
That
last
makes
turn, and you
sense.
can kind of see why, right?
Yeah.
It's gonna be really good. Like that's another feather in the cap for Marty's deck here after sideboard in his match. Because, like you said, Ivan wants the game to go longer here, and he's generally favored in that. So something like Jace the Mind Sculptor out of these sideboard cards, out of these sideboard slots, is something that helps the blue red deck keep pace late in the game. Because
Mhm.
here's the thing: their cards aren't on the same power level as the 4-color deck, pound for pound as the game goes on. But when you have a card like Jace and Expressive Iteration that see 2 or 3 cards every single time you play one of them, your cards are more castable than your opponents. You're not playing as many 4 drops, as many 5 drops, and you're not pitching to cast some of your spells. You have more 1 and 2 drops. So at that point, it's kind of like the Delver thing in Legacy, right? Where like you keep up with the bigger, more expensive decks because you're just more lean and you're going to be seeing as many cards
Mhm.
as they do, but you're going to be casting them more efficiently.
Yeah. No, that's true. Yeah. I mean, if you have weaker cards, but you cast twice as many of them, you're probably
Yeah,
commanding
you're going
ahead.
to
So
win.
here's the Bolt
Yeah.
on the
It's
Solitude.
it's like the mono red decks in standard and in like Pioneer. It's like, yeah, my cards in general a tiny bit weaker than yours, but I'm going to cast 4 of them in the first 2
Right.
turns or
Yeah.
3 of them in the first 2 turns. Yeah.
All right, here's an attack over through. So Marty's other card is an Ether Gust in hand. So that's going to be uncastable for the turn. And that's something that, I mean, Ether Gust could potentially do a fair amount in this matchup. He has taken that down for the turn to
Mhm.
get the hit in with Ragavan.
Do you think it has something to do with the fact that Ivan only had 1 card left? Do you think he's just trying to press his advantage?
I mean, I'm sure that would be reasonable. Both of Ivan's cards turn out to be fairly decent, although I guess not really game breaking based on the board state that Marty has right now.
Yeah, I'm assuming that's a 3/3 DRC here.
Yeah, probably has to be. And
There's been
Ivan's
so
down
many
to
cards in
11.
and out of the graveyards, it's very hard to track.
Yeah. Chris Aielli has picked up the legacy match with 8 cast in actually the 8 cast mirror.
Chris
Uh,
Ayali winning matches of card games while I'm in the booth.
yeah.
I'm getting kind of used to it.
Yeah, he is skilled at this hobby that we all partake in. All right, so Ivan picks up a land, has his Risen Reef and his Rented 6. So this Ether Gust can put either one of these cards back, and in response to the fetch land, potentially shuffle them away.
Yeah, speaking of legacy, we got the legacy setup here possibly. Lots of ways to get through the card so you're never going to quote unquote brainstorm lock yourself. For people at home that maybe don't play a lot of legacy, Jace has the ability of drawing 3 cards and then you put 2 cards from your hand back on top of your library. If you don't have any way to clear those cards from the top of your library and they're not good, we call that quote unquote getting brainstorm locked because now you have to draw those bad cards.
Mm-hmm.
And that's one of the worst feelings in all of Magic, where you know the top cards of your deck and you're losing and they're not going to help you. But
Well,
this deck is very good at clearing the top cards of its deck.
yeah, as we continually are seeing there, even well, or not seeing in that case. I don't know what got flipped over, but
Marty
something
has
did.
it perfectly set up to have us blocked from this. Yeah.
And Marty's like, yeah, these 3 cards are the iteration. None of them are in my hand. I'm not
Yeah.
doing that again.
Yeah. And this is something that can happen. I know I've gone through problems like this when you have a bunch of cards that all do very similar things. Like Expressive Iteration, quote unquote, draws 3 cards, but they're not actually in your hand, right? Jace
Mhm.
draws 3 cards, they're in your hand, but then 2 of them aren't afterwards. But then when you play spells, DRC triggers, you look at the top card of your library, and then you can move it to your graveyard. And then Ledger Shredder draws a card and then lets you discard a card. All of those are very similar abilities, but different. And so when you have 3 or 4 of them in play at a time and you're triggering all of them and you're not playing online where it tracks it all for you, it can get very messy and very difficult. And you're going to be playing this 7 rounds today most likely. You're going to mess it up somewhere. It's just going to happen.
All right, 5 damage across. Endurance flips to Ragavan. That is not castable as there's only 2 treasures for Marty. And Ether Gust is castable off the treasures on the Ren 6, but I'm not sure that's a good use of Marty's resources at this point.
Yeah, I think you're just trying to stop the big spells here, right?
Yeah.
Something like Omnath resolving, and then
Right.
him gaining a bunch of life, getting a bunch of extra mana. And Ivan really having a problem this match with A, keeping up with the velocity of the blue-red deck, and then B, his mana's kind of gotten him, right? Like, it wasn't good in game 1. Now in game 2, his mana is good, but now he's got a little bit too much of it. Like, he's not getting the spells he needs. Here's that Aether Gust you were talking about.
Yeah. All right. Ether Gust, Dragon Channel triggers again. Ivan with just a land in hand. So he knows the Ragavan is there. So that's 5 damage. He's on 6.
Looks like the trigger for the DRC is going to resolve. It's going to leave the card on top. Looks like this is going to
that
put on top. Yep.
endurance. The endurance going to the top. I think does that seal the game? Because there's 5 damage incoming, and then 2 attackers next turn. Endurance isn't going to stop that.
Is it better than he also has a fetch land here to kind of clear if he wants to, but yeah, I was
No,
about to
he
say I
doesn't.
don't know if this is
He's going to 1. He can't fetch.
Yeah, I was gonna say he can't even fetch. Yeah, he's gonna
Yeah.
play the
Oh,
okay, there we go.
he knew
Yeah,
it was gonna
Ragavan.
flip
There we
over.
go.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
so Ivan obviously in a better spot than us. He
Yeah.
knows what's going on. I was right there with you. I was trying to figure it out. I'm like,
Yeah.
I trust Ivan. It's one of the situations I trust Ivan to get this right. What am
Yeah.
I missing? Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
So-
So endurance is cleared by, and it doesn't matter as Ivan draws land anyway. Ragavan clears the endurance, but right at that point, probably Omnath would have
So-
been just about it. So we are even up. So let's go right to the Pioneer match. We have Justin Porches and Vincent Daniels playing for the fates of their teams in round 4 of this event.
And here's an actual good target for those reckless rages that I was talking about. Sometimes we still see cards like Old Grove Troll in mono green where this card does a lot of duty in this deck. So it's just a really good 3-drop, right? It's a 4/4 for 3 mana with trample. That's just good. But it has 3 pips of devotion, right? It has, cost 3 green mana. This is a huge play from Vincent Daniels here, being able to answer this Karn for 1 mana. But the fact that it's also just a 4/4, it just stays in front of a lot of these cards that Vincent Daniels has. Like you see, he's got 2 Monastery Swift Spears here that are not doing much this game.
Right. That Spell Pierce actually prevented a troll from attacking there, as you don't want to trade a troll for a Swift Spear. With prowess, that would have been the result. So Justin stays home. The life totals are accurate since we just jumped over to the match. Conceivably, they might need to catch up, but probably they're right. And then both players with quite a bit of life to play with, which favors the green side, I would assume.
It's generally going to favor the green side, but I think Vincent has one of the hands here this turn where he might be able to start to shove. So it looks like we're going to start with a Consider. So let's keep count here. That's 1 spell. So these Monastery Swift Spears are 2/3. It looks like he's just going to draw. Is that a treasure? What is that? Is that a treasure cruise? It's hard to tell in some of Vincent's. It looks like he has like the matte sleeves. It looks like he's just going to say go. So he's setting up for a big turn here. Maybe has something like a Disdainful Stroke or Counterspell of some kind to make sure no huge turn comes out of Justin's side.
Disdainful Stroke's excellent against a screen deck. It hits all the
everything that
heavy
matters.
chaos.
Yeah, everything that matters. Yeah. Speaking of cards that matter, here is a Storm the Festival. And it does look like a Disdainful Stroke. I thought that was the alternate art Disdainful Stroke. Becky's not here this weekend, but I'm going to try to do my best impression of her as I can for you, Joe.
Yeah, no. We do tend to rely on her for those kind of things.
I'm getting better. I've been making a conscious effort. I'm trying to get better at it.
So these
I think we're on art number 10 for Disdainful Stroke recently.
What was that?
I said I think we're on different art number 10 for Disdainful Stroke.
I don't even keep track. I don't even know what sets the arts I do know. I don't even know what set they're from.
Yeah, I'm guessing. I think that's one of the older promo ones. Vincent with a very tricked out deck here, right? Like lots of really cool versions of the cards, foils, full art, extended arts. You gotta love it. Those lands are absolutely gorgeous. Love seeing that. I love the fact that here's the thing. Some people might not like the customability of the cards. There's 17 different arts for certain cards, but I love it in the fact that you get to kind of customize your deck in the way that you like, right? It's kind of like a personal statement. Like, look at Ivan's deck that we just covered.
Yeah.
He has like the coolest version of every card in his deck because that deck is his deck. It's his baby. It's his labor of love. And I love the fact that you get to do this. I mean, you even get to use the bad choices too. Like if you wanted to play revised basic lands in your deck, you're allowed to.
Well, yeah, we have to. I mean, basic
'Em.
lands, I think, is a very cool way to allow customization because there's 900 different kinds,
Mhm.
and you can play, basics if you're classy, or you could play revised if you're classy. I mean, or you could play. Justin's got this is one of the unsets, I think, maybe the original ones.
That's the original one, yeah, which
Yeah,
is
the
unglued.
unglued, I think, is the
Yeah.
first one. I don't even know.
I
All right,
think
so here is
unglued
the
was
treasure
first and
cruise.
unhinged was second, I believe. I like the
Uh,
unhinged ones a lot, but the unglued ones are gorgeous too.
yeah, so I think you were right about the treasure cruise the previous turn, but Vincent was waiting until it was cheaper.
Mhm.
So he does
Make
cast
sure to
it.
leave a disdainful stroke here
Right.
too. Some dumb stuff. He's just setting up to have one gigantic turn where I think he's going to be able to either push lethal or be a back breaking turn against Justin here. The blue red deck is an aggro deck, but you get to play it this way, right? You don't have to just shove every turn.
Mm-hmm.
It is a Wolf Willow Haven being added to a land here. It's going to let that land tap for 2 mana, or which I think he's doing here, he's going to go ahead and pay 5 and just make a 2/2. So a card
Yeah.
that
Okay.
does double duty in this deck, where early in the game it's mana acceleration, and then later in the game you can at least cash it in for something. This
Yeah.
to me though signals Justin has a very weak hand. If I was Vincent Daniels,
Yeah. I mean, that doesn't. I mean, well, okay, it's going to trade with a card anyway.
play with
But yeah,
fire.
I mean, Vincent played what, a couple mana for an 8 mana treasure cruise, and Justin spent 7 mana for a 2 mana Wolf Willow Haven that made a
Yep.
2/2.
And so that's where the blue red deck is really, and I think this is the turn where you're gonna possibly see this get moved. It matters what happens with off. He's still got disdainful stroke in his hand again, so he can play it a little careful. So another Monastery Swift Spear getting added. Maybe he's gonna slow play for one more turn. Another Monastery Swift Spear, yeah. So it looks like
Wow.
it's just gonna be a go set up for the turn where maybe an expressive iteration happens into. He does have one burn spell in his hand, but he has everything kind of covered here with that disdainful stroke, like you're talking about, it stops everything that matters. Because I believe the last card in Justin's hand is a Kevin Caryatid.
Yeah, that won't help. This Nykthos has got devotion of 7, so that
Okay.
might allow the
Storm the
or
Festival.
the flashback here. But you're saying
And we
Vincent
have
probably
this
has that
disdainful stroke.
covered. Yeah,
And
there's
so
the
this is why
disdainful stroke.
Vincent, yeah, and this is why Vincent, sorry for talking over you there, Joe.
Yeah.
This is why Vincent had been kind of playing slow here in these spots. He wanted to make sure he didn't get the second Storm to Festival to beat him because he knows the hint. And here, I think it might be go time, Joe. So it looks like a play with fire. So you're going to hit one of the trolls. So one of the trolls is going to have 2 damage on it. Trigger prowess. It's going to have -2/-2 actually because there's a Soul Scar Mage in play.
Yeah, Justin's only chance here is if Vincent draws another Monastery Swift Spear.
So it looks like we're going to go ahead and clear this one out. If he draws another, the 5th one, yeah, I got you.
Yeah.
I think is this a treasure cruise behind this as well? Yeah, this is going to be one gigantic turn.
Yeah, it's 5 prowess, guys. This is what, the 3rd trigger?
This is the 3rd trigger. So they're all 4 power right now. Plus, Vincent's not done. This deck's chock full of 1 mana spells, and I don't think he's made a land drop either this turn. So it does look like he drew 2 lands here, but it looks like he drew something else. As long as it's not a Monastery Swift Spirit, Joe put. So Fading Hope is going to go ahead and pick up the other Old Growth Draw. I think this is the 5th. So this is lethal.
Yeah, so this is bounce and then scry if the creature is small.
Yeah, but this should be lethal, I think, right, Joe? This is the 5th one?
If this is the 5th spell, then it...
Or 4th. It doesn't matter. They're 5
Yeah, you're
power
right.
is what I
Even
meant.
4 is enough. Yep,
Yeah.
and that'll do it. So Vincent Daniels, Marty Silverberg, and Rajarshi Kovalenti defeat Justin Porches, Ivan Espinosa, and Chris Ayali in round 4 and remain undefeated with 3 rounds to go.
Yeah, is it really proving to be very good in that match, right? The 2 Izzet decks went 2-0. And you saw what the strength of them is. It's the strength of what's been good in Izzet for like the last 2 years. I feel like we've been seeing Izzet in every format be really good. It's expressive iteration and a bunch of really cheap, good, efficient spells.
Yeah.
And you just win from there.
But yeah, something that's, I mean, on the NRG series, we do Modern and Legacy primarily. We haven't seen Treasure Cruise in a long time. And Treasure Cruise in combination with all their stuff really just, I mean, the card flowing does not stop. I mean, we say that just for iteration on its own, but with Ledger Shredder and with Treasure Cruise, that's just more than, I mean, well, let's be fair. If the Disdainful Strokes hadn't shown up,
that game's very different.
Justin may have been fine. So it wasn't just drawing a bunch of extra cards. It was finding the right cards. It was holding up. I mean, like you were saying, Vincent was passing turns where he potentially could have done more, waiting, holding up the sinful stroke mana in fear of what Justin could do, was paid off for those decisions, chose the right time to come in, and just overwhelmed at the end and wins the match for his team. So we actually had a round go the whole round.
Yeah.
So we have reached, or about to reach, time in the round. So undoubtedly some matches will still have some turns left to play, but the break should be much shorter than we've had the previous couple rounds. Ken and I will be back in a few minutes with round 5. Stick around. All right, we're back here heading into round 5. Tannon Grace is here with me. We got a couple rounds of Swiss left. We're going to start with Legacy this round, as we haven't had that on camera too much today, but the players aren't quite ready yet. And just as we are transitioning over, Tannon was talking about his superpower. So your superpower is wasting time on conversation. Is that basically what you were saying?
Well, thanks for putting me on blast, Joe. But yeah,
No, I'm just honestly asking. I'm you know,
it's
I'm you're just
it's the caster gift. You can say you can talk for a very very long amount of time, but not really say anything, or say only like one thing. It's just you have to when you have to fill in the void, and they're like, hey, like you've been part of a production before, where they're like, hey, we need 5 minutes filled,
Mhm.
and you're like, okay, think of a question real quick, ask the other person the question, and then you just have a conversation about the answer of that question for like 5 minutes, and then you think about it, and you're like, in those 5 minutes, what did we actually say?
I
It's like,
guess.
that
Yeah.
kind of thing. But one of the legacy decks that we're going to be watching this round is 8 cast.
Mhm.
Uh, called that because it has 4 Thoughtcast and 4 Thought Monitor, which is, 8 versions of Thoughtcast, as we've seen. I actually like calling it a bobble as a joke as well, because it has a bunch of the
Sure.
bobbles in
Yeah.
the deck. This is a deck that has really become popular, I think, in about the last year. It's we've seen fringes of this thing, but with Thought Monitor getting printed into MH2, this is a card that has really kind of supercharged this strategy of the free artifact or very cheap artifact deck when you're looking at baubles, Chalice of the Void, things like that, and some of the artifact lands. And then you add in Thoughtcast, Thought Monitor, Emery, and some other cool cards like that.
Mhm.
And then that's just the deck. It's just going to play a bunch of stuff together, a bunch of stuff like that. And it's like the new variation of Chalice deck in Legacy. Now, it does sound like it's going to be a mirror. So how's that going to
Well,
kind of play out in your mind?
it's not a
Okay, it's
8
not.
cast mirror, it's a chalice mirror.
Okay.
Because you just that was apt. You said it was the new version of the chalice deck. Well, the
Mhm,
one of the old versions of the chalice deck was Eldrazi, which
mhm.
is what it's facing. So both sides kind of depending on chalice to win some portion of your
So,
games by screwing your opponent, and that's just not going to be a thing here.
So, in my initial thought of this, I've never actually seen this match play out. I would actually think that the Eldrazi side probably has a little bit of an advantage because their chalices are going to be better, right? They can chalice on 0, while
Yeah,
the 8 cast deck does not want to actually do that. And
that's
then
true.
generally, the 8 cast deck wants to chalice on 1 because that's so broken. It's so good in Legacy. Like, if you go turn 1 Ancient Tomb, chalice on 1, if I'm playing Delver or something, I look at my hand, like I might just be dead, actually. I might
Mhm.
just be actually unable to play the game from that spot. Now, the Eldrazi deck can do that. It can chalice on 0, it can chalice on 1 very early, but it follows it up with 4 drops and 5 drops. To get your chalice to stop those, you're going to need a little bit of extra mana from the
Yeah.
Thoughtcast deck. So, my initial thought is it seems like the other deck could be a little advantage in this spot. What are you thinking?
So, uh, while I think what you said is valid, what I was thinking was that if the battle is between um, the Eldrazi creatures versus something like Psy or Urza
True.
making tokens, then I would maybe favor the 8 cast side. And the 8 cast side will see more cards. But Chalice on 0 from the Eldrazi side will really slow
Yeah.
down what the 8 cast deck is capable of doing. So I don't know. I could see reasons to support both sides here. I'm going to go with 8 cast because it's cooler.
Sure.
But I'm not sure that's a opinion that you should necessarily, wager money on.
It comes down to, is there information, right? Like, do we know for sure, like, that they're playing against that deck, that kind of thing? Well, hold on,
Mhm.
this does look like it might is this actually a mirror match?
Or either actually, yeah, I was going to say it was just backwards, but no, it is. Well, wait, I actually looked at the actual deck list. How could it be? Mm,
Well, let's just go with what's going on because it
oh, I
looks
got
like
it.
there is an actual
I
mirror
got
match.
it. So I looked at the deck list name. The name of the deck list is correctly labeled as Eldrazi Stompy. The Eldrazi Stompy named deck list is actually not. It's 8 cast. So it is the mirror. So whoever's in the chat asking for the mirror, you got it. Nerd Rage
All
always
right.
delivers, even if we didn't do it on purpose.
Can we start a petition just for the casters where when people put their deck list, you got to name it the correct
Yeah.
name?
You know who's terrible about that? Ivan Espinoza, who,
Yeah.
if you just went by deck registration, has played 10 rack at his last like 40 events.
10 rack? Not even
Yes.
8 rack, just 10 rack. He's got
10 rack
extras. Okay.
every single time.
Okay. Thanks, Ivan.
Like it's not even original. At least change it
Right.
up. But no, every time. All right.
We talked
So
about
we
how
have
explosive these decks can be, and we've actually seen
yeah,
a little bit of a slower start from them.
yeah.
Is
So
that all
Andrew,
4 Ancient Tombs? I think it is for Noah Wilson here.
wow, you're right. I was gonna say he had the better start, but his hand is
Not
clogged
good.
up with John Cola. Andrew Lopez here.
Junk Ola, that's a nice one. I haven't heard that one before. You might be able to hard cast one of these Force of Wills sometime soon.
Yeah, like immediately with all these ancient tombs. Yeah, you're right about that. So Andrew Lopez and William Corson, we should point out, actually won a team Grand Prix together 4 years ago.
That's
It was
a
a team modern event.
I'll say that's a
Maximilian Sagravs is a new teammate for them, though.
that is not something to kind of gloss over. These are, team champions. All right, so here we go. We
Yeah.
have Bobble resolving. He's going to show off a card. Okay.
Oh, they didn't show it to us.
I guess the
And
players are confirming something.
somehow,
I think they're saying whether he gets to know what card has been seen or not.
yeah,
Okay.
I remember that came up before too, and it's not entirely clear what the right answer is.
So it does look like we got the 2 draws here, one off the Bobble. One of the new cards for this deck that also really upped this deck into really competitive, and that's Kappa Cannoneer.
Yeah,
It's a card that let's see if we can pull it up. That one's really cool because it's a supplementary card. It wasn't printed into standard or anything like that, so it kind of was on the fringes of Magic. There it is, but this card is a house.
yeah, and this card was expensive for a little while too.
Mm-hmm.
It has improvise, so you can see there, unlike affinity, you can't benefit from cheap casting 2 of them in the same turn with the same artifacts, as the artifacts are tapped to cast it, but it does get caught by a force while pitching Thought Monitor. So that's a real cost for Andrew Lopez. That's
So
not a
down
free card
to
to pitch there.
down to a 7 cast here for Andrew Lopez's
Yeah.
deck. I think we're down to 6 cast for Noah Wilson. I think there's 2 in the graveyard for him.
But he's actually cast one of them though.
So I guess you get to keep it then. So it's 7 cast.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So Urza Saga. Are we making a construct? Oh, there's another. Wow. Andrew Lopez's hand is not flooded with useless ancient tombs. It actually looks pretty solid.
Yeah, multiple Cannoneers, multiple Thought casts, and a Force of Will.
Mm-hmm. But so it is going to cost both blue mana sources in order to make a construct.
So it does look like he's going to float a mana here, and then he's going to think about what's going on. So let's see how he wants to do this.
Or conceivably, I guess a construct can be made, and then you could tutor up a blue mana source.
Yeah, so I like making another construct here. You're on the board more than your opponent, and I think this is going to be your route to victory. Now, you don't have a ton of artifacts behind this, but you're about to go get one. Let's see which one he likes to get. Taking a look at that Shadow Spear that we see on the other side of the board as well. Very good card in this matchup because it makes your constructs unable to be chumped by something like those side tokens you were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
Does look like he's looking at that plus some of the free mana or one of the free little artifacts, maybe like an Mox Opal, but it does look like he goes with the Shadow Spear.
Okay. And that means he's done for the turn, but he can equip onto his not sick construct here and attack over for, looks like 6, which is, I mean, a sizable amount, especially when your opponent is floated on ancient tombs.
Wouldn't be surprised if somebody in the chat talks about that's the one that was made this turn. He can't attack with that construct, as we say. But when you have 2 cards that are exactly the same like this, you can just do it this way. I do believe that was the actual token that was made this turn, but no one's ever going to call you out on that.
No. All right. So a random reveal again. And this time, Andrew does not look at the card himself.
He's gonna
So yeah, I guess that was the first time around. No, it was like, hey, you don't get to see that, and then but there's no way to back up. I mean, Andrew can't reveal an extra card.
Yeah. And it looks like that
he's-
hand that we were talking about from Noah is going to actually deal him in here. The fact that he drew all of his Ancient Tombs into even more lands here, like he found an Urza Saga, but it's going to be too slow to stop all of the damage that was coming in from Andrew Lopez. Plus, Andrew's life total is about to get out of control as well.
Yeah, and with the Force Will to back it up, yeah, it's just not able to fight back. So kind of a landslide there for Andrew Lopez. Really more on the basis of just drawing one ancient tomb instead of drawing 3 or 4. All right, so we'll probably have another match we can jump into for a moment. Let's see what's going on. All right, we're gonna go over to Pioneer. So Maximilian Sawgraves versus Michael Hawkinson, and we've got blue red prowess again.
And looks like Mono Blue Spirits, another person trying to get us with the name. Or okay, there we go. Never mind. I looked at the wrong one. It does have the right name, but Mono Blue Spirits, a deck that I kind of, what's the right word here? I kind of didn't give it its day when it started putting up a little bit of results. I was like, is this just like the cheaper version, the more budget version of Spirits that have been good? And it just keeps putting up results. This maybe I haven't seen this matchup yet because the Izzet deck is kind of new and I haven't played from either side. So I would rather, initially thinking I'd rather be on the Izzet side of this matchup, but Mono Blue very good against a lot of the other decks in the format, just having a very good clock plus counter spells. So, decks like Mono Green and stuff like that can be decks that you really want to play against. It looks like we got a Reckless Rage in the middle of combat here.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you on which side you'd want to be on. I mean,
Looks like this is a
the
really
Blue
bad
Spirits deck
combat.
having a lot of flyers is, not as much of an advantage as you would hope when your opponent has, a bunch of flyers also. And Curious Obsession on a creature to just get through over and over again is not likely going to work against decks that have spot removal.
Mhm.
And we saw there it got picked off, and yeah, this looks like, Ledger Shredder again. We've gotten familiar with that card. This time there's Gigantha for Maximilian to pick up at some point.
Does look like he's gonna go ahead and grow the Ascendant Spirit here. I believe he can make it a 4/4. Here, I think the
Okay.
first one makes it a 2/3, and then you do 2 mana into it. Oh, never mind. I spoke too soon. Looks like we're gonna have a Supreme Phantom get added. And there is something to be said about growing your spirit while the mana is down for Maximilian here, so they can't, shock it in response. It kind of
Yeah.
helps keep it whatever, but maybe he wants to bluff some other kind of counter spell or something here as well. Back over to the blue-red side. Gonna go ahead and shock in a Steam Vents. Lots of things to do this turn. So you consider. It looks like
I was gonna say Maximilian doesn't seem like he's really ahead, but
he's
now
about
he
to be.
does.
Yeah. So we have a 1-mana Treasure Cruise here. So it's such a recall cast by Maximilian here. It is a sorcery at least.
Yeah.
Got to keep it fair, at least
Yeah,
make it a
exactly.
sorcery.
Yeah. And it's just a recall. If it was originally printed as a sorcery, wouldn't have
Would've been
needed to be
fine.
restricted or anything.
Yeah, would have been fine. Yeah.
It could have been worth 20 cents. Nope. Yeah. All right. So here's a Dorat, and Ledger Shredder is. I'm sorry. Dorat was the
perfect pet.
Godzilla
the perfect
name.
pet.
The
Yeah,
actual
Godzilla
name of the
name.
card is
Sprite Dragon.
There you go. Sprite Dragon.
I only know that because it came up yesterday because I had the same problem where I call it by its Godzilla name because I have the Godzilla cards of this.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so Ledger Shredder is. Ledger Shredder is pretty good, right? Ledger Shredder should have a Godzilla name. There's
It
got to
really
be.
should, actually.
Aren't there's extra Godzilla names left over, right? There's, I don't know how many Godzilla movies there are.
There are endless, Joe. There are endless Godzilla movies.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So, yeah, I think Ledger Shredder deserves one.
They're almost like Magic sets. You feel like there's a new one every 3 months.
Yeah, needs a name like Ecod Destructor.
Sure, there you go. That works.
Yeah, that should be Ledger Shredder's.
Is it Destructor?
Yeah.
Something funny. All right, I'm gonna leave the Godzilla names to you. I'm not creative enough for that.
Well, I don't think what I just said counts as being creative either. It's just nonsense. But
I was giving it to you, Joe. Take it. Take the win.
Okay, so
what's the name of the artifact? It's like something of ancestry, I think. I'm trying to remember the name of the card.
The name of it I can grab for you. I don't know either.
Yeah, because that's one
Icon
that, like,
of
the game
Ancestry.
Icon of Ancestry. Yeah, this is a card that can help with some of the long games here. Not amazing in this matchup, but Michael's finding some spots, to get some value off of it. So that's why, he left up some of that mana as well last turn with the Ascendant Spirit.
All right, we'll bring that up if we can. Icon of Ancestry, since we didn't know the name of it off the top of our heads, so maybe you don't either.
I got half of it. I get half credit, Joe.
No, yeah, you do. I'm just saying, chat may be interested in knowing more than half of the information.
Little G.I. Joe, yeah.
There it is. 1 copy in the main, 1 copy in the board.
So this is like it functions as another lord, and then it does some card advantage here. It is a lot of mana for the first activation. You're having to put 6 mana into this card.
Yeah.
And you might not hit, but it is going to hit every creature in the deck besides if they have a Brazen Borrower. Every now and then this deck does have 1 or 2 Brazen Borrowers in it. So every creature in the deck should be able to be hit off of Icon of Ancestry. So a card that's here just acting as Lord number, I think like 9 and 10 or whatever. I forgot exactly how many they have in their decks, plus some card advantage as the game goes on.
Mm-hmm.
It's also a decent mana sink because you see boards like this often where if you don't have Ascendant Spirit or you don't have the icon, like you're kind of just, yeah, I've got 6 or 7 mana and all my cards cost 1 or 2 or possibly 3. So like there's not a lot going there. So this deck are really good at having mana sinks in their cheap cards.
Okay.
Now we're back over to the prowess side. Looks like they've got one of the shock variants in their hand.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's Fiery Impulse. And it looks
Yeah.
like we're just going to see it go. Yet another one of the Is It Prowess players kind of playing slow. Like they don't feel like they need to move super far here. Also, I think he's trying to make sure he doesn't get blown up by Ascended Spirit, but it looks like they're just going to be able to do this multiple times from Michael.
Right.
So activate Ascended Spirit, activate Icon of Ancestry. So it looks like something's going to get shot down here.
Yeah, okay. Mausoleum Wanderer is the target.
Yeah, you want to get the Wanderer off board, right? Like this is a bigger Mausoleum Wanderer right now. It's a 3 power one, so they can technically Force Spike or Mana Leak for 3 here of Mausoleum
Yeah.
Wanderer. And there is a Treasure Cruise in Maximilian's hand here. So he's really showing you how important cards like Treasure Cruise are here to the strategy of the blue-red deck line. Not only is it going to, trigger prowess and grow the creatures, but keeping those cards going is very important in this game because he's trying to find an advantage and he needs to keep up with this Icon of Ancestry as well.
Yeah, I mean, we're saying that like it's slowly got going. The first activation is expensive, but at this point in the game, it's great.
Yeah, it's really good. Like at this point, you don't mind if you're drawing lands.
Mm-hmm.
If you're Michael, you have tons of stuff to use your mana on. You have that, the creature that you can grow up here. I think it's level 2 here, so I think it's a 2/3 because I think you put some mana into it. Probably need to find some kind of representation for that, some kind of die, and then you have the icon as well. So lots of really good stuff to use with all this mana here. Not to mention the fact that he's going to have tricks sometimes in his hand too. Yet again, another Maelstrom Wanderer here. This is probably the most annoying spirit out of all of them. And this is a Shacklegeist as well.
Right. So
it's funny. These are the 2 decks that I actually either have sleeved up or put aside to sleeve up right now, Joe, because both these decks are kind of my jam. And I'm gonna have some Pioneer events coming up soon. We have the Championship Series and for y'all, and then we have the path to the Pro Tour. I don't even remember what they're called, but we're gonna have a lot of Pioneer events. So
I mean,
Pioneer coming back in a big way, and these are 2 decks that I think people should definitely be looking at. I think they're very good, and they're on the newer side, so maybe don't know a ton about them.
The first Pro Tour back itself is actually Pioneer as well, I think.
Yes, absolutely.
I mean, I've been playing around with the Hidden Strings decks, so that's what I was playing before, and that's fun stuff. But I'm not. It's got a ways to go before it's competitive, I think.
Yeah. All right. So here we go. The Expressive Iteration is going to grow the Sprite Dragon. This is the first spell played this turn, but it is a really, really good one. Let's see. The 4 mana left up, so no way to Force Spike it just yet. Or I'm gonna call it Mana Leak. No way to Mana Leak it just yet. Also, you don't really want to lose your Mausoleum Wanderer right here if you can avoid it.
No, it's no one has any real route to attack yet. Well, Shacklegeist makes it even harder.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, the longer the game goes, I mean, yeah, a lot of extra cards are going to get drawn by Maximilian here, but eventually Michael can present a board state that is going to be very, very difficult to bust through. A card that Max might need to find here is the other one drop, Soul
Scar Mage.
Yeah, Soul Scar Mage. I wanted to say Soul Sisters. Like that's another 1 drop from a different deck, but yeah, Soul Scar Mage is a card that he definitely wants to find here because right now a lot of his removal spells are 1 and 2. Oh, there we go, right off the top, and this is a huge draw for him because a lot of his ways to get through here are cards that deal something like 2 to 3 or 4 damage, and right now that doesn't kill some of the creatures that are in play. From Michael, but if you get Soul Scar Mage into play, you could put those -1/-1 counters on the creatures, and you're at least making headway. Like you at least cast the spell in some aggressive manner, so you're growing your creatures, you're fueling your Treasure Cruise, but you're also making headway on the board. Because Michael can just sit here and keep growing up his board and not care if you're not doing anything to his creatures.
Yeah, so Mausoleum Wanderer put to the test here, and it allows the iteration to go through, which finds a treasure cruise. And so, yeah, I mean, expressive iteration, unlike most of these decks in other formats, it's not the best card drawing spell in the deck even.
Now this might get the Mausoleum Wanderer here.
Yeah.
So it looks like we're gonna have a huge treasure cruise.
I would think, as this is
Yeah.
really gonna put, and also this Sprite Dragon is getting sizable enough that
Eventually it's gonna be able to start attacking. This is a large
or at least
Sprite Dragon.
Shacklegeist is what, tap 2 spirits to tap a creature, I
I
think.
believe, yeah.
Yeah, so that will have to start at least taxing. You'll start taxing Michael's creatures, if nothing else.
Yeah, these are some of my favorite games of Magic, Joe, where everything matters, right? The spells, the creatures. There's a lot going on. So it looks like Michael's going to go ahead and tap something down here before this treasure cruise.
I mean, Maximilian has drawn a lot of cards this turn, but he hasn't actually done anything to the board.
So it looks like we're going to tap that down, and it looks like, yep, we're going to go ahead and counter spell the treasure cruise. Nice tight play from Michael here. So both players technically spent 1 mana on this card. That's the thing about Treasure Cruise too, Joe. I was talking about earlier, the first one drew the second one. It's kind of like the Sphinx's Revelation or the expressive iterations. When one finds the next one, that's generally game breaking. It looks like we are going to line up a really large attack here.
Yeah.
I think we've had, what is it? Is it 3 spells cast this turn?
I think 3. Yeah.
Okay.
So this is 4, 8, 11. If that's correct, then Michael could actually absorb all this. So this is probably not correct, because I don't know that this attack looks particularly safe if Michael doesn't, for Maximilian, if Michael doesn't have to block anything.
Okay, so I think he said what he's doing here. It doesn't look like he backed up. I think what he's doing is, I'm going to physically look at what this looks like if I were to attack with everything. Like, give me, I do this sometimes. You've played against me. I'll physically move the cards around. I'll redo blocks. I do it a lot in limited as well, where I'm like, if you block here and here, what does it look like?
Super frustrating for coverage, though.
Oh yeah, for sure.
We need a little indicator, like, hey, this is a bluff. This is just a feeling things out attack.
I'm just joking, Another Soulscar Mage as well as Max Hand. So if there was an answer found to the first one, which there aren't a ton usually in this deck at ways of killing the creatures, but there's a second one at the ready. There's another Treasure Cruise at the ready as well.
Yeah. So Michael, I mean,
this is where he's turning the corner. This is the turn where
Michael or Maximilian.
Max is going to be able to turn the corner.
I think Michael just drawing cards off the icon or drawing creatures off the icon is not going to keep up with the card drawing from Max. There's just too many cards coming into hand, and it's just going to get overloaded here. Also, Michael's creatures are staying the same, whereas Maximilian's, or at least a couple of them, are growing. Primarily the Sprite Dragon, but also the Ledger Shredders. Yeah.
Speaking of Ledger Shredders, here comes number 2 and number 3, just showing off here. So it looks like we're gonna have the second spell of the turn triggered on the other 2 Shredders. There's still one more trigger possibly when it's only when you play your second spell of the turn, right? So the trigger won't actually happen on the third one.
Oh yeah, I think you're right.
It's only the actual second spell, not the second spell it sees. Okay. Yeah, I forget the wording has changed a little bit over the last few years with that stuff. So it looks like both of those discarded Soulscar Mage and Monastery Swiftspear, so they are going to get the +1/+1 counters. Really incentivized here, Max is to actually pitch real cards to the Ledger Shredders here so they get bigger.
Yeah. It looks like 2 Reckless Impulse in the hand, so can anything actually get picked off here? With the icon and with Supreme Phantom, these creatures are pretty large.
The Soulscar Mage is going to carry a lot of weight here.
Yeah,
that's true. This is why it's important. This damage is going to actually come in the form of -1/-1 counters. Now, it does it to his own creature as well here, though, right? I will say the Soulscar Mage, it's symmetrical.
I think
it is. Yeah.
It might be asymmetrical in the sense that it's your damage done to both creatures. It's not. It's your damage done to any creature.
So it will. Put the counters on his own.
I didn't read that well the first time through. It's only to creatures opponent controls.
Okay.
So Reckless Impulse is safe.
There's all kinds of really crazy judge stuff with Soulscar Mage and damage doing to your own creatures and your opponents. And this, like I said, this is the turn where the corner is going to get turned, and yeah, things got tapped down. But I don't know if the Spirits deck's going to be able to compete
No, I
anymore
don't
from this
think so.
turn.
And actually, let me correct myself again. The 2 burn spells in the deck are Fiery Impulse and Reckless Rage. There's
So
no
you kind of
card
combine
Reckless
them.
Impulse.
Yeah, I was letting you
So
have it, Joe. I was letting
I
you
was
have it.
shortcutting.
Yeah,
I was shortcutting, naming both cards at the same time.
yeah. No, here's the thing. Magic's been around for what? Most of my life already. Well
Yeah.
over 20 years. They're running out of names for like the red 1 mana deal X damage spells. It's Fiery Impulse.
Yeah.
And they're all so close that it's gonna happen. They're gonna get melded together at some
Can we
point.
just reprint Shock? And
Yeah, I know, right? Just call it a
but we
day.
have to. I know we have to include the new mechanic from each set as far as
Mhm.
the card has to change somewhat. It has to have,
Well, Shock just
devoid
got
or
outclassed too, right? We
whatever.
have
Yeah.
the new one now that when it hits players, you get to descry one. So
Yeah.
it's actually just a pure upgrade.
Yeah. No,
So
that's a
play
nice
with
one.
fire. So like I said,
Yeah.
every one of them has some kind of fire thing going on.
All right. Okay.
So it
So
sounds like
we're
we're gonna go back down to modern.
gonna.
Okay. And the match that we haven't seen yet, it does look like we're gonna have another 4-color Yorion deck versus Azorius Affinity, which this is I was about to say this is a cool deck. It's a lot like the Legacy deck, right? It's 8
Mhm.
cast, but it has some of the stuff that's going on in modern in say like the Hammer deck as well. It's kind of like a amalgamation of those decks.
Yeah. Now this is a modern deck. I wouldn't say is as a high tier deck, but boy, it's got. I mean, this based on Williams' side of the board, this is probably turn 3, and there is a lot of permanence in play.
Yeah, I mean, Affinity, it actually shows up in this deck. We have the Affinity deck, but they don't actually have cards that have Affinity in them. And in this one, you're seeing it. Dark Soul Citadel's carrying a lot of weight. You're starting to see why the actual artifact lands are banned, and the bridge is going to show up as well. It's another artifact land. You're seeing the power of this deck, and the fact that a lot of these cards that actually have Affinity. I mean, he's got 0 cost cards next to 8 cost cards, and they're all in
Mhm.
play at the same time. And this is what this deck does. And I don't know if Omnath's going to be able to save you here. It
No.
looks like, does he have a
So,
Wrath? Is that what's
and
going on here?
if okay,
Oh,
well,
it
based on
is.
Brandon's side of the board, his actions, yes, there is a wrath.
So this is one of those spots where when you're Brandon and you're doing all this stuff, I wonder if there was like a chance to leave back 1 card. But the problem is like you're losing so many artifacts. So you'd have what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 left over that maybe you could try to rebuild from this point. I don't know what's in his hand, so maybe he does have something to rebuild. You could try to play around the Supreme Verdict just a tiny bit. But at the same time, if your hand is actually bad, I'm more inclined to just shove everything because
Mhm.
like a rebuild of 1 small creature isn't going to get it done. And so that's a hard that's a hard thing a road to kind of run down the middle. Now, there is a thought cast behind this. This can do some heavy lifting. Finds another thought cast, but I don't think he has another source of. He does have a source of blue here. He found
Yeah,
there we go.
yeah.
Hallowed Fountain. Okay. This is going to allow this thought monitor in here. He can play the Springleaf Drum for free, technically, here. Yep, there we go. I think he just figured, okay, there we go. So Springleaf Drum. Yep. I say technically for free because it's going to make the other card cheaper.
Ooh,
All right, we're kind of doing it here.
yeah.
We found an Esper Sentinel that we can play as well for Brandon. And this is why this deck, I love this deck, by the way, Joe. This deck is really cool. I love the ones that just spew a bunch of permanents into play. Now, there
So
is an Omnath on the other side for William, and it does look like he has a land behind this as well.
yeah,
So he's going to be able to recoup some of his life total here.
yeah. Although he already got man tithed once this game, he may be a little wary
Yeah.
now about
Because there is white mana available here, even though
yeah.
technically there's not. I don't know if you can play around that.
I don't know if you can either, but if you get hit by man tithe here, you are
It's embarrassing. It's a real bad.
Yeah.
It's the biggest feel bad in the game, right? Like your opponents get you with a white card. Oh, it looks like he might play the land. Oh, I feel for William here. I really do. I've been on the other side of this before, and I think he's asking his teammates, "Can I afford to play around this? Is there something else I can do this turn?" Or, oh man, this is it does look like it's gonna be land into Omnath. Oh boy. And this is where you get some value from having a card like that in your deck where yeah, you might not have it, but now your opponent has to play around it, right? We've talked about
Right.
this before, like what's better, the card itself or the threat of it? And sometimes it's the threat of the card.
Yes, indeed. All right. So William will get out of this turn, it looks like. And then you can start getting life next turn. Well, I mean, if Teferi bounces Omnath, I guess Williams kind of in the same position, but then he wouldn't be able to play around it anyway. Like you're saying, I mean, sometimes like that time he played around it and he was probably going to get away with it, and he did. But I don't think it would happen twice. I think next time if he plays around it, he's probably done.
Oh, 100%. Does look like he's going to play an Ingenious Smith here. Lots of ways to garner card advantage of this deck, which is really cool because the original Affinity decks, that was their problem, right?
Mhm.
Is you'd have a 7-card hand, right? Or, 8 cards if you're on the draw, and you'd put 5 or 6 cards in play. And if your opponent killed like the 1 or 2 that mattered, your deck was kind of bad. Like you were just left over with, 1/1s for 0 and stuff that didn't do anything. Or you could attack with your lands, but it wasn't good enough. But we're seeing cards like Ingenious Smith, Thought Monitor, Thought Cast behind all these other cards. They're recouping a lot of the value that you lose of just making your deck this super high velocity thing. Plus, there's Teferi behind this and a couple other cards. So you're seeing the real strength of the deck.
All right, so damage comes across, and then 3 Springleaf drums. No, 2 drums and a land for Zat and
It looks like Antiquities
Antiquities
War
War?
here. Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
actually looking this one up real quick because I want to make sure I get all this stuff right. So the first 2 chapters let you look at the top 5 cards of your library, and you can reveal an artifact card from them and put it in your hand. The third chapter is the one that's really good, though. It's artifacts you control become artifact creatures with base power and toughness 5/5 until end of turn. If that happens, William will likely be dead.
Yeah, I mean, it would be almost impossible for him to win, as in
Mm.
addition to the creatures and the Springleaf drums, there's also multiple lands that would turn into 5/5s.
Mm.
And there's just not enough blockers in Williams' deck to be able to stop that.
Joe, do you remember two turns ago where Supreme Verdict happened, and I was talking about like if he should extend or not, and if he could rebuild, and I was like, I don't know if he has what it takes to rebuild from here. I was way wrong.
Yeah, well, he had the Thoughtcast, he had the Thought Monitor, and yeah, he is
Yeah, the
that
Thoughtcast
Spring.
into the Thought Monitor just got everything going, right?
Yeah, it did. And now this Omnath, I mean, sure, you can gain some life. Good luck. We're attacking for like 50 fairly soon.
Now, here's a good
Although,
answer. There is a legendary
yeah,
creature in place that only costs 1 mana, so Antiquities War is going to die here to Boseiju.
and is there even a land to get?
There might be 1 basic in these decks. Sometimes they do play 1
I
or
think
2.
actually it's found. There's Hallowed Fountains though, right? You can get,
Oh, because you can get any. Yeah, that's right. I forgot. You can get of a type, right?
I
I haven't
believe.
been Besager just yet. As it looks like we're gonna have a Hardcast Solitude behind this as well. It's gonna remove one of those 4/4s. I call these Mirror Enforcer. They're technically Mirror Enforcer. It's just like another reprinting of the card. I forgot the name of this one exactly.
Whoa,
It's
sorry.
just a
I got
4/4.
distracted there for a second. I'm looking at this deck list more carefully now for Brandon Russo. Can this be right? There's 5 land in this deck?
Would it be all 5 of these? Did
There's
you
4
look in
Urza
the?
Sagas. There are
Well,
4 Urza Sagas and 5 other land?
which would be these 5? That
Yeah.
are they just in another section? Because I would assume there's a lot of citadels and bridges.
Yes, you're correct. They are in another section. Okay, that didn't seem possible.
Mhm.
Okay. Yeah, so there's actually 13 land deck, which is still not very many.
Like, I can see that happening in Legacy. I don't think I can see
Yeah.
that happening in Modern. Yeah.
Yeah, so there's 8 artifact lands, 4 Urza Sagas, and 5 other lands.
Mm.
All right, so 17. All right. So
We're gonna
I'll
get a
retract my exclamation there.
So there was a double block here from the Ragavan and the Solitude to trade for the 4/4 and a little gaining of life. So William actually comes out technically ahead on life on that attack, but he loses a good bit of his board position. And if you're Brandon, I think you're mostly okay with this. This is a really cool play, by the way. I love doing this. You get to Teferi, bounce your own creature, draw a card, and oh boy, I think we're going deep into the deck again this turn.
Yeah.
Springleaf Drums at the ready to provide mana here. The Esper Sentinel that's not doing a ton sitting there can easily add some white mana, or the Ingenious Smith, which you're less likely to block with, I believe. But Esper Sentinel doing the same. Okay, looks like we're going to draw 2 more again. Here's another free spell. The hits just keep coming, Joe.
Yeah, it is working. I mean, there's no more Antiquities War. There's only 1 in the 75, and it is gone already.
Yeah, so this one is Mirror Enforcer. If I remember right, it has like basic land cycling.
Yeah,
That
it's
was-
just
yeah.
Mirror Enforcer, which oddly enough didn't get played for. I mean, kind of
8
makes its way
years.
out of out of the Affinity decks, and then you reprint it with an ability that doesn't get used, as it doesn't get used for land cycling like ever, I don't think. And then now it's playable again.
Oh, that was a Supreme Verdict off the top, Joe.
No.
There is a mana tithe in Brandon's head, but it also A is not counterable, and B is not gonna be able to pick it off here. So he found it right after we were talking about it. But oh boy, this is a very timely Supreme Verdict. Yeah, pay 1 extra. Oh, that's
Wow,
rough
that's
for William. That is rough for William. He's gonna go
that's
ahead and
suspicious that you don't pay for that.
yeah. Oh wait, what's going on here? Okay, so
This
he's
is
not.
the
Oh yeah, so he's
iteration.
not. Okay, so he's not paying for Esper Sentinel. Okay,
Right.
gonna find
Yeah,
the
he didn't pay
land.
for it.
Okay. Didn't want to take the risk. Okay, and play that Misty. So he's gonna go ahead and activate it too. Go down to 14. So he's gonna leave up the 1 here this turn. I mean, he's gonna pay the 1 here.
Okay, so Supreme Verdict to reset. I guess Teferi can stay on the board, but that's it.
Well, we'll have to see if Brandon can do this again. He's already shown a tendency to be able to rebuild quite a bit every time that he gets Supreme Verdicts. This deck
I don't
doesn't like to
know.
give
I
up.
don't know how much is held back at this time.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, he's gone. Here's the problem. It is 8 cast. Eventually, you run out of Thought Cast. You run out of Thought Monitor. This is the most suspicious attack for 4 I've ever seen in my life. Yeah. Like after fetching the land out and everything, it's just super suspicious. Yeah. Let's see. Does the Teferi even matter? I think there's a second copy Teferi in the hands. I think you can almost just like let this happen. It does look like he's thinking about blocking. He's counting up power here. Can I kill you on the way back? I gotta believe you can.
Let's see, that's 6, 7,
Couple of
8,
good top
9,
decks here
10.
from Brandon as well,
There's enough
possibly.
to win the game here for Brandon.
Yeah, definitely think you just let this happen, most likely. I mean, Brandon knows
I
his
mean,
deck
you're
a
not
little better
giving
than
up
we do.
much.
Yeah.
Even the odds of William having a sweeper from Brandon's perspective are very high, but you're not giving up anything to let this through.
I mean, William has the body language of somebody who has something here, so blocking not horrible. And here comes the Supreme Verdict. We know. Oh, I was about to say, does he get to sandbag it here? No, okay, he's gonna go ahead and cast it. So let's see. We gotta okay. Yep, there go the creatures. He does keep a lot of stuff here, but not a lot going on anymore after this is the problem. So let's see what's the top deck. It needs to be a good one. And that's not horrible.
Yeah. Urza Saga is a great way to rebuild. It does take time. I don't know how many cards in William's hand. Doesn't look like very many.
He's got 2.
Yeah. Okay. So Brandon's still in this. His team needs this. If he loses this
Giganta
game, the
added to
match
the
is
hand.
over.
We forgot about that. There's a companion that we couldn't see from off the board. But no creature in play, so he can't cast it yet this turn. It's a fairy of his own over in William's side. Looks like he's got a lot of the redundant enchantment types. So he's going to start digging here. So Abundant Growth, draw him a card. Oh boy, another Omnath added here, and he's got a Wrenn and 6. William might be turning this game around.
Okay, so this looks like the fairy coming down first. Bounce. I mean, take your pick. If you're gonna bounce something here, it's Urza Saga, right? Yep, there it goes.
Yes,
yeah, just buys a turn.
Gets another card deeper into the deck. I think that was a March of Otherworldly Light that was added to William's hand.
Okay, that actually can take out the Saga.
We don't know what the
but
Pithy Needle's on, but apparently
I don't think we ever caught what the needle was named, did we?
No, I don't think we did either, but whatever it was, it's irrelevant now.
Yeah.
Oh boy, nice little top deck here for Brandon. Gonna get to refuel a bit. Ingenious Smith, another good top deck.
Yeah, kind of. Well, boy, Brandon's hand is full.
Yeah, so Ingenious Smith gonna help. Yeah, let's say we're gonna go search for more stuff to do. Plus, it starts adding colored mana to Brandon here as well. And then it's another way to win. Ingenious Smith, another perfect card for this. I love this deck, Joe. I don't know about you or how much you've seen of this.
I thought that he might run out this time, and that was clearly wrong.
You were wrong. Yeah. Now, Brandon really needs to win this because his team is way on the back foot here. Andrew Lopez has won the legacy match for his team, and Williams up a game, and Maximilian's up a game. So they have to win the remaining 4 games left in this match to be in it. So it looks like, all right, we're going to add a bunch of mana. That's 5 mana. Looks like Giganta is going to get added to the board here.
All right.
I haven't seen one of these actually get cast in a long time.
It doesn't seem like it happens very often. I mean,
you get to free roll it, right? So you might as well.
I mean, right. That's the thing is that it's so free. But like the decks with Yorion, or the decks used to have Luris. It feels like they get used every game, and these Gigantas just never happen.
Here we go. We got Omnath. Draw a card. We do have a fetch land in hand here, so we can kind of go off this turn. I think that's a prismatic ending. So maybe a way to pick off something here. Maybe the Ingenious Smith or the Shadow Spear is actually a pretty good target here
Shadow
as well.
Spear is maybe more threatening than some of the other cards. I mean, William was down to 7, I think, at one point, and now his life total is looking fairly healthy.
Omnath is a fair and balanced card.
Hey, I mean, it's doing its thing, and Brandon is more than keeping up.
Yeah, you're seeing both of these decks kind of operate at what they're supposed to be doing, right?
Yeah.
The Omnath deck just kind of staying around. You know, the top decks were nice, right? Obviously hitting the Wrath when he needed to, but that's what happens when you draw a million cards a game. You know, all of your cards replace themselves or are extremely powerful. And then Brandon, being the aggressive deck that wants to put all of its permanents in play, is showing you the staying power that the deck can have in matchups like this, where, yeah, like I technically run out of cards, but it only takes 1 or 2 to really fill everything back up. All right, we gotta pay the tax here. Did you pay the 1? A Commander game's breaking out.
Red and 6 may be the likely former target of that pithing needle. Since,
Yeah, I think you're right. That sounds like a pretty good one. So this Renaissance is going to go up actually and get back. This is a really, really sweet one. This gets back Beseiju, which is going to be 1 green mana, pretty much kill target permanent on the side of Brandon's board, besides the besides the Planeswalker and the Gigantha. But all the other permanents are going to get killed for 1 mana. So gonna be able to pick off Shadow Spear if he wants to as well here.
Shadow Spear and Urza Saga seem like the first rank targets. Yeah, I'm not sure which one.
I think those need to start happening. Looks like the Prismatic's going to go ahead and pick off the Ingenious Smith and take away with that threat. Okay. They start taking over the board here for William. Looks like there goes the Saga.
Yep. No more lands to fetch out as I covered, they're all in play. Plains and Hollow Fountain are the only ones that qualify as basics.
All right. Well, we just drew another Thought Cast off the top. This is Thought Monitor. So
Of
1
course.
mana, draw 2 cards, make a 2/2 flyer. Pretty good.
Woo.
I think that's a Seachrome Coast, Joe. Just to keep you up to date with what just happened there. That really weird looking land that got drawn. Doing the real reason I got hired this weekend.
The one that just got drawn right now?
Yeah.
Okay. I thought it was a Urza Saga and an Otawara, but maybe you're right.
Yeah, he switched them around real fast, but the stranger looking land, I'm pretty sure that was a Seachrome Coast.
I see.
Because at first I was like, is that an Otawara? All right, so here we go. We got a really good attack here. So Teferi is going to come in.
Wow.
I'm sorry. Yeah, Teferi's going to bounce the Omnath out of the way, which lets the Gigantha and the Thought Monitor really clean up. So this has been one of the more back and forth games I've ever covered, Joe. This is amazing.
Yeah. I mean, an attack actually happened that mattered. Oh yeah, here we go. Teferi reset again. Thought Monitor.
Yep, the free Springleaf Drum here. Technically, yeah. Thought Monitor again.
Okay.
Yeah, this is the deck that, while it has Teferi in here, it's generally going to be targeting its own stuff in a lot of these games, because targeting, Thought Monitor is actually one of the better plays the deck can do.
Sure, and there's not much to target on Williams' side of the board. You don't want to bounce the Omnath.
You don't want to bounce Omnath. You don't want to bounce Solitude. You don't want to bounce Fury. Speaking of which, some of those cards getting added to Williams' hand this turn would be great. Was that a Quaddle? I couldn't tell on that. All right, so here comes Omnath. That's how we're going to start. Yeah, it was a Quaddle. Okay. Good draw for William here. Card that replaces itself. Also, can do a lot of things. Expressive Iteration, another great draw from William here.
Boy.
Can either of these decks ever run out of gas?
Yeah,
It doesn't seem like it.
Keeping up with this game ahead because his deck has more cards in it?
I don't know. Here's the thing. I want to see this game go to its resolution. I hope the other match doesn't just end, because this game has been unreal.
Yeah, this is. I mean, William has cleared the board twice. The second one especially, he seemed like he really needed, and now, I mean, with Omnath and a Quaddle, you'd say you're stable against basically anything, but this might be the outlier, as there's just so much stuff here for Brandon. And now he gets on top with Urza Saga, starting to go active, being able to make a construct, draws another one.
Still got that Shadow Spear sitting there over in that pile of random artifacts. He's got, he's got a lot of stuff here. Okay.
There's a lot of land in hand.
Yeah. I'm just trying to keep up with everything, Joe. There's so I said a game of Commander broke out. I was not joking.
We gotta get Drake back in here. Have you noticed that like 85% of Drake's tweets are like
Commander
angry
focused, yeah.
Commander tweets?
It's a great format, Joe.
Yeah, I guess.
You should try it sometime.
All right, trampling Gigantha. No.
Let's say, maybe thinking I can find it. I don't want to trade this for Quaddle.
Yeah, I mean, maybe, but something's gonna trade for that Quaddle.
Yeah,
You
I
can't
think he's
avoid that.
asking. Yeah, you see, Brand. I think he's talking with his teammates like, when do I start attacking? You know, when do I do this?
I mean, Urza Saga Construct with Shadow Spear looks like it's gonna be about a 20 power. So
Yeah, and there's going to be a buddy with it very soon too. There's going to be 3 of them in play over the next 2
yeah,
turns.
so I like this attack because this gets through 5 damage.
And it
Even though it
removes the
trades out
Quaddle as
Gigantha.
well, which is big.
Yeah. So I like this. I like this exchange from Brandon's point of view.
Yeah, that's a really good point, Joe, too, because like you need to make sure Williams' life total is manageable here, right? Like this Omnat's going to get out of control over the next turn. He's going to gain 4 life almost every turn from here on out. Or if he ever finds any way, like Ren and 6, anything like that, it can get really, really out of hand. So you just want to keep this manageable. And yeah, I like saying go here. You don't really need to add anything else. You're way far ahead on the board now, and the Urza Sagas are going to start doing stuff. Counterspell over in Williams' hand, not going to be great from this point on because of the fact that, like we said, Brandon can just stay with what he's got going. But there is a Ren and 6, there are lands, and there is a Yorion as well. So lots of cool things for William to do this turn. A bunch of more cards are going to get added to his hand as well. So he's going to start off with that Ren and 6. Do you want to pay the 1? Looks like he does.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know. Like, Brandon's hand is full of what must be garbage since everything is practically free. He's holding on to it, so he must have a bunch of lands.
There's another thing that's slightly overlooked too as well. He's going to get the Seiju back as well. So William, another removal spell added to his hand here. This is still big. Now it looks like we're going to get the Yorion resetting everything. It's going to draw some extra cards here. So yeah, flicker this, and maybe not the Ren and 6, just because you'll lose a loyalty counter for no reason. But you'll get to use it again if you wanted to. You could maybe pick off that Sentinel.
Well, so everything comes back at the end step, so you're not going to get
end step. Yeah, I'm so used to the flicker stuff doing it immediately now. Yeah,
I know. So yeah, but yeah, the Boseiju recycle is just.
And so that's why you
powerful.
that's why you see the needle name Ren and 6 very early and very aggressively. That's one of the ways that they win this game is they do that. That card, I'm not sure, Joe.
Which card?
The one that just got added to his hand. I think it was one of the D&D cards.
I wasn't even looking at his hand at that point, but we'll see if we can catch it later. Although it's a Dungeons and Dragons card, there's a decent chance I might not know it anyway. But
it could be.
You have the deck list available.
Do they run like Evolving Wilds?
No.
Okay. Yeah, it's one of the the arts from. Oh, is that the Treasure Land?
There is a treasure vault.
Yeah, that's a treasure vault. God,
you're right. Yeah, it's a treasure vault. Okay.
I'm on top of it, Joe. I get to stay in the booth. All right.
All right. So treasure vault sacrifices to make a bunch of treasures, which is nice when you have Urza Saga constructs in play.
Yeah, I was supposed to say it's actually very dangerous. It could be a really big combat trick here.
Yeah.
So, all right, this contract is attacking for approximately 47.
Yeah, let's get Shadow Spear. Yeah, let's get it going. I mean, this is in there for.
I think it's like 15-ish, 16 maybe. I'm trying to get the actual number. I can't. There's a couple cards I'm not sure. I can't see all of them, so I'm not sure they're artifacts.
Yeah, and several land count. Okay, there is Boseiju, and this is something that's gonna. I mean, this isn't going away as long as that Ren 6 persists. I mean, this Boseiju can fire off every turn, and Brandon's gonna need another route through. I guess he can make 2 constructs. No.
The Yorion being here, we can't understate how important it is as well because it's holding back Thought Monitor from attacking Ren and 6, which is also very huge. This is a big, important part of this game. This is a really complicated game. If either person makes a small mistake, it's going to be very, very costly here.
It's just, I mean, and so much stuff taking advantage of the new rule interactions, or new card interactions, like Ren and 6 recycling Boseiju, so significant. And also it being a channel effect, and Brandon still has the Teferi on the board, but the channel doesn't get affected by that, so just goes right through it.
Okay, so we're being told the match has actually ended, and we're going to get my wish. They're going to go ahead and finish the game because this game is so cool. I kind of like this from this a little bit of sportsmanship from the guys. If it was late in the day, I'd probably be like, I want to keep the brain power. My brain would probably be turning to mush at that point. But when a game's been this good, you've got to see it to its conclusion.
Yeah. So yeah, the match is over because Maximilian Sagravs has won the Pioneer match to go alongside Andrew Lopez winning the Legacy match. But the modern game continues on. Playing for bragging rights. Playing for cool plays on the stream. Playing for how many times can I channel Bosechu in the same game? That number is a lot.
Yeah, the number's big. Yeah. Like expressive iteration. Stop me if you've heard this before today.
I don't even know if one construct hit's going to win the game anymore, if it were even able to get through.
Yeah, I was supposed to say, I think the game is starting to slip away from Brandon here.
I mean,
The Ren
and
6
also,
being too
like,
good.
William may get to a point where it's worthwhile to just throw a creature in front of the construct and then Bosechu the Shadow Spear.
Mm-hmm. So here comes that construct.
Yeah. So
there's
this turn,
two
there's
now.
2 of them, but only one will have trample.
Yeah, so you can just jump in front of the other one if you need to. So another construct being added here. Now this is gonna go find something. I wonder if there's a second pithing needle, but I don't think there is. That would have been huge.
Yeah.
It looks like he didn't even search. I think he might be out.
Wow. Maybe he's just. Yeah, there's only one pithing needle in the 75. Yeah, naming Bosechu would be.
Yeah, the pithing needle's been destroyed this game. So here we go. There's the treasure vault. Or treasure. Is it treasure vault? Not treasure trove? Yeah,
it's treasure
a
vault.
different one.
Yeah, you're right the first time. I love how there's just like a clump of like a dozen artifacts in the middle of Brandon's board that just have not moved in about 10 minutes.
They're there for scenery. They're there for ambiance. They're creating a vibe.
They're just taking up real estate on his board.
They're just vibing, Joe. They're just they're there to hang out. All right. So it looks like the thing we almost never see, the red land getting Shokuzen getting channeled here to make 2 1/1s.
Yeah, Shokuzen makes 2 1/1s, which is great for blocking 2 constructs as long as you can deal with Shadow Spear, which I believe we know he can.
Yeah, here comes the Boseiju, I've got to believe. I think this is the first time I've seen this on camera. Oh, he's got multiple ways too. He's got a March the Other World Light in his hand and a counterspell. I think he's got it all sewed up here. I mean, he still has to finish the game, William does, but I think it's going to be academic from here. Brandon's not going to have permanents left soon.
I mean, yeah, and Brandon.
Irrelevant.
Yeah, Brandon may actually just be deckable at this point with Bosechu being able to blow away relevant threats. And at this point, it takes a lot to even qualify as relevant. Mana Tithe, your time has gone.
The backup win condition of Yorion is the fact that you just have a million cards in your deck, so you can naturally deck your opponent because you just start with more cards.
Yeah. There is 3 Mirror Enforcers, 1 kept from 2 to the bottom. And a pass. So yeah, this Yorion and this Omnath are just holding the fort. William up to 24. I don't think there's any fear anymore. And with a counterspell in hand just in case. Red 6 ultimate could lead to a supreme verdict in a couple turns. Well, Tannen, I have to say, if I was playing this game in Brandon's seat and I knew what my team had lost, at this point, I would probably
be packing it. Yeah, I think at this point I'd be packing it in. But Brandon came to game, can't blame him. This has been a really sweet one. This has been the best game we've had all day. Super, or at least that I've been here. Super back and forth and just really cool and in depth. And honestly, you got to get your camera time. And look, he does believe it. There we go. We're going to pack it in. So it's a clean sweep for the team on the left. But not only to get his camera time, Joe really showed off a cool deck that we don't see a ton of that I think has a lot of legs in the format. And I like it. I like that deck a lot. And you saw the resiliency of it here in this round. I mean, it got swept multiple times, and then within the next turn or two, it still had 15 permanents in play.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It definitely has good resistance to Supreme Verdict. If something like this was popular and more anti-artifact cyborg cards got played, then it becomes tougher.
Mm-hmm.
but Urza Saga does help get around that, and I guess drawing 1 million cards helps with that. So
Yeah.
I don't know. It put on a good show there, even though it did come up short. Okay, so that's going to bring us to the end of the round. We're going to go through a couple upcoming events, and then we'll take a break and get round 6 set up. So what we've got coming up over the next few months of the Nerd Rage series, we've got the June event, the June trial weekend. We've got Modern as the main event and Pioneer on Sunday. So that's the first solo Pioneer event for Nerd Rage Gaming. Also, this is in Lansing, Michigan, which is our first event in Michigan. Then we've got back to the home base, end of July in Chicagoland. It's actually in Mundelein. So if you've been to our events in Mundelein before, it's in the same spot. Modern on Saturday, Legacy on Sunday. And then the next showdown, the season 2 showdown, Team 20K in St. Louis, Missouri at the end of August with a Modern 5K on Sunday. Showdowns are significant for Nerd Rage. They're higher prize payout events, and the winners qualify for the end of the year championship. So lots on the line at the showdown weekend.
I'm considering making it out for that one, Joe.
Okay. All right. See there. If you go, you would have the potential to beat Shannon Grace in the finals, because as we've said, somebody has to.
Yeah, I was about to say it's a sweet spot. If you make it to the finals against me, just knowing going in that you're going to guarantee a win, it's got to be like the freest real estate there's ever been in Magic.
Yeah, I mean, I even we like to do things for our guests, and so I prepared highlight montage for Tanning Grace of all of his championship moments. So don't blink or you'll miss it. You ready? Run it. Did you catch it?
Nope.
That was it.
Joe, I hate you. Hey, look,
all
man,
right.
You can be known for worse things than always finishing second. Okay,
you definitely could. Absolutely. All right. So we'll take a break and we'll be back for round 6. Stick around. All right, we're back. Tanny Grace still here. We're running through the rest of the day. We're round 6. We may not even have too many teams locking things up, even with a win this round, because we are at 120 teams. Biggest Nerd Rage event ever. And
Nice. I
7
didn't. Yeah.
round Swiss cap is 128. So we're right at the borderline. We're going to watch Pioneer at least kick this round off. We've got the Feather deck versus
Ooh.
the Arclight Phoenix. So that should be good. Players are at the table. Let's go ahead and get down there.
And I wonder if this feather deck is going to have any of the newer cards in it. You know, it's a deck that kind of had all of its stuff already, right? But there was a few cards per day. We get it in probably one every set where it's like a 1 mana protect my creature kind of card. There's a new one from the new set that's 1 white mana and gives a shield counter
Right.
and stuff. And I don't know if that's better than God's Willing. God's Willing is probably better in a lot of spots. The fact that it scries plus, you know, it's a little more functionality like post stuff. So we'll have to see. But right now, this just looks like one of those Boros burn decks so far. But this does have that combat trick enabling stuff. And like you said, the card Feather itself can do some really, really dangerous stuff.
Yeah, it can be very cool. Yeah, the shield gear you're talking about. Yeah, God's Willing seems better in basically almost any scenario except actual sweepers, where shields are the new mechanic where you can prevent damage or destruction.
Well, now the jig is up. So,
Yeah.
you know, you started off with what looks like a typical Boros deck, and then you're going to have Dreadhorde Arcanist coming out in turn 2. And this isn't a red-black deck where that card really gets played quite a bit in Pioneer. This is a red-white deck. So, the Izzet Phoenix player, Chris Ward, maybe isn't having Feather directly in his mind just yet, but has got to be thinking the fact like this is weird. This is a little different. What exactly is this deck?
So
here's a card that's been added from the new set as well. This is Strangle. So it's a 1 red mana sorcery that deals 3 damage to a creature, or does it hit planeswalkers as well? I can't remember.
I don't believe so, but that is 5 cards on the list now.
And
we're getting there.
This is a card that I was actually, there's part of me that's a little angry they got printed into Pioneer, but that's either here nor there. And this is a Feather. Now that will be able to survive Strangles, but it will die to one of these lightning axes that's in Chris Ward's hand.
All right, so let's see how
this is going to be a really good
Ledger
turn.
Shredder, and then so no Arclight coming back this turn, but clearing out the Feather is the big thing.
Yeah, this is a really good turn for him here because this is going to grow the Shredder, or give the chance to grow the Shredder if he wants. But also he gets to discard a Phoenix. Let's say he had found a second one there. I think that's actually my favorite pitch to Ledger Shredder is pitching an Arclight Phoenix. So.
Sure. I mean, that's what you're really hoping for. Yeah, this deck is all really relying on the Phoenix. It's the only creatures in the deck are Ledger Shredder and Arclight Phoenix.
So this one has no Thing in the Ice, is what you're saying.
Right.
Right. So this is the attack you version. Yeah. Okay. And like a little less of the controlling version where Thing in the Ice can kind of would actually be great in this kind of match because it's something that can get around all the protection spells from the Feather deck.
Yeah, certainly bouncing things you don't get protected by God's Willing or shields.
So is this Gird for Battle? Which one is this one? There's so many of these.
Let me get you here. It's
not
Gird for Battle. It's
a similar one. This might be one of the ones of Flashback. So this is going to put a +1/+1 counter on the Monastery.
Yeah, this is Homestead Courage. Yeah.
Okay, that's that one.
Yeah, you're right. It has with Flashback. It's +1/+1 counter and Vigilance till the end of the turn.
And it's also going to grow it by 1 for the turn for the trigger for Monastery Swifter plus the +1/+1 counter. So this is a really cool one. The fact that it's got multiple uses out of it. You're going to get 2 off of it every time with something a Monastery Swifter, but also still into into the realm of like being good with Feather and Dreadhorde Arcanist and stuff like that too. So you're going to see a lot of cards like this in this deck mixed in with these Monastery Swiftspears and stuff like that. So the key for Harrison here is to be able to get his creatures out of range of dying to the burn spells from Chris Ward and to not draw too much of one side of his deck. Like he needs to not draw all creatures or all of the combat trick / growing cards like the cards we've seen here. So I think this is Defiant Strike, by the way. So this is one of the cards out of.
Yeah, that artwork is not familiar to me, but
I think it's Defiant Strike.
I mean, that would make sense.
Yeah, because the card was drawn. Okay, yeah. I know a decent bit of the, what are those called? The spell book cards? I think that's what they're called. Yeah. I don't know all of them, but
All right, so attack in there for a sizable chunk. Vigilance because of the Homestead Courage. So Swift Spirit stays open, but
yeah,
just a
for
2/3. It's gonna be tough for that to survive a lightning axe at any point.
yeah. So let's see. Does he have something like God's Willing, or does he have one of the protection spells? And it does look like that is. I was gonna say there was another spellbook card. This is God's Willing. So what this does is going to make this be pro red and scry 1 here. So doubling up here, not only protecting the creature, but giving a little card selection too. And it seems like this is a hard one on top of Harrison's deck. It does look
Yeah.
like he's going to keep it.
Good thing because the land is the only card left in hand there for Harrison, and these heroic style decks definitely benefit from being able to bluff as much as they do from actually being able to cast spells. It's hard to bluff without cards in your hand.
Yeah, what's
But,
better, the actual card or the threat of it?
yeah,
Well, here's a card
exactly.
that's
Well,
actually great no matter what. This is Treasure Cruise. So this is what
mhm.
is this only one? This is 2 spells so far. So if he has a land and a 1-drop. So this is the
Yep.
trigger for Ledger Shredder. Looks like it's going to get rid of a land. So we're going to draw 3 cards. Oh, was that a Strangle? It's pro red though for this turn. So
Yeah, so that's not going to drop for this turn, but
you could strangle your own creature here, I believe. I think you could target any creature.
why would we do that?
If you wanted to get back Phoenix, this would be your 3rd
Oh, I
spell this
see.
turn,
You're
right?
right.
Yeah. Doesn't look like he's going to do it though. So he's going to play this slow. I don't mind this at all. It's not like you're under a ton of pressure here. Harrison was down to 1 card left, but he does have the flashback spell, and this card was left on top from a scry as well. So you have to believe that it's at least a spell that's relevant to this game.
Mm-hmm.
All
Well,
right.
he's
So
going to
with this
go
on the
for it.
stack, it looks like we're gonna get the lightning axe. Yeah. What do you keep here?
I think you keep the charm, or maybe you decide not to cast it at all.
Yeah, like the charm can kill some creatures or dig you deeper in your deck. Strangle can kill a creature through one of the +1/+1 effects. So there's a lot to think about here. Also, let's keep count here. There's 1 spell for Harrison Fang as well this turn. So if a second one will trigger that Ledger Shredder. This is the hardest part about
And
playing against the
wow.
yeah, it does resolve. This is the hardest part of
Yeah.
playing against the heroic decks is
Yeah, I
timing
mean,
your stuff correctly.
that's dangerous for Chris Ward, but it's away with it there.
Oh,
And
hell of a
now
top deck here, by the way.
looking good. Pieces of the puzzle. Flip 5. Take 2 instants and sorceries.
Looks like you hit 2 there. The last one helping out quite a bit. Oh, is that the Temporal Trespass? I think is what just got added. That is the Delve Time Walk. It looks like
That's a nice
consider.
one.
Yeah, it's gonna be the
I
second
definitely
spell.
lost the game to that this week.
Mm-hmm.
Where you're just like, you're pacing things out. Okay, they have these Arclight Phoenixes, whatever. I can take, a hit and a half
Mm-hmm.
with the whole flock, and they're like, oh, I'm going to take an extra turn. And now you're dead.
Speaking of his Phoenix, the second one just got added to the yard. Though I don't know they're going to get into play anytime soon. We'll see. This looks like an attack from Ledger Shredder here. I think that's okay. We still have the Is It Charm and the Temple Trespass. It's going to be hard to chain all of this together, but we'll see. Chris Ward's deck can do some really disgusting stuff. Now, there was no creature follow-up last turn. I think it's what took time for Harrison to figure out if he should keep his card on. It looks like, yeah, it was another sorcery speed way to pump his deck. And this is what I was talking about. You need to avoid draws like this when
Yeah,
you're
I mean,
playing the
once you're
red-white
out of
deck.
creatures in heroic, oh boy. Okay, so
It's the all filler, no thriller draw, as I like to call it.
All right, so Ledger Shredder at 3 power. If Chris can't bring back Phoenix this turn, I guess. Well, okay, here we go. I was gonna say, if
He's
we
gonna
can't bring it
try.
back, maybe we don't cast anything. But he's gonna go for it.
So he's going to dig 2 and discard 2. All right. If he wants to try to bring back Phoenix this turn, he's going to have to take a risk. So what you might see him do here is set up to do it next turn. So he might pitch these 2 and then just cast pieces of the puzzle, trigger Ledger Shredder.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, get possibly another, if he finds, say, okay, well, he's going to go ahead and just Time Walk, actually. So maybe next turn he can bring back the. Okay, so this is actually good. So he gets to attack here, and then next turn he's gonna have all of his mana, and he's gonna start off with pieces of the puzzle,
Right?
And he probably be able to find lethal here, actually.
All right, Shredder will connive.
Does look like a pitched opt. Yep, nice ops by the way, the original ones.
Yeah, see, that's
Love
good
that.
for me. That's easily recognizable.
Yeah,
Chris Ward
that
doing
set
a
came out
favor for everybody.
Yeah, that came out in 1999, back when Joe was in college.
That's true.
I was making a joke. Wow, it was actually true. Okay. All right. Well, It looks like Consider an Expressive Iteration, or here it looks like another Temporal Trespass as well.
Well, without a land, I guess there's not actually going to be a trespass,
Well,
a follow-up trespass this turn, but Consider and
another Consider here is
another
going to be
Consider,
the.
that would do it.
Yep. You don't have to grow the Shredder here. I think you can just pitch the. It doesn't look like he's gonna. You can, pitch the Temporal Trespass. All right. So he's gonna keep the land. That's gonna trigger that. It's gonna grow that. Consider. Otawar down. Draw the card. Gets another land here. Another Consider. Trying to keep up with all this. Card on top. Looks like that one's gonna get added. Expressive Iteration. Yep, it's a great one. Here come the Phoenixes, and you're dead.
Yeah, that was well done. That's for exact damage, and Chris Ward will pick up game 1. Yeah, that was a good one.
And this is the kind of matchup that can be a problem for the red-white heroic deck. The Izzet deck, you saw it there, right? It has a lot of removal in it, right? You know, you saw Lightning Strike, you saw Strangles, you saw Shock variants. Those are good, especially if you time them well. They can kill the creatures. But one of the other problems is if you're getting in combat with this deck and you're trying to attack with like a tall creature, like one big creature that doesn't have trample, they can bring back multiple Phoenixes, right? Block with one, attack you with the other ones, and then bring back the Phoenix again and do it again the next turn. So this is kind of a scary matchup for a heroic player here.
I mean, we saw he ran out of creatures. Now, if there had been a God's Willing or some sort of instant to save from that last Lightning Axe, that would have looked very different. Then it would have been like you were talking about. It would have been struggling for Chris Ward to find enough chump blockers to stay alive long enough. But it goes the other way here on top of the Temporal Trespass. Yeah, it's such a cool element to the deck. There's actually 3 copies in the deck. And yeah, really neat. All right, so let's go ahead and switch over to whatever's available.
Looks like Modern.
Okay. And see, always easy to track. Is it Breach deck?
It looks like we might be seeing Lethal possibly this turn. This looks like an Unholy Heat is on the stack targeting a Snapcaster Mage, but a couple cards left over in Tim Match's hand here, which they do look like they're both spells. So, and this is a high opportunity cost counterspell here. So he needs to be able to block the Snapcaster Mage, but it means that he can't use his Memory Deluge as well this turn. So a little mana inefficient, but looks like he just really needs to keep his threat in play. Embry's going to activate here, put a Bauble into play. It's going to trigger the Deathrite. I'm sorry, Deathrite Shaman. Whew. The Dragon Rage's Chandler, and your creature was safe, but might not be in the future. So it looks like we're going to cycle this Aether Spellbomb.
Yeah, looking for a bolt to finish the game off here, probably.
There we go. They are really testing us here today, Joe, with these card names.
Aether Spellbomb, that's not a test. Come on, that's an easy one. I was playing when that came out.
Joe, that came out in 2001. We're having cards
if I was in college in 99, clearly I was playing in 2001. Yeah. Come on. That was in limited.
I'm just saying, Joe,
I don't know if this is still the case or not, but I remember checking at one point years ago, and Aether Spellbomb was my most I had more Aether Spellbombs than any other card.
Yeah.
From drafting Mirrodin. I had 101 or 100 something copies of Aether Spellbomb on Magic Online.
Have you ever done it with Arena where they send you the email about your like most drafted card or whatever? This reminded me because they had quick drafts. They do the throwbacks. They had Kaldheim originally, and on it, I drafted that set a few too many times. It was Path to the North Tree, I think is the name of the card, the enchantment. I had a literal million of them.
Is that like the rampant growth that you can pay mana to?
Yeah, it's my favorite card. In this, you could pay 7 with Wooburg to like shock something, make a 2/2, gain 2 life,
that's right.
2 cards.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah, that was a cool card. Okay, so I imagine some matches available. Nope, all games are shuffling. All right.
Yeah, we came in right in the worst spot possible.
I'm out of Tannin Pranks, so yeah.
Well,
so
just to go back to that, just saying this, I'm getting really mentally tested here, right? Like I just did the Flesh and Blood Pro Tour where I have to know pretty much every card that game has ever had, and I
how
still
many
don't.
sets are in that game? How many different cards? How many unique cards are in that game? Like 800 tops.
There's a lot.
Yeah.
And then there's different versions of all the cards too.
Plus, we have that too.
There's a lot of hey Joe, let me okay, let me talk here. It's difficult, all right? I'm old. I try to learn new things.
My personality is not one to just let things slip by. If a questionably factual statement is made, I don't like wait till the end. I'm just like, hey,
you just jump in. No, it's completely fine. And then we've got this where we've got a format in Pioneer where it's like, and even Modern, where a lot of the cards of the last 3 years are the most popular cards. And then we go over to Legacy where some of these cards haven't been printed since 1995 that we're talking about. So there's a big delve of knowledge here in years that we're trying to keep up with. My brain can only take so much. So
That's fair enough. I mean, I struggle too. Like, I mean,
Speaking
this
of
is
old
I'm
cards, Joe.
certainly a lot of these Pioneer cards were cards I knew when they were limited, and then they've passed out of my memory at this point.
This is
But here we
Adam
are.
Saba is a guy I actually know, really good player.
So we actually had Chris Ward listed as Pioneer, and now he's moved on to the Modern seat. So probably he's been in the same seat the whole time, and I don't know where he
Are you
actually is.
sure
But
he's not just flip flopping to
I
make
mean,
sure he gets
maybe
the?
is that, I don't know if that's allowed or not. That'd be pretty cool.
Can I just play them all?
Yeah. So we
I'll
got
just Bobby Fischer the tournament. I'll just play all the games.
yeah, simultaneous. Yeah. All right.
Mhm.
So Adam Saba here with, I would
Yikes!
say, a good start for the Lens deck.
Yikes! Now, lands generally is considered ahead in the matchup against is it Delver, any of the Delver variants, but the Delver deck being up 1-0 is kind of a coup for like early games. Like generally, their sideboarder games are a little bit better. You have a few less bad cards in
Mhm.
your deck, but we'll have to see. Being up a game, getting game 1 is huge in this matchup.
Yeah. Well, fortunate it appears to be, because Adam Saba's start in game 2 is just,
Perfect,
I mean,
pretty much.
there's
Yeah.
no exploration, but anything else. Now, I wonder, this is because we do have these new style of lands decks showing up now, these 8 mulch decks. Oh, that's right. I looked at this deck list earlier, and it says 60 swamps. So this was obviously a paper submitted deck list.
Mhm.
So no idea.
So this was submitted online, right? So we'll have to see if he has the mulch version or not. And here's where lands really gets to flex its muscles. You have one land in play. You just got wastelanded. There's a life from the loam in the graveyard. And this is going to be an uphill battle. A surgical extraction off the top. That is huge, Joe.
It is. Okay, so do you wasteland this Saga here?
It's kind of scary. And like they go get one of the 1-drops. What are they usually getting in this matchup that's good and impactful?
As far as the tutor target, I mean,
Yes.
could be a retrofitter foundry to just generate
A
creatures
way to
over the
win.
long
Yeah.
run. Could be a needle.
Yeah, there's a couple different ones.
Yeah.
Also, in Adam's hand here, something that's going to really help out with the strategies going here. He has a tabernacle in his hand, so if a creature ever comes up, he had the
Mhm.
kind of lock piece where you life from the loam, the wasteland their land, tabernacle, kill your creature in your upkeep. But that's not going to be happening anymore because it does look like the surgical is going to go ahead and hit this life from the loam,
Mhm.
and he's going to get to see the hand too, which looks like it's Grove, Beseju, and is that a Pyroblast? I think it's a Pyroblast or Red
Yeah.
Elemental Blast,
Yeah,
a
that's a
Reb of some
pyroblast.
kind.
Okay, this is smart. This can help, yeah, Mac decide whether he wants to wasteland or not.
Yeah, I
And
like this a lot. Yeah.
I think my instinct would be to say to go ahead and wasteland, because you just don't want to deal with an extra construct.
Mhm.
And then like maybe Shadow Spear is probably in there. So there's like, I don't know. I'm not worried about any of those cards. I'm just worried about the second construct.
There's exploration map as well. I'm trying to look for some of the
Okay.
targets and stuff in here.
Yeah.
Beautiful deck here from this player, from Adam. Yep, gonna go through and take a look real quick. Probably see what targets can we get. I maybe I misread his hand. I thought there was a tabernacle in there. It looks like it's on the bottom of his deck. It's kind of hard sometimes with these lands. They all look kind of similar in some ways. There's a
Mhm.
Field of the Dead as well, so that's something that's good to get with map if the game goes long.
Yeah.
It
And
does look like exploration map and spear might have been the only ones I saw.
there's Pirate Spellbomb
And
also.
Pirate Spellbomb. Okay, that's a good
Yeah.
one too. Yeah, it's a nice little removal spell. So it does look
So,
like the Wasteland. So Joe looks like he might have gotten this one right because
well, we'll see. We'll see. Yeah. Okay.
he does have a Delver. He does have a threat that he can play, but this matchup plays really weird. I don't know how much you've played lands, but I've played lands in testing, and then I've played with the Delver deck a lot, right? And this matchup plays really weird. The fact that it plays really slow, right? You're going to play with a limited amount of resources every turn, so it's not going to pace out the way that a normal Legacy deck does or Legacy
Mhm.
game does. There's going to be a lot of like turn 3s, play a land as my only mana source, play a threat, and
Right.
try to
Right.
figure it out from there.
Yeah. So there's gonna be a lot of turn 7s that look like turn 3s.
Yeah, exactly. Like you can never tell what turn it is just by walking up and looking at this matchup. Because look, we're in the third turn for Mac here, and he has no permanents in play. And this is a
Yeah.
very common thing that happens in this matchup. So if you like LD, if you like prison style stuff, if you like things like this happening where people just don't get to play the game, like if you're that kind of person, if you like the thing, lands is the deck for you.
All right. Across for 2 with the construct. Probably won't be growing too much more unless another Saga comes up. And Mac Andrus, do you have a basic land in your deck? I think most of the decks these days do have a basic island.
Yeah, it's been kind of a push the last few years to add a basic land into these. I for the longest time was so staunch against it, like like very badly against it. And then when the deck started getting a little more homogenized, there was just wastelands everywhere. Lands started getting really popular, and then whenever you get ghost quartered, that's when you really start to think about it, Joe. If you get ghost quartered, that means your opponent really wants it and really wants to stick it to you. Or if you get the white decks, your kind of style decks, the miracle styles, started playing Path to Exile in their sideboard a little bit as well.
Sure.
I was like, okay, I'm putting a basic in my deck.
Yeah, no, it makes sense. And it's just a way to secure, barring almost anything, Goblin Settlers, maybe you're good to go on your at least the first mana source here.
Yeah, this is one that's just going to stick around, right, for the game. So all of his other lands can, at the least, act as lotus petals from here on out.
Yeah, and with no loam, I mean, those wastelands
Right.
are one shots. They're not coming
Yep.
back. So Mac can get some real work done here. Dragon's
And,
Chandler, we can see in hand.
and with the amazing start that Adam had in this game, this is a very winnable game for Mac here. He's going to add another threat to the board here, and we've seen Adam's hand and what's going on right on the board. He does have this Karn Shark going, but like not much else.
Right.
And this is what happens sometimes with lands is they have this initial barrage of like do all these really broken things set up for a really broken turn or something along these lines. And if you can stop that, this kind of thing happens. Now, Mac is a little low on resources here. He has a lot of lands in his hand, but he does have a Ponder here, which with Dragon Rage Chandler, we'll be able to see 4 possible cards here. If a Brainstorm is found in any of these top 4 cards, he is off to the races.
So we know that Adam has a Red Blast here, or a Pyroblast. Blast. They can take the Ponder. It could also take the Delver.
Yeah.
And he's going to have to make a decision here. And I don't think that's an easy decision
It's
necessarily.
definitely not. It looks like the Ponder, well, at least that's going to resolve that part of it. So, and now Ponder's on the stack. All right, Ponder is going to resolve. So it looks like he's going to fight over Delver. Possibly. So I think that is a Brainstorm. Yeah, that's a Brainstorm and a Murktide. This is a pretty dang good Ponder here. So what he can do here is he can add the Murktide to his hand, leave the Brainstorm on top of his library, and that is going to flip his Delver of Secrets next turn. But it looks like he added the Brainstorm to his hand. Huh.
Well, he could upkeep Brainstorm, I guess.
But then he doesn't have a spell that he's guaranteed to flip his Delver with.
Correct.
So now he does have the fetch lands to kind of clear from here, and this is going to be okay. But yeah, I think there might have been a tiny bit of missing there. I might have misseen one of the cards here. It was a blue card. It might not be Murktide. Let's see. It does look like it's Murktide, so it does look like we missed a Delver flip here, but it's completely fine.
And Mac's still aware of the blast in hand. Okay, here's another Surveil trigger.
And this is going to get red blasted, which it's going to leave him a little shields down for the Murktide coming behind this the next turn. But Adam can't know that. He's going to ask his buddy right here, hey, should I be rebbing this? And this is one of those ones where you just kind of you got to have a feel for the game, right? Like, what kind of hand do you think Mac has? He still has 4 cards, but I mean, it is a Brainstorm. So, go ahead and use the Mox Diamond as well. So, life points not brought over to Mac because Mac's life total is pretty low here.
Yeah. Yes, it is. All right, so here's another land. So that'll cost another point and drop Mac to 6. Construct continues to attack for 2, but he will have time to get the Murktide on the board.
And the Delver thing might not. Okay, there is an attacker. The Delver thing might not even matter if Mac was inclined to maybe say block here just to save a little life. But it does look like he's going to go ahead and initiate the race because the Murktide behind this is going to be so large. The problem is here you're starting to make yourself really susceptible to another Red Blast from Adam here, and that's the thing that I would be worried about because your Dragon Rage Chandler can never block this game. Well, it actually might be able to next turn, depending on how you delve with your with your Murktide. So
I'm not even sure it actually did it have. Actually, I think there is a Delver in the graveyard. So yeah,
if there's a creature in the graveyard, then I know for a fact we have 3. We have instant sorcery, land. So
I think the third card from the bottom might be a Delver.
We might be wrong actually because Adam only went to 19. So yeah, don't fetch yet. Don't fetch in the end step there. Okay. That's a trigger, yeah. You can do the so he knows the top card of his deck, right? And I think it's a card that he doesn't want to draw. The problem is if he fetches here, Adam, I was going to say, you can actually still do it here. You still play around this. I was worried about him not being able to get 2 mana in play to be able to do the Murktide, but you can get around this, yeah.
So how would he surveilled and kept, right? I thought he knew the top. Maybe I'm wrong about that.
No, this is the 3rd card from the Brainstorm, right? Which was a land, I believe. And so this the old Steam vents that gets added to these lists. I was supposed to say I've seen this for a while. So
you're right. And now, I mean, Punishing Fire. If there's another fetch to cast a Murktide, even a Punishing Fire, which I believe we saw a couple copies of.
And that's something I was going to bring up last turn. I thought about like possibly blocking the Construct to keep your life total just a little bit higher along these fetches because you don't want to go to 2. Now, here's the thing. I didn't look for it when he looked through Adam's list to see if the Punishing Fires were still in there, but I've got to believe they are. They're pretty good in this matchup. All right, so it looks like Delver Trigger is going to miss.
Yeah.
So if this is a land, he can stay at 3.
Unlicensed Hearse.
Ooh, that's a sweet one. I haven't seen that one yet in the Is It list.
Yeah.
Pretty good in this matchup. Yeah.
That's not going to be able to block this turn.
So he's going to go down to 2 and make a Murktide here. Now Adam just needs to draw a Punishing Fire. Looks like
Punishing Fire or a blast, like you mentioned. Yeah, there's a couple routes here.
Yeah.
And he really needs. I mean, Adam has done nothing this game. So he had an unbelievable turn 1, and
that's what you get for playing lands, though, Joe.
Yeah.
This is a thing that happens in this deck. I was talking about it. It's like, yeah, you have these super explosive. It's almost like the Affinity deck. You have these like super explosive turns, right? Where you're like play 3 lands, play a Mox Diamond, do this stuff. Like maybe have a way to get my lands back, or play a bunch of them. But if you don't have any of the payoffs with this, like you're not threatening your opponent. We saw one Surgical, a very timely top deck from Mac here, just be backbreaking in this game.
Yeah.
So this is going to be one very low. Oh, I was supposed to say, this isn't the Murktide. Okay.
This is the Hearse.
And this is crew 2.
Yeah.
So this is a little harder to crew as well because he's only got the Delver Secret. So if this has to attack, this Dragon Reach Channeler has to attack, a Reb Blast is lethal here as well now.
If the no, if a Dragon
now
Reach
it does. Now it does have to attack.
Yeah. So right, it's lethal, and the Delver has to chump block.
So I was supposed to say, could we call down here? He has to attack with his Dragon Reach Chandler.
Oh yeah,
I believe.
Bobble, Land, Ponder, Brainstorm. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, this is, or unless this was post combat.
No. Did he post combat the? Okay, that's very possible. That he post combated the Hearse. Okay, good call. It's very possible.
I mean, I don't know. He may have. Here is Bosechu take out the Volcanic.
I guess we're gonna try to run him out of lands in his deck.
That's tough because that can get another Volcanic. Or
just get this out of the way. So he's never going to be able to get this to put a spell on top, and this gets a tapped land out of the way.
Yeah,
out of his deck. I like this play.
Yeah, I do too.
Yeah. So Punishing Fire can end the game. Reb puts him in a really bad spot. I don't know how big the Hearse is just yet.
It's empty right now.
Right.
It can't block at all on the first turn.
Mm-hmm. Can Dragon Red Chandler block?
Yeah.
Because I know it has to attack, but does it have this text that it also can't block?
No, it can block.
Okay. I couldn't remember if it had the text of that as well. All right. So looks like an exploration, a little late to the party here from Adam.
Yeah, late to the party. That's an understatement. Also, no life from the loam. That exploration's not going to do much at all. But okay, Hearse is going to scoop up a couple cards here. Doesn't really matter, I don't think.
Yeah,
I guess maybe there's a Ramming Up Excavator in the deck. So
yeah, that's a good point. Actually, he's seen the deck too. Like he's gone in there. So yeah. Yep, nice little die there to let us know how big that Hearse is. It's nice.
Hey, Delver flips.
It's been a while, Dever. What's up? Force of Will out of the hand here. And if you didn't want to put that Murktide into play, now you can kind of insulate yourself from a few of the things that Adam could have as outs from here, but we'll see. So it looks like we're going to have to attack just from the Dragon Rage Channel. We're going to leave up things, and I'd be super inclined to still cast a gigantic Murktide here and try to finish this game as quickly as possible, but looks like we're going to play a little safe field here from Mac.
Okay. I mean, what is this protecting us from?
Yeah,
It doesn't protect us from punishing fire.
Yeah, punishing fire, it protects from that.
It doesn't.
But
If we
it
force
doesn't, like
punishing,
you said. Yeah, it doesn't. Crop rotation doesn't kill you like it
yeah.
does in some spots. So yeah, I kind of like just casting the Murktide there.
I mean, so well, what does this protect you from? Blast. Yeah, you survive blast this turn, which you wouldn't. Oh, there's punishing fire, and there is. Yep.
Going down to 1.
Okay.
So fetch lands are turned off for the rest of the game now too, and then
Well,
return
so
punishing
he'll
fire to hand.
go
Yeah,
back to 2 and then kill you. Oh, and the hearse
Yeah,
can blow it up. Okay.
yeah. With the trigger on the stack,
Yeah.
Hearse is going to eat the punishing fire.
Okay, this is much better than I thought.
Yeah.
I missed the fact that the hearse was going to eat the punishing fire.
Yeah, this is an actual trigger, so we have to find the second punishing fire now. Oh, well, actually, Mac goes up to 2 again here, right?
Yeah, max at 2.
See, the players might have skipped over that because there was a colored mana added there in the life gain, right? Now the Delver has to chump here, so
Right. Well, it's a trade at least.
it's a trade now. Yeah. So sorry, it's only 3 artifacts. So Adam banking on finding another one of those punishing fires.
Oh, that's a significant draw. So a Force
Yeah.
of Will is drawn, and that should be castable because the max should be at 2.
Yeah, if he finds a blue spell. Yeah, I believe Max should be at 2 here. Let's see. How does Adam get out of this from here?
How does Adam get out of this from here? Let's see. Well, how many turns does he have? He's got
He's got about 3.
Well, if Mac draws a Murktide, then he's dead in 1 because the Murktide can crew the hearse. Oh, he's 11. Sorry. Wait, 4, 6. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I realized he was at lower life than he's actually at because this will go to 6. Yeah, so he's not. He's still got at least one turn.
Adam definitely needs to play this game out as well too. Let's say, does look like his team has a decent lead though in the other matches. It looks like the Pioneer match has concluded with Dan winning over Harrison. So the Boris Feather deck goes down there, and then the Is It Breach deck is up a game right now. So they're deep into game 2, I think, from Tim, because we watched the very end of that game. And after sideboard, those games can definitely drag out.
Mm-hmm. All right, so Hearst comes across for 6. Glacial Chasm. Okay.
And a Roshidian port. Okay.
All right. Well, that keeps Murktide off the board.
Mm-hmm. It shouldn't be able to. I mean, Max should be at 2.
Yeah, I know.
I'm pretty positive Max should be at 2, right? Like with the Grove activation that turn.
Yeah. I don't see how it could not be, because just to trigger the punishing fire, you would have to.
Okay. Yeah, I think they just. Let's say the table spotter verified the live totals. I feel like that's wrong, but I could just be. Let's stop harping on it. So
yeah, right. We'll
attack for 3 from the Dragon Chandler. You're gonna put Adam in check. Oh yeah, I forgot the Glacial Chasm. Sorry, this game has been messy.
Okay, so what is Adam looking for here? Is punishing fire, obviously. Valakut Exploration if there's a land in hand.
Yeah, I think he doesn't have a hand here though, because he played out the Chasm last turn. So it does look like he needs a top deck very soon here.
I guess Exploration or a land and the other next turn is still enough. If Dan's dropping to 5 here, he'd go to 1 next turn. Or he could even conceivably let the Chasm go. That's going to allow that's going to allow him to extend it for a turn.
I'm just going to go ahead and port down the land here. And Bobble's going to get played, trigger the Dragon Rage Chandler. Going to get a little bit of scrying going on here. Or surveilling.
Show us. All right, another ineffectual attack from Dragon Rage Chandler. Boy, if that Delver had flipped early game, this would be over.
Yeah, I mean that's the story of a Is It Delver's player's life, by the way.
Yeah. So let's see. What are we doing here?
Yeah,
This is
that missed
stage
opportunity.
copying Chasm.
Yeah, that missed opportunity that we were talking about, Joe, with
Yeah.
the flipping of the Delver really looming large here.
Yeah. So this is, when is this happening? This should be, okay, this is upkeep.
Right,
No.
yeah, because the bobble trigger is on the stack, it looks like.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so upkeep. The SP stage copies Chasm. Chasm does not pay its upkeep. Adam's still protected.
Ooh,
Mazavith.
that's a good one.
Okay. Yeah. That
That can buy some
actually
time.
conceivably means that Glacial Chasm could be dropped. And actually, the Thespian stage could at some point copy Mazavith. It's got a counter on it now, though. Or it would get one. Yeah, never mind. So there's no way of avoiding that. Am I right on that? So if that, once he untaps, even if he copied something else, it would still get a fading counter.
The trigger happens, yeah.
Yeah.
Because you move into your upkeep, so the trigger would happen, yeah.
Yeah.
This game is real complicated. So it looks like Delver, Murktide, is that, yeah, I was about to say another bobble.
And this
finding
whole
more
time,
threats here is nice.
this whole time there are multiple land cards that Adam could draw to just win the game, and Matt clearly knows that, and it would love to get this game over with. He just can't do it.
He also has he can stop punishing fire now too. He has a blue card in his hand along with Force of Negation.
Yeah, sure, you're right.
So that gets around the forcible problem of paying 1 life.
Yep.
Unless Dan plays around that by doing it at the right timing along with port, and then he can't pitch a card to it.
Okay, so Adam drops to 1 with the, now he can copy the Mazavith with the Thespian stage next turn. And here's a Wasteland. Okay, that wipes out the Force of Negation hardcast plan.
Yep, so actually relevant.
I'm a little unclear on if Thespian stage copies Mazavith, and then when Adam untaps, it would have a counter on it, but it would
I
no
don't think it
longer
has a
be
trigger anymore.
Yeah.
Looks like an attack. It's going to meet Mazavith activation.
It doesn't. It's the Glacial Chasm is still in play now.
Okay, yeah.
Now,
So now he's going to do it. Okay.
Yeah, post combat, this will become Mazavith. So it'll still have a counter on it. It's just irrelevant now, I think.
Yeah, I don't know how layers work with this.
Neither do I.
I'm not a level 3 judge. Looks like Brainstorm here. Trigger Surveil.
Both players are at 1.
I wonder if Mac has any lightning bolts left in his deck. This is a card that most people immediately cut out of the matchup. I sometimes lead in like 1 or 2. It depends on if I have a Braid or not in my sideboard.
I wonder if Mac has any Volcanic Islands left in his deck, because
Yeah, that's actually a good point too. Yeah. I'm not saying it's correct to leave them in, but there are spots where sometimes they bring in some creatures or something on sideboard. Sometimes you just need reach out of your deck to finish it off. It also depends on how many sideboard cards you have for the matchup. But generally, you don't have a lot of lightning bolts or any post board in this matchup.
Sure.
Surveil. Yep, get rid of that card. Nice little. I think that is a lightning bolt.
Okay.
Yeah, that is a lightning bolt underneath the Brainstorm.
So all he needs now is a Blood Moon.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was gonna say there's no red source. He doesn't have a red source. He's been like sandbagging in his hand or anything, right?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I suppose if he had one, that would have been smart to do that, but
Mhm.
no, I don't believe.
Yeah, you would have
No,
had the
there's-
foresight, 5 or 6 turns ago to realize, like, hey, I might need to bolt my opponent this game, so I need to make sure that I keep a red source, free. So it
Mhm.
looks like the 2 Maze of Iths are going to clean this up. Another creature that can crew the Hearse would be nice, but no red mana means that you can't play these Dragon Rage Chandlers.
So if a Punishing Fire is drawn and Adam waits until Mac's turn to cast it, I think he's good.
Yeah, that's does he see that play? That's the important part because he knows the Force of Will is offline. Does he play around Force of Negation? That would be. I will say this: if Adam makes that play, I'm not saying that he can't make it and that he's not the player capable of it. I would actually be impressed to think about it that much because most people just fire it off right away. Be like, oh, I top decked. Getting being pretty excited about this. So what are we looking for here? How many Delvers do we have left in the deck? You're looking for another Delver, possibly. You can't really ever cast a Murktide here because of
Right.
the
Because of the port.
port. So you're looking for the I think the last Delver because there's a Murktide, but we don't have any way to get another blue source in play. So all right, do this whole song and dance again.
What a
This is a
crazy
crop
game.
rotation. All right, what does crop rotation go and get? I guess we can make a 20/20 at some point.
Yeah,
And then you
I
have
mean,
to
the
lose.
Thespian stage in play, he could get a Merit Lage.
Yeah, you have to lose your Maze of Ith, but you do get a 20/20 blocker. It does not have trample though, but you could attack into the Delver of Secrets.
Mm-hmm. As long as you force a chump block, it's okay that you don't have a Maze of
Looks
Ith to.
Yeah, it looks like we're getting a Urza Saga. Okay.
Okay.
Because I can go get Exploration Map as well. So this kind of gives you like both if the game continues the way it
What?
is.
Yeah. Well, it can get or Pirate Spellbomb. I mean, that would
Or
do
Pirate
it.
Spellbomb. Yeah, that's a really good point. Yeah. All right, go up to 2 here. Okay. Kind of forgot about the Pirate Spellbomb.
So a Wasteland wins the game for Mac still. I think. Taking out a Maze of Ith. Okay, Field of Dead. That's fine.
It's far away from ever being relevant.
Yeah.
So all right, so it looks like we're gonna have a wash, rinse, repeat. Go. You can take these cards. Looks like port you. So all the things we've been seeing so far. Does he have anything he can do here? I guess he can cast a brainstorm. Oh, never mind. Oh, he drew a wasteland.
Oh my.
He had to have it this turn.
Did he put two? Geez, he's got a lot of cards in hand. Yeah, I guess he hasn't been able to cast anything. That makes sense. Yeah, Wasteland would do it. Maze of Ith cannot stop an attacker before the attack happens, and I guess the life total
Yeah, we got a
previously
little.
jumped to 0 because here comes the lethal attack, and that. Well, okay, we got that fixed. The attack is coming.
I gotta say, yeah,
Now
this
what?
is lethal, right? Yeah. You see, I'm saying like, yeah, there's nothing I can
Okay,
do.
so
It looks like we're gonna get another game here, Joe, as well,
I
because it looks
can't
like
believe
Azorius
this
Control
round isn't
won.
over already. That felt like it was. We're just looking at an entire game. Yeah, you're right.
We've had some awesome games here today, Joe.
That one was
Ooh.
interesting. There's a lot going on there on both sides. That was cool to see that one play out.
How do you feel about this hand from Tim Hatch over here on the blue-white control deck? He's got one fetch and an opt in his hand, but he's got a Spreading Seas and some other stuff. It looks like he's going to keep it. He's on the draw.
Going second, Always Chalice. I mean, Chalice is pretty strong. I mean, if I was playing solos, I think I'd probably keep it. If I'm playing teams, boy,
You gotta
that's
risk it for the biscuit here, Joe.
that's scary. I don't know. I've got teammates. If they went along with it, then it's their fault. I guess Chalice on 0 matters here. Ragavan's gone. Okay, that was a pretty good turn.
You're gonna see the players maybe speed up a tiny bit here because the clock is the enemy here this turn. So
yeah, maybe we can find out how much time is left in the round.
because that is relevant.
Okay,
All right,
no land yet.
Here we go. Opt. Bottom.
Ah,
The jig's about to be up. Is there a land?
no.
No land. That is a Teferi that was just drawn, Joe. I don't know if you've seen that one yet.
I haven't. I figured out what it was because I couldn't think of what else it could be. But yeah, I have not seen that one.
That's the secret layer, like 1990s stuff. So it's Teferi as if it was printed in 1994. You know, when you were like a 20-year-old.
Right. Okay, not quite.
Okay, sorry, 18.
All right. So Chris Ward, free
gonna-
play as your opponent is missing land drops. We saw this a few rounds ago with Ivan Espinoza, his opponent, when Ivan was missing land drops. Can you punish them because they're eventually going to find lands?
They have 5 minutes left to finish this round, Joe. Here's the thing. I believe they can do it. Chris Ward's going to play really fast. He's got a threat in play. And if Tim doesn't draw a land here, which he does not, this is kind of going to be it's going to be a removal spell here, but this is going to be kind of academic from this point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
so
5 minutes.
He finds any threat.
5 minutes is plenty of time. Now, this is a breach deck. Executing its combo takes a while, but that doesn't matter because you win that turn if it comes to that.
Fourth land is available here. He's got an Otawara. It looks like he might go with an Emery. No artifact yet in the graveyard, but we do have 2 baubles. So Emery, trigger. Does look like an artifact was found here.
So,
Oh, I was supposed to say the chalice is on 0, so you can't actually do the other play I was talking about. Yeah,
these baubles are not great.
Oh, land found here from Tim Hatch. We might have a game.
Okay.
Now there is an Otawara in his hand, so what he's going to do here is, okay, he might be able to go off possibly next turn. He has Otawara, and he could bounce the chalice, but let's see. There is a Spreading Seas in Tim Hatch's hand.
That was
that's actually
almost
big here.
an explosives for 0.
This is an explosive for 0, and then a tap of a land.
Yeah, this is an explosives for 1 with Sunburst 0.
Okay, so this is really cool. So it only gets counters for the colored mana that's spent. So what you can do is you can spend 1 colorless on it here. It gets a round chalice, but still is 0, so you can kill the chalice with it here. So this is going to get the counter spell out of Tim's hand. Very tight play from Chris Ward here. Yeah. And get into that little cheeky 1.
Yeah. So the Emery can replay the explosives next turn and do the same trick, but it does, you
need the mana from the Urza Saga, though, yeah.
Okay, there goes the Urza Saga.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is why the Spreading Seas is so important.
Wow. This is a real game now.
Yeah, this is why the Spreading Seas was so important here this turn, Joe. It's going to kill the Urza Saga. Now, with that mana floating, the Otawara is going to happen, though. So this is going to bounce the chalice. The chalice is going to be out of play for this turn. So, whoa, fumble. I can understand this happening. They're trying to play as quick as possible.
Yeah. He's got his turn here.
So there's the explosives for 0. Like getting that one into play to preemptively circumnavigate that chalice that could come back into play.
The breach is in hand. Okay. Nothing going. So the Otawara is for 3, discounted 1 because the Emery's in play. For a person in the chat that's looking at that. Watson cards in hand here. There's a Teferi to protect the chalice, which is presumably the next play. Nice. Yeah.
I like this. Bounce the engineered explosives, get the chalice into play. Really good back and forth here from these players. We're going to get 2 more cards here for Chris Ward. He did find an Urza. I don't know if he has a 4th mana source here, though. Yeah, attack down to Fairy.
This is the worst Emery I've ever seen.
Yeah, this is that's been alive this long, yeah, for sure. So a land was found for Chris here. I think the card that he took was a Ragavan. And he's already attacked this turn, so he can't.
Yeah, I thought to myself, I don't know about attacking. Like when you played Explosive Iteration, I wondered if that could have been played pre-combat. Now initially we're thinking when that Dragon Rage Challenger was on the board by itself and Tim had 1 land, like, oh, well, Chris has plenty of time. That was a few minutes ago. and the time was what, 5 minutes then? So this may still be decided in a multitude of different ways.
Yeah, let's say that clock is looming.
Yeah.
And
The
a draw is probably very bad for both of
yeah,
these
the records
teams.
reset on the screen. I believe these players were, I don't remember if,
So it sounds like
okay,
they're
so
both
they're 4 and
X1.
1,
Yeah.
we think. All right.
And we're in
Less
the
than a
last
minute.
minute of the clock. Yeah. Okay.
But let's keep in mind that Chris can win in one turn if he needs to. Or
Mhm.
well, if he's able to, you know,
Cobble it
if
all
Tim's not
together.
able
Yeah.
to impede him, which is unlikely, as Chalice is on the board and there's counters in hand. Okay, Snapcaster opt. Snapcaster doing more work as a blocker here than
Mhm.
it is as anything else. Trades with Ragavan.
All right. Looks like we're into turn 0 here.
I don't know, man. Well, Tim's not winning.
Yeah, Tim's definitely not winning this game, but his deck is, I don't think, capable of finishing the game off that fast.
An Urza and a Construct for Chris. So he'll have 2 attacks if he's winning. I don't know if he can win on damage. With the Chalice on 0 has made such a difference on what Chris is just capable of doing here.
Yeah, it's amazing how relevant Chalice on 0 and Modern has become recently. You know, a lot of the Cascade decks have problems with it. You're seeing this Breach deck have problems with it.
Yeah. No, it's really a key card. So if this is a draw, now this is a 7-round event with 120 teams. Based on normal tiebreaker eventualities, like 5-1-1 wouldn't be likely, but it's not impossible.
Right.
So it's certainly possible if time runs out here that these teams might actually elect to draw instead of one team just saying, okay, well, we'll just continue because we have no chance. So I think we might actually see a real draw here because I don't know.
Do I see a way out of this? I
Yeah.
mean, the shields are quote unquote down for Tim here, so I just don't think you can breach with the Chalice for 0 in play.
Yeah.
Is the problem. All right, so there's the breach. I was kind of wondering if he was going to time the Solitude differently to where he could leave up mana for a counterspell just in case like worst case scenario happens here, but it doesn't look like it's all right. So it looks like we're going to, what is this, Expressive Iteration here this turn?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think there's another breach in hand. So the first one can just try and help set up for the next one.
Right, that's a good point. Okay. Looks like we're going to get some more mana set up here. Yeah, tons of zeros in the hand. If Chris can find a way to deal with this Chalice, Fetchline's going to help fuel those breaches.
Yeah. I mean, the easiest way to kill the Chalice is you have the Emery and use the explosives, but that requires a colorless mana, which we still don't have, right?
Yeah, let's see. I'm trying to think of ways to get around this.
Yeah.
Otawara costs 3 if he finds Otawara. Or it costs 2 now,
Yeah, it
actually,
costs
right?
2 now. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. And
And
now with going back to Tim, he's got mana available, so like these
yeah,
counter spells are alive. And I might be inclined to play this. Oh, you can't play the second Chalice for 0. Yeah, it would counter it from the first one. Thought we could just do the redundant Chalice thing.
would you play the Chalice on 2? Or would you leave a Archmage's Charm? That's
I
interesting.
think leaving up counter spell is pretty good here.
Yeah, me too. And also, if you play the Chalice on 2 and they do find the colorless land, they get it for free anyway.
Right.
And
Yeah, I was
when I say they, I mean Chris Ward.
right. We put
Okay,
Chalice
Chalice
on
on
1.
1. All right, that stops the explosives for 1 plan.
Yeah, I was like, that's a tight play here from Tim.
Yeah.
I was like, I think this is going to be ending in a draw.
Yeah.
This
And
is
I
turn
actually think Tim
4.
Hatch is ahead now.
Yeah, I think so too. There's Breach. Yeah, he can actually get around counterspell terror here. He's got a spell pierce, but I don't know if he's gonna be able to do anything. He doesn't. He can't cast his stuff for 0. He
Right.
can't cast spell pierce
Yeah,
either.
you can't cast
Actually,
spell pierce either.
yeah. So you actually just let this resolve. Okay. Yep. You can expressive iteration. You can spin your wheels. Sure. I mean, there's so much of the deck that Chris can't even use at this point. Is the big problem.
Yeah.
And then you've got a counterspell to stop anything big from here. Okay. Well, there's colorless mana that you were looking for, but we can't make that play anymore. All right. Well, he's gonna chalice check him. I think it looks like possibly.
I mean, the mana's expired at this point. I don't think there's. I mean, I think if you're in this position of the
true,
table
yeah.
now, I think you can't win, but you want to demonstrate that you have a route to victory, so that you can justify when your opponent's like, "Hey, would you concede to us? You're dead." And you're like, "No, actually, we're still in this." Which is kind of an awkward way. Well, everything's awkward when you run out of time, which is most certainly what's going to happen here. All right,
Play
fresh
another Emery here.
Keep the
The
keep the active
non-swing one.
one. I mean, unless there's something that I'm not aware of a way that Chris can. Yeah,
Same.
yeah, that looked like a pass. And here's Archmage's Charm to draw 2. Sure.
Yeah, I think actually the Azorius player is like pretty far ahead here.
Yeah.
With drawing the removal spells and having counter spells in his hand as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to take the draw here.
Yep.
So
Okay. So a draw to end round 6, which will make my notes a mess because I've been writing down the winning team each round, and that's just not going to work. But anyway, hard fought battle. We saw that legacy game. I mean, was wild and how long that took to resolve itself. And then this one still had a game left, and we got to see a lot of Magic this round. Hope you enjoyed it. If you're having a good time, hit the follow button. I was asking for 5 followers around. I was told, you know what, we can do better than that. So ask for like 10. I compromised and asked for 8. I have no idea what we're actually getting, but hopefully you guys are enjoying yourselves. 10 and I are having a good time. We got 1 round of Swiss left, and then the top 8, the quarterfinals, will be played tonight after the the 7th round of Swiss. So if you're planning out your evening, we got 2 rounds left on the show. Think about that sums up where we're at right now. I think we're going to take a break, and we'll be back with round 7. This is Nerd Rage Gaming. Thanks for being here. We'll be right back. 120 teams signed up. We are one round away from finalizing our top 8. Round 7 coming up, Nerd Rage Gaming in St. Paul, Minnesota. Thank you for watching. Players who are watching replay later on, thanks for being there. We're informed that everything's going swimmingly well. Ownership is happy. Judges are happy. Players are happy. Sales booth is happy. That makes me happy. Ted and Grace, thanks for being here. You're doing awesome. And I guess we're starting the match. Okay. So we're going to start with Pioneer, Dylan Gawker versus Eric Hawkins. The other tables, we have Sam Boilu.
Bolu? It's probably like Bolu, but could be mispronouncing it.
And Sean Gallagher in Modern, and Alex Johnson and Patrick Tilson in Legacy. So Naya Winota, first time we've seen Winota, one of the, maybe even the most important decks in the format.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Super impactful, like hard to deal with deck, right? It's got a bunch of creatures that are all really good and resilient, and then it's got this combo finish with Winota. So it can play multiple different forms of games. It can just attack you and kill you with creatures, or it can combo you out with Winota. Now, this is one of the matchups that a lot of people say can be rough at times because of stuff like this that you're seeing. In fact, Eric Hawkins has a lot of ways to interact with your early creatures. Now, he's not going to get the counter off of the Kazakhstan saga here, but the fact that he's getting Landwar Elf off the board, or Elvish Mystic, I believe that one is huge, because what you see here, Dylan didn't do anything here on turn 2.
Right. Would like to see one of the tokens and counters end up on a creature, but yeah, the first attacker is in play, and Dylan without a second creature. So
it looks like, it doesn't look like he has any creatures in his hand here, but he does have some resiliency here. All of his lands do something besides his mountain, right? Like he's got Den of the Bugbear, another one in his hand, and he's also got is that Ramanap Ruins? Because it's a different printing of it, as I was about to say. And Ramanap Ruins. So his lands are going to do stuff here, and he's going to be able to attack down. And he does have another creature interaction spell here. I think he has a Play with Fire left over in his hand. So for Eric, he's in a decent setup, but this can slip away pretty easily.
Yeah. So we can pop up Winota on the screen, perhaps for anyone who doesn't play Pioneer. It's a 4 mana human, red, white. And whenever you attack with a non-human, you get to effectively impulse, look at the top cards of your deck, and look for a human. There you go. And you look at top 6, and then find a human, put it into play, tapped, and attacking. Unstructured to end the turn, that's great. Also, the big one you're trying to hit is, oh, you know what? I don't even know what that creature is that just got played. That's another art. I don't know.
I think this is what's the white one that steals a creature? Brutal Cathar.
Okay.
I believe this is Brutal Cathar. Yeah.
All right. So Brutal Cathar, a werewolf, comes into play, or flips to the day side.
Right.
So you butcher a creature.
Yeah. So what's happening here is I think they're asking what happens if Brutal Cathar leaves play and the creature comes back, and I'm pretty sure it comes back as the Saga.
That would be my guess as well. However, if the Brutal Cathar is killed in response, I think it won't actually leave the 2/2 won't leave play, and so it can stay as a creature.
The way they're worded nowadays, it's so you don't just get blown out from like killing your own creature with the triggers on the stack and stuff like they used to back in the day. So what this does is it just keeps the 2/2 into play for Eric Hawkins, and he's going to be able to turn on the jets a little bit faster here because he's going to be able to attack extra this turn. He wouldn't be able to attack for 2 here as well. So it'd only be attacking for 2, not for 4. And this puts Dylan down to 12. So he's kind of in range of some of these things happening here, but it looks like just more lands here from Eric Hawkins. Can't attack with that Den of the Bugbear just yet. And I don't think he has a spell left over here either.
No. And I think Winota in hand for Dylan, which doesn't combo off itself.
Yeah.
So
lots of lands here too.
Yeah.
But is this this is an Ezekiel's Chariot. This is a card that's great for multiple reasons. By the way, it's going to gum up the boards quite a bit, but it gives you 2 of those non-human creatures to attack with as well.
This is something I had to get used to again as
that makes playing 2 tokens.
Playing on Arena, I got used to the alchemy adjusted cards, and then now I have to retrain my brain back to having the original versions.
I almost told you that because I know you play a lot of alchemy online. But be like, Joe, this one makes 2, and it crews, or whatever it's like to say. The crews change, right? It's 3, I think, on the other one. I'm not sure on that.
The crew's 2 on the other one. It makes 1 token, and then the token can crew itself. Okay. Yeah. So we're back to the full cost, which in this case, having 2 tokens is much better. Who cares about attacking?
And Eric's going to decide what he wants to do here. You have to worry about Winota coming down from the other side. Do you push here? It looks like he might be attacking with everything, including the Din here this turn. So he's got a land in hand to be able to do that as well if he wants. But he's worried about the Ezekiel Cherry just eating one of his creatures. Because that will tap him out if he does that with Din. But if he attacks with both of these, the Ezekiel Chariot blocks one of them. He goes down to 10. I don't know if Eric has enough to finish this game off is the problem.
No, it doesn't look like it.
So it does look like this is going to be a shove. Yeah. And so this is going to get a goblin into play that's going to stay in play. So Den of the Bugbear is a 3/2 attacker that makes a 1/1 goblin in play that is attacking as well. So it looks like we're going to have Ezekiel's Chariot get crewed. Chariot's going to come in and I'm guessing going to snipe off the Den. Yeah, it looks like it's going to snipe off the Den. So 5's going to get through, put Dylan down to 7.
7 feels like a lot.
It feels like a lot when you're about to attack with a Winota trigger.
Yeah.
And the Winota is like not only can block, but also can crew the Chariot if there's a removal spell for it. As I say, it looks like we're just going to attack with all of it here. So there's going to be another token made as well here over the 2/2s. So that's going to be another blocker left over, plus whatever happens with the Winota triggers here.
So we're looking at 18 cards in total, looking for 3 humans in increments of 6. And Eric might not even survive this turn.
Yeah, this is really, really bad, obviously, for him. So they come into play attacking too, right? So
yeah, they do.
Right. This
So
is
that's
Brutal Cathar, I believe.
That's a Brutal Cathar.
So none of the big hits just yet. Oh, never
And-
mind. I spoke too soon. That's a Hunt Master. That's
So this Brutal Cathar, it should be trying to think on Eric's turn didn't do it. I think it's night. It should be night. Well, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Okay.
It doesn't matter. That's well
Yeah.
more than enough. Yeah. So maybe it did come in as the 3/3. That's why we didn't have the trigger. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So, okay. That's one game for team of Gawker, Boilu, and Johnson. And we're
Looks like
switching over to Modern, where we
looks like-
have Rhinos versus Is It Murktide?
Looks like another update as well. Alex Johnson is it Delver is up a game over Patrick Thielson in his Death and Taxes deck. Is it Delver winning game 1 against Death and Taxes? Definitely feels pretty good.
All right. So we got a pair of Rhinos here versus a couple Dragon Race Channelers and a Ragavan
Mhm.
that has already hit a couple treasures. But I mean, given the life totals with a couple Rhinos, and I mean, once there's 2 Rhinos, usually more to follow.
Technically it's a crash of Rhinos.
Yeah,
Jeff?
I
It's a
know.
crash of
Very
Rhinos?
cool animal name. What do you call that? Just
The groups of animal names.
yeah, exactly. That's super cool. And basically, all the ones I know are all from Magic.
Yeah, I was about to say like a murder of crows because
Yeah,
there's
that's the one that everyone remembers because it's so unique and it doesn't seem like it could actually be right, but it is.
right. I actually knew it because of an old Incubus album from a million years ago, but
Okay, congratulations. I did not know that.
with it got printed into Innistrad, so because we're all old as hell and played with all those things. Shout out to Innistrad, the best set of all time. Would love to go back there again soon. I know we were just there. I just always want to go back. So it looks like so let's say we got something, maybe a little talk going on between the teammates here, trying to figure out what's the right line.
Mhm.
We were talking about this earlier. Every now and then, one little turn or one little play can take a little extra time in the team minutes. And these are the spots where I'm like kind of okay with it because Eric Hawkins is shuffling his deck right now.
Yeah.
He just got done with sideboarding most likely for his match, and this gives you, hey, you're not doing anything with your brain, right? You're just shuffling. So let me get an opinion in here from you. So it looks like there's gonna be an unholy heat taking down one of these Rhinos and triggering these Dragon Rage channelers.
Yeah, it looked like Sean indicated the Ragavan, but that doesn't seem possible, so I'm sure it was not.
Hey, you don't know him. You don't know his life. He might be about that. He's like, I hate this card that much. I will kill it out of my own deck.
Yeah, despite the fact that I have nice shiny ones.
Mm-hmm. Maybe that's why. He's like,
I feel like there's been an uptick in the last year of what is happening?
oh, is this to make a bigger
Whoa.
Murktide? And okay, so he's doing this to make a bigger Murktide and to also keep Delirium, I think. So his channelers are 3/3s.
Yeah, I thought it looked like he indicated the Ragavan. I was like, oh,
And look at me making jokes over here, and you're just right.
Yeah, so he gets the a discount on the price if he wants it because he spends
Yeah.
1 mana, but actually makes 2 because 2 cards go to the graveyard.
Every time
And
my
then
opponent makes a play like this, right, like the really crazy ones, Joe, I'm always like, okay, I know I'm probably about to get blown out in some way, or I'm probably dead, but I'm very interested to see how.
yeah,
Like, walk me through this.
yeah. So I something that I was unaware of until this week, early this week playing Pioneer was the new common fetch lands works with Urborg. Um,
Oh, oh,
that was cool because they this happened to me twice where because they come into play and immediately fetch for a tap land. But with Urborg in play, you can tap for a mana off of these new fetch lands before they sacrifice themselves.
that's really cool.
Yeah,
Actually, that's
that was
okay.
neat because you have to have Urborg at like turn 1 for it to make it work. But my opponents did, and yeah,
Yeah, I was
I
wondering
thought
where
it was
this is
neat.
going, where you're going
All
with
right,
this.
so a 5/5 Murktide in play. Gemstone Caverns, one of my choice lands throughout the history of the game. I guess 5/5 Murktide's big enough to. What happened? Oh, yep. Blue mana is required for Shardless Agent. This I would think would be a fairly easy fix.
Yeah, it's like we have 2 blue sources over here. We could fix this very quickly.
Yeah.
Okay. So it looks like we're going to have some other rhinos added to the crash here. If they ever find one.
So this seems like it's
Okay.
probably a defensive Murktide as opposed to an offensive one. As Sean is at 9. Although I don't know that you can really, even with a 5/5 flying blocker that can survive a Rhino hit, if you're not making inroads, because I don't think this deck can kill the Rhinos very effectively. I mean, it doesn't matter if you're building up a wider board. Eventually, they're going to come in and do their thing, their crash.
Yeah, absolutely. See him going really, really wide here, but Sean doing a very good job of kind of slowing that down. But Sean is only at 9, so there are some numbers here
Mm-hmm.
where the DRCs do have to attack. I believe, right? Like he still has Delirium. Oh, this is another
Oh,
Murktide
is this a
here. Oh
win?
boy.
Yeah. Oh no. Well, you may not have still have Delirium though. Let's
Yeah, let's
see.
say that might not be. Well,
5.
they have tramples. So let's say blocking is kind of almost irrelevant at this point.
Well, let's see. Two big Murktides and 3/3 Dragon Rage Channelers might be able to block enough to survive. But yeah, I don't know that. Let's see what's left in there: sorcery, bauble, land,
Creature land. Yeah, so still Delirium.
and what? Did the Murktide
Is
get
is
count?
this is that lethal with the other Murktide? 4, 5, 6, 7, and 10, 11, 12, 13. Yeah, that's lethal. Yeah.
How did the Murktide end up in the grave? I don't understand what happened.
I think you might have just put it there.
He just might have put it there. Okay,
Yeah.
yeah.
All right, looks like we're going back over to Pioneer because they're starting the game. We can get another full game in here.
All right, I'll
No
try and keep up
updates
and
from the
understand what's happening for the rest of the
Sure.
match.
There's 3 matches going on, lots of things going on here. You're leading the show. You got a lot to keep up with. I had my attention taken away for half a second too, so that's on me. So let's get back here. We get a full match here. Wynota versus Mono Red. Wynota looks like they're going to be mulliganing down to 6, and it looks like a little more creature-centric hand from Eric here, so he's going to be out to the races a little faster this game.
I think that's what he needs. I felt like,
Ooh.
I mean, it seemed like game 1 he had an okay start.
He needed to not draw the 5th and 6th land
Yeah.
is the big problem. I think I see a Burning Hands in Eric's deck as well. So this is a really cool sideboard card for Eric's deck. It's a 2 mana pretty much kill any creature in Dylan's deck card, which is going to be great. And so that's actually a really good one here too. We got a Stomp and then an attack for 2 in here. The elves are die on sight for Eric Hawkins here. So he needs to make sure to slow the other deck down because this is what happens so often. After the elves start, they're not going to have a lot going on turn 2. There's not a ton of 2-drops in this deck.
Yeah. Well, in my experience, they always follow up the 1-drop with 2 more 1-drops, but
Yeah.
not this time. Not against Eric Hawkins, who gets in here for a point. Does he have a land for Bone Crusher, or does he have? Was that a Ferocidon?
This is a Ferocidon.
Yeah,
This is pretty good too. This is a menacing 3/3 for everybody home. Players can't gain life. I don't think that's going to be relevant, but anytime a creature comes into play, its controller is gonna lose a life here too. So just a little more of a squeeze until it's here. All right, so you're gonna take one
Yeah.
here. Is there no third mana for Dylan here as well? That is
Rampaging
not good.
Ferocodon was banned in
Standard, yeah.
in Standard when red was just too good. And I think Rampaging Ferocodon got banned and red still won the Pro Tour, I think.
Yeah. It also stayed banned past where it probably could have possibly been unbanned, but they were just like, yeah, whatever. Like it's too late in the seasons. There's too much going on. But yeah, Dylan missing a land drop here is huge. I wonder if Eric is going to convert these burning hands into killing the elf, just because of another no land turn happens from Dylan here. It's pretty obvious his hand is just dead.
Yeah.
And I don't know if he's going to now. Well, okay, I guess he's going to give him the opportunity to block, and then before damage, he's going to burning hands because like maybe he's like, all right, look, if he wants to block, then I get to eat my cake and I get to have my cake and eat it too. So I like that from Eric here. It looks like we're going to see a scoop up from Dylan. This is what we're talking about. And this is why people think that mono red is one of the reasons it's really good and playable and a decent choice in this format is because of its matchup here against exactly this deck, Naya Wynota. You have ways to kill the card Wynota, but you also have ways to just attack them while killing all of their early plays. And you can put a ton of pressure on them in their hands because the thing about Pioneer is when you look at most of the really good decks, they're all just trying to kind of like goldfish each other, right? Like mono green try to make as much mana as possible.
Yeah, I
and
felt
stuff.
that way this week. That there was not a ton of interaction.
There's not.
Yeah.
And mono red is the one deck that does it, and Wynota is the deck that really doesn't want you to interact. So looks like we're going to move over to Legacy for just a second here. We're going to peek in, see what's going on, and then we're going to try to finish off that Pioneer match because I kind of feel like we should, right? We've gotten both of the first two games, so let's try to get a whole game out of a whole match out of this one.
All right. Well, that is a unique Batterskull token. Although you're going to tell me that's from something that I've never heard
I have no idea. Never seen that before in my life.
All right. So 5/3 Murktide, 5/5 Murktide, and a 3/2 Delver, as well as Dragon Rage Channel, I believe. So that's a lot for this Batterskull to handle.
And Alex Johnson's up the game here. And if there's no source to Plowshares in Patrick's hand, he's in a rough spot here too. Because this Batterskull has been checked. And I think I see a Solitude in his hand. So I think he's possibly got to think, maybe he's wondering if he should play around something here or do something else, or maybe he's just helping out his modern player. So let's see what's going on here.
I mean,
but I think that is a Solitude.
It could be, do I pitch this card or do I pick up Yorion and pitch that?
That's actually a good point. If you pick up Yorion, though, you're playing into Daze, which can be scary. Generally, Force of Will not in the deck anymore after sideboarding, but Daze is a card that can sometimes stay in, or some number of them. I also see a Shattering Spree up above Alan as well over there, or I'm sorry, Alex, and that's a really cool thing. And here, there's that exact play. And he played the Wasteland. Nice, tight play here.
There was the Daze,
Yeah, there was a Daze here. Nice. All right. So it looks like the Solitude is going to resolve.
Well, that's going to dramatically change the clock in this game. Alex will gain some life, but this is interesting.
All right, so this is interesting, but here's the thing. If you don't think Daze is going to be relevant anymore for the rest of the game, right? This gets you a DRC trigger, so you get to kind of like get some card selection, and this gets a land into your hand.
Yeah.
Which is kind of important. Like, if you were to say top deck Brainstorm, this is another card in your hand that you can get to keep the spells from Brainstorm and get some extra value from that as well. So I don't hate just firing this off here if the game's really close or you're looking for a specific card to get you out of the spot.
Yeah, absolutely. So 5 damage comes across here, and Patrick will pad his life total.
That's actually, is that a meltdown?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Well, that's
not
super.
That's not very good at dealing with Batterskull.
Yeah, it's not good at dealing with Batterskull, but it's absurd in this matchup usually. But yeah, I just want to talk about that Daze play again for another second. I actually like that play from Alex because and it's something that I've seen a lot from playing in Legacy and playing this deck is there's a lot of games. I mean, you've noticed it before playing me where I could hard cast Daze in spots where I'm still just going to pay the alternate cost because I just rather have the land in my hand. It's better in my hand than it is in play.
Yeah.
All right, and sorry to leave the Delver deck. I love you so much, but it looks like we're going back to Pioneer. And tell me if you've heard this before, Joe. The Wynota deck has an elf on turn 1.
Yeah, that seems to be fairly consistent. I don't know. I actually would have picked the Wynota deck over the red deck coming into the match. And we are in game 3. Hawkins on the draw, though. That makes it tough. when you're trying to keep up. So you can't play a creature and remove the elf.
Yeah, and this is the scary part is when they're on the play and they can do this, right?
Yeah.
Like they have a bunch of really decent 3-drops, but it just smooths out their hand so much is the problem here. Going into turn 4 is the really impactful one, though. You know, they have Ezekiel's Chariot, they have Winota, the namesake card. Those are the super, super scary ones. And yeah. This is a card that can be a problem too. This is the Innkeeper, so this is going to make a treasure, and then when any creature enters play, you're going to gain a life. So any ancillary life gain can be huge in this matchup too, because Eric generally is trying to run you down.
Right.
He's not trying to play a long game. He's going to kill a couple of your early plays and then run you down with these super cheap creatures.
Yeah,
But this is another card that helps stop that.
Just having that elf to allow the Sacred Foundry to come into play tapped is also like gaining 2 life for Dylan. So, okay, there goes the elf.
Let's see, where is the +1/+1 counter not on this creature? Is that what...
looks like you missed it.
Are you, if you move your saga to chapter 2, are you allowed to miss this? Because you've kind of announced the trigger, right? Like you get what I'm saying here? Is that something that can
I
actually be
understand
missed
what you're
once?
saying. Let me read the card.
Like, is this missable? Is like the thing I want to know.
Yeah, I mean,
because you've resolved half of
resolved
half of the trigger. Like, but I guess no. So it puts a trigger to play when you play the creature, then the thing triggers.
I think you've kind
possibly.
you've paid the cost certainly of.
So I guess you can miss this because
I
it triggers
guess
when
that
you play the creature.
miss it.
Yeah. Okay.
But I am not 100%. I feel like all these things are generally on a case by case basis. You just get used to it over the years, and then you're right most of the time. But okay, so let's try and keep up with what's going on here as the saga flips over, but it is now facing quite the roadblock in a pack of wolves on the other side of the board.
Yeah, so the life gain's going to go away here with the Rampaging Ferocidon, but a lot of the damage has already been dealt in the fact that Ezekiel's Chariot's in play with these 2/2s. I don't think there's a Winota in hand, but there's a bunch of lands and a Huntmaster in hand for Dylan. So if this game goes a little slower, he's at 19. He can afford to take a little bit of damage from this Rampaging Ferocidon, so it won't be the end of the world. Also, if he wants, he can just attack with Ezekiel. Oh, never mind. I spoke too soon. Okay, so Trigger is going to take 1. This is probably going to remove the Rampaging Ferocidon here.
Yeah.
And then now the Ezekiel Chariot is free to get in there and start rumbling. And this is going to gain a life back that he lost. Because when the token gets...
Right, because a new token comes into play now. Yeah, Brutal Cathar wipes out the Ferocidon. Jeez.
Speaking of brutal, this is a brutal turn for Eric Hawkins.
Yeah. And what's the... I mean, is this deck even capable of coming back from this point? I mean, it's not designed to be in this point in the first place.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think so.
We'll see. If it's going to... I mean, he's not going to last long if he doesn't deal with it. So we'll get to find out very quickly. He's considering a block here, it looks like.
Yeah, if you block, that like really slows you. I mean, maybe on the token he's considering to kind of like slow things down, but like then you're almost like never getting a good block in on Chariot later. I guess he does have a Lightning Strike in his hand they could possibly use. I don't know if Eric can come back from this spot.
Losing the counter on the Swift Spear is so huge here.
Yeah, it was very massive.
Yeah.
A 2/3 versus a 1/2 is so big in this matchup because there's so many 2/2s and 3/3s.
I mean, just right there, you could have double blocked the Chariot potentially and lost one creature, but instead...
Just drew a Lava Coil, but it's really hard to kill Ezekiel's Chariot with that card.
All right. Kamano faces Kakazan is just... I mean, that's your turn 1 play. I mean, Eric's certainly drawn a lot of those this match. He's had them every game, maybe even 2 every game, but yeah, he doesn't look too confident either.
Yeah, might have to rely on his teammates here, but the problem is they are down in Legacy. But that game was looking super bad that we saw for game 2.
No, Patrick Tillson was certainly still in that game.
Yeah. I don't know if y'all can hear it, but I've got some bad weather outside my house right now, so I apologize if it's going to come through on the mic.
Really? Is a tornado going to like sweep through your house and you'll just...
I hope not, Joe. Don't put that in the universe, man.
Okay, so just so directors know that if on the side screen you see the walls of Tannen's apartment starting to like collapse, let's switch to the host view. We can skip the game because I want to see Tannen get just sucked into the sky.
Okay.
if it happens, we don't want to miss out. Anyway, back to the game. Another elf being cast for
Joe,
Dylan.
you're such a good friend.
What are you talking about? I'm just trying to keep track of you.
Okay, cool. All right.
Yeah. I want to know what's going on in your life.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Appreciate it, Joe.
All right,
Always
so
looking
Gruul
out.
Cathar is going to get picked off here, returning the Ferocodon to play, probably with the elf on the stack.
Yeah,
So
with the
that'll
elf on
come
stack,
in. Yeah,
so-
nice play there for Eric, doing what he can here.
He's going to keep fighting.
Yeah.
I mean, if Dylan doesn't draw anything for the rest of the game, like doesn't really do much, there's a chance that Eric can stay in this game. The problem is that Dylan is at 4 mana with an elf in play, right? If he plays other land, that means he's got, what, 5, 6 mana next turn? If Huntmaster comes down, even with Ferocodon in play, and you would lose 3 life, I don't know if you can keep up with Huntmaster, especially if he ever goes to night with Huntmaster, because like I don't know if they are tracking day and night because it's technically relevant with the Cathar coming in
Yeah.
play already. On the night side of Huntmaster, he can start making his wolves fight Eric's creatures, and it's really good at picking off Monastery Swift Spears and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So it does look like Alex won the legacy game, so it is actually down to Eric here. He actually cannot lose this game or his team will not make this top 8. So tons of pressure here in this game now.
Yeah. Okay. So realistically, how can he get through this? If he attacks in a way that gets the Isik's Chariot to crew up to block, then he can maybe lava coil it in that case.
Right. All right. He remembers the counter from the saga this time. So that's a 5 power Bone Crusher, which is, this is relevant. This is a 5/4. So he's getting some big creatures into play. This is not the game that you want to play against Wynota, though, where you just clog up the board and make a bunch of creatures. Because at any point in time, if Alex draws Wynota and Eric doesn't have Burning Hands, the game probably ends on the spot. Because Alex will get like 7 triggers. And it doesn't matter if he loses a bunch of life from Ferocodon because Eric is going to die in that combat step.
So, Eric, is there a world where Eric draws enough burn to kill Dylan while they're stalemate? Well, never mind. That's not going to happen.
Okay. So 3 damage, going to go 3. He's at 14. I don't know if he can draw enough burn here.
No.
From this spot. The problem is he's not going to get any damage through otherwise. That's the biggest problem, is the door of getting damage in through creatures is completely closed. It is slammed shut. All right, yeah, this is relevant. Wolves versus non-wolves. Those are cats, and these are wolves. That's very relevant because of the fighting thing, if that happens. Because I do actually, I don't think we're at night yet, but I don't know if they're paying attention to that because they need to pay attention to when it is night. Because the other side of Huntmaster is very relevant and very good.
Eric needs an insurrection here. Just grab everything and swing over.
Sure. And about 5 more mana, 4 more mana?
Something like that.
Yeah. I think it's like 7 or 8. Yeah. Another commander game breaking out.
Well, he's got the lava coil. He's got.
Yeah, I mean, he has a way to deal with Huntmaster right every once in a while. He's got lava coil plus something. He's got another burn spell in his hand, but at that point, the board is still gummed up. You still have the same problem of if Wynota ever hits the board, I'm going to die.
Yeah.
All right, so he's going to go down to 10 here.
And like you were saying, there's just no way for Eric to do any damage.
Yeah, that's the biggest problem here is he has to be on the front foot, right? He needs to be pushing the damage with his creatures while containing the board of Dylan. Like you don't have to kill everything they do, but you need to make it to where their blocks are bad, or you can maybe have a removal spell in response to Wynota, either to Wynota itself or the creature that's going to attack. But those ships have all sailed. So now you're in this weird game where you're going to put a bunch of creatures into play. It's going to turn into a game of limited. The problem is your opponent has bigger creatures on average than you do.
Yeah. And more of them.
Yeah, a lot more. Yeah. And so stuff like shock and stuff like that are not great right now. Any of his shock variants don't do enough is the problem. And even the 3 damage spells, they just don't do enough. Chain Whirler, I don't even know if it's in his list. It's not great here.
All right, Dylan trying to decide on the attack here. All right, it is going to be Isik's Chariot and Tovolar's Huntmaster on the way in.
So this is going to make a creature. Is going to lose a life. And yeah, I don't hate these attacks from Dylan, right? The fact is, he's got more than enough behind this, right? He's got a ton of creatures that he can deal with. He's not worried about losing in combat. And simplifying the board is something that he actually wants, right? You want to put him in spots where Eric has to make blocks, and he's going to be giving up a ton of stuff to block one thing. Right, you've got a 4, 4, and a 6 here. There are no clean 1-for-1 blocks except for Bone Crusher on Ezekiel's Chariot. If Rampaging Ferocity gets involved, that's a big deal. You also don't want to wait till Eric has multiple cards in his hand where you attack, and then he's got Monastery Swiss Spears with like multiple triggers behind them as well. That could also be a problem, which I think that's what's going to happen here. Is the double block on Swiss Spear, put Bone Crusher here. Any extra damage on the Giant from a card from hand would mean a really good trade. So it looks like, okay, maybe this is a better block. Block with the 2/2/2s. Use a shock variant on Huntmaster. Both of your Monastery Swiss Spears become two 3s, so only one of them dies here. So this isn't the worst block or worst spot ever. Eric really valuing the Ferocidon as well.
Yeah. No, if this is all Dylan has, Eric is certainly improving his position here.
Yeah, it does look like there's a Lightning Strike here. So Lightning Strike on the Huntmaster seems like it's going to get enough of everything done. The bump up on the Monastery Swiss Spears. So Eric's going to lose a little bit here, but Dylan's going to lose the big parts of his army. So the
Dylan
board's going to
doesn't
be
look
pretty
too
solidified
worried.
here and simplified. Yeah.
Is there a follow-up?
Does look like another Chariot. So it's going to make creatures lose 2 more life for Dylan.
Okay. So down to 12. This still seems impossible, but at least it wasn't a replacement Huntmaster from Eric's
Yeah, I was going to say
perspective.
another Huntmaster I think would have been game here. I'd like to know if it's day or night. I think it's just been day the whole time. I don't think anyone's passed out playing something, but hopefully it didn't need to come up. Soulscar is not horrible here. It's another decent blocker, but it would have been better a little earlier where your burn spells could have been giving -1/-1 counters on some stuff.
Oh, there are so many creatures in play for Dylan.
Yeah. Why not? It ends the game at any point in time. Another Beseiju drawn here from Dylan. Yeah, I was supposed to say, so Eric's at 10. So if you were to attack with all the tokens, he could block 4 of them, and then 4 get through. So that's not enough. If the 1/1 gets through, it would put Eric down to a very low life total.
How many tokens are there? There's 7 or 8. I think there's 8.
I think there's 8.
Yeah, I think there's 8 as well. Plus
So
2 ineffectual creatures. That would be 10.
Yeah, definitely take your time and figure this out because
Yeah.
this is the difference between top 8 and not top 8.
Yeah. I mean, if Eric had nothing, that would be a win, it looks like. But if Eric had something, you don't want to throw away a game where you're significantly ahead to try and rush a victory where you could have just sat there because, I mean,
you can
it looks
die
like
on the way back too. Yeah.
It is certainly safer to just attack with
So, all right, here we go.
Chariot.
So it looks like you're going to do this. It does look like he's going to copy something, so he's going to go to 10. If Eric has a spell here to make his blocks better, because he has a bunch of free blocks here, but if he does all the free blocks, if he blocks 4 of the tokens, he still takes 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. He would take 8 and go down to 1. He can't play a creature, but could he win on the way back? So it does look like he's going to make at least one trade here. Lining up blocks like this, I don't think he's got a spell in his hand that he can cast. He has like a Lava Coil, I think, which is a sorcery. This is not looking great for Eric.
Okay, so I was saying I thought he had 2 extraneous creatures. One of them was the Chariot. So he couldn't have attacked with 10 things because there was only 9 bodies.
And there is another Elves down there, so it does look like he's got 3 blockers left over, 2 1/1s and a 2/2.
Lot.
Yeah, this is going to be, I think, too much for her to get through, but let's see. All right, so he's blocking a bunch of tokens. Is he trying to, he might be trying to keep the Bone Crusher around this time. So is there a Chain Whirler in his deck? So if he casts Chain Whirler, kills 2 of the blockers. And then you still have another blocker to block the 5 power creature.
Okay,
swap. Yeah, this is a very complicated turn.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, well, the outs are really, whatever they are, it's very narrow, but you may as well do the best you can. So he's definitely putting thought into this. All 3 players are available to consult on both sides, as it's the only game still playing.
Yeah, Sean did his part and he won his matchup. So this is the deciding game to see who goes to top 8 out of this match.
So if the blocks are as they currently stand, looks like Eric will go to 1.
I just want to know if he's got any outs from here as well.
If there was a Chain Whirler, even if that was good enough, this would not work, as the Froston would live.
That was not a Besieger. That's a layer of the Hydra. That's actually relevant here. It's a creature land. So yeah, I was like kind of surprised that usually don't play multiple Besiegers. All right, well, he's knocking the top of his deck, so apparently there is an out. Is this a Chain Whirler? I think he's looking for Chain Whirler. Oh, it's Cinderclasm. Is that it? That's
no
it. That kills
way.
him.
How much damage is that? 5?
That kills him.
2, 5. Is
it one short?
It's 10. I remember they didn't mark it. We don't have it marked down. I remember you saying it. He's going to fall to 10 when he attacked and made a token,
I
right?
He's going to fall to 10 here. Yeah.
I remember you saying that. This is 10. This is an attack for 10. Is there an untapped creature land? I don't think so. Just the one that's just the fresh one.
Holy.
The chariot, it's now our life total indeed says 11, but it was 11 before Dylan attacked.
Okay, it looks like we're holy top deck, Joe.
What? I mean, that's that. So it's a shame that we're unsure, because that was miraculous.
We're getting gonna get it confirmed, but I did see the tick go onto the side of the mono red player. We need to get it confirmed. Eric Hawkins won.
Hawkins won.
I want to give a shout out. Eric Hawkins, great player for one. I've battled against him for years. Doesn't travel as much for Magic stuff anymore, but always a very, very competent opponent to play against. It's someone you're not excited to see sitting across from you. You know this game's gonna be hard, but he played exceptionally well from super far behind, figured out the only out, and then we got the showmanship as well at the end of it. Just absolutely perfect.
That was incredible. I mean, all right, let me just tell you right now. Ken and Grace, how many Cinderclasms in the 75 for Eric Hawkins?
1.
Let me take a look here.
I'm gonna say 2 actually, but
no, you're gonna be wrong. It's 1.
It's 1. Okay.
Yeah, there's 1 Cinderclasm in the 75.
If they win this tournament,
that was
that was a few $100 top deck at least.
Sure.
Plus points for these guys if they didn't win the race.
So that was the attack with the chariot that generated a token, pushing down to 10 life.
Joe, I need a moment.
I don't blame you. Eric probably does too. And how do you think the other team is feeling right now?
I've been on the other side of this. There we go. I've been on the other side of this. It's awful. It's the worst feel you can go through, because in your mind you're like, yeah, like we've won. There's like, you don't think there's an out or whatever, blah, blah, blah. And then it's like, it's a complete 180 of emotions, right? And honestly, you're shell shocked. Like, imagine the people that weren't in the game, like the other teammates that are just sitting there watching, and they're like, okay, like we got this. Like you look over and there's a million creatures in play, and then you're like, wait, we're dead. I have to go home now. Like I have to go get my car and drive home.
I mean, and they're looking at that and they're like, what's this? How can we do this so we can't possibly lose? And that's the play they choose, and they lose anyway.
Yeah.
So
the only out there was to not attack a chariot for a top deck Cinderclasm.
Yeah, I suppose that's true. Not attacking there.
Unreal. And somehow we have to do more Magic, Joe. After
I'm still trying to digest what just happened there. Same. And we just got an ear order, like something or other, and I missed it completely because I'm still trying to even think my way through that. Anyway.
So that's gonna be it for this round, but we do have more Magic for y'all. We're gonna take about a 5-minute break. It's gonna be really, really short, and then we'll be back with the first round of top 8. It's gonna be the semifinals.
I am not confident that the turnaround will be 5 minutes.
Okay, I'm sorry. There's 5 minutes left in the round.
Yeah.
So we're gonna wait for this round to finish. There shouldn't be a ton of matches left. So I'm thinking, 10 minutes ish. So
anyway,
go make a sandwich. Go get a drink.
We'll turn the round over. We'll get the top 8 sorted out. They'll take pictures. It'll take a few minutes.
Yeah.
And then we'll be back in 10 and 9. We'll go through the Quarterfinals.
Maybe we can collect ourselves after that. Just utterly amazing match.
How how is the Eric Hawkins team going to calm down enough to like? How are they even going to take pictures? They're just
But have
going
you
to be
ever
bouncing
seen
off the walls.
if you've met Eric, like maybe his teammates are like that. Eric's probably like, just yeah, we won the game.
Oh,
But
you have to have a heart of stone to not react to that one.
he's a killer,
Anyway,
so
we
he
are going to
probably is.
have the quarterfinals played out tonight, and then we'll pack it in for the night, and the top 4 will begin tomorrow morning. So thanks for being around. If you're enjoying the content, hit the follow button, and we're going to step away for a few minutes. We'll be back for the quarterfinals. All right, we're back. Nerd Rage Gaming Team 10K Legacy Modern Pioneer. Top 8 is set. We have a bracket. Let's go ahead and bring it up. 10 I'll talk about some of the players. We'll talk about some upcoming events. And hopefully by the time we get done with that, they'll be ready to play. So you can see here who has prevailed through the 7 rounds of Swiss. Top seed overall. You can see in the top left there, Andrew Elenbogen, Max McVitie, and Clay Spickelmar. We saw them this morning. We've seen them in the past. Shannon, you know something about putting up consistent performances with the same team. Like, do you feel like you build upon, like, does it get easier as you go once you've done it before, once you've been there?
Yeah, absolutely. Especially when it comes to anything like this, individual or team. The first one's the hardest one, right? Like you got to get that out the way. And then from then on, it's almost like you expect it. And it's also really nice when like your team has a really good rapport the whole way through. Talked about like, when you can and can't talk to each other, when it's easier to help each other out. And then you just know that you can trust everybody to do their thing. And you should always trust your teammates anyway, but you get what I'm saying there. Like you're like, yeah, my teammates are going to do their thing. So if I lose, it's not the worst thing in the world because they're going to pick me up. So love seeing teams constantly playing together, and you see it from them that it works out because they're putting up ridiculous results as well.
Yeah, we see on top right, we see the team of Hawkins, Gallagher, and Tilson, who miraculously
Yeah,
won their round 7 match with the top deck Cinderclasm 1 of for exact damage to take down the Pioneer match.
go back and watch that round if you missed it. It is a banger.
It's a good one. They're going to be playing against Jesse Robkin, Zoe Riederman, and Zach Allen.
Another great team with some big name players in there. Zach Allen really putting up very good results in practically everything he's played in the last few years. Not to mention some of his teammates doing really well also.
Mm-hmm. And the match we're going to watch, I believe, is Tracy Warfield Strassman versus Daniels Silverberg Covalenti, the 2 versus 7 seed. So I can tell you the matchups we're going to see there are in Legacy. We're going to see a Kappa Cannoneer mirror, or maybe we won't see it because we're certainly not going to start there.
Mm-hmm.
In Modern, we're going to see Elementals versus Is It Murktide, but we're going to start with Is It Prowse versus Naya Winota. So that's where we're going to kick things off in a few minutes once the players are ready. I see the chat asking, when is this playing out? The semifinals and finals will be played tomorrow morning, starting at
I think 9 a.m.
9 Central,
Yeah.
I believe. But the quarterfinals is going to play in about 2 to 5 minutes whenever the players are ready to go.
And that should be any second now. They were just finishing up. They're just finishing up deck checks because they have to deck check all the players going to top 8. It takes a little extra time during team events because it's not just 8 decks; it's 24. So.
Yeah, judges complaining. I mean, come on, it's triple their workload. Just do it.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Thanks. Let's say thanks for the judges for this event because it is it's a lot of extra work on team
No,
events.
it is. Sure. And we had to bring in extra ones too. And that wasn't easy because we had space for more teams, but we only had staffing for 100 teams. And the Midwest players showed up, and we actually had to reach out and acquire more judges to be able to boost that to. We had 13 teams in the waiting list a week ago. And we're like, well, that's a lot of teams that are going to be disappointed they don't get to play. So we got a couple more judges, pushed the cap up, and actually ended up at 120 teams. Everyone that wanted to got into play, and fair amount of them signed up tomorrow. So if you're interested, after the top 4 in the finals tomorrow, we're going to have the Modern trial, which looks like it's going to be 9 rounds. So that'll be running all day Sunday. But
Joe,
we've got this. Yeah, go ahead.
You remember how you were talking about the elation or the devastation of like the last match we just watched of each team, like how do you get over that, either side or whatever? I actually messaged Eric Hawkins like after the match while we were at commercial,
okay,
and I just said LOL nice life, like for the top deck. And this is the kind of man Eric Hawkins. I told you like everybody else would be freaking out. He'd probably be like, yeah, whatever. He just sent back, thanks, it's okay.
Yeah, well, okay for him.
Man, a few words.
Yeah, okay for him. Career highlight for some people. That was a pretty good one. We're gonna run through our upcoming events real quick while we're waiting. If you're interested in living in the Midwest, or if you're traveling in from elsewhere, which we had some people do for this weekend, You can see our next event, Lansing, Michigan, June 11th and 12th, a modern 10K Pioneer 5K. First event on the series in Michigan, I believe. Then we're in Mundelein, Illinois at the end of July, back to our normal stomping grounds, Modern Saturday, Legacy Sunday. And then we have the next showdown, which is in St. Louis, Missouri at the end of August. That's a Team 20K and Modern 5K. We're also ready to present the Season 3 schedule, which we have a graphic for that. So you can see there all 4 events. October in Newark, Ohio. November, at the beginning of November in Fort Wayne, Indiana. End of November back in Mundelein outside Chicago. And then December, Louisville, Kentucky. And those are the first Nerd Rage events in both Kentucky and Ohio. So format's not announced yet for those events, but if you're trying to schedule the dates, that's where they're at. The players still waiting. The players. Let's go ahead and look at the leaderboard so you can see kind of where we're at. We had some players that were in contention for the top 2 players at the end of this weekend who aren't already locked up for the championship will qualify. You can see that coming in, those were Joseph Bernal and Christoph Schlum. Joseph Bernal's team, I believe, finished 12th. So he's probably okay, but Andrew Elenbogen is still playing. So maybe putting some pressure on Christoph Schlum.
Yeah,
We'll
still
see
looking
how
to
that
get some of those points
Yeah.
and possibly a lot of points here this weekend because, not just Ellenbogen himself being very good, his team is very good. And
Mhm.
no matter what their matchups are, you have to deem them one of the favorites, if not the favorite in the tournaments that they play in. Just very stacked team in a room full of very good teams.
Yeah, and very wise of Andrew Elenbogen to team with Max Mvidi to ensure that Max can't gain on him during this event. Although he can make up points tomorrow. Anyway, we had a good chat with Andrew earlier on today. If you want to go back and find the interview with Andrew, I believe it's after round 2. Okay, so the deck
So,
lists become opened up for the top 8. They're not open during the Swiss. You can't just say like, "Hey, opponent, what are you playing before the match?"
yeah.
But top 8, you can do that. So the players are waiting to see each other's deck lists right now before they start playing.
And
Cannon,
yeah, this is a big deal in the match that we're
Mhm.
going to be watching as well because we're going to be watching Is It Prowess versus Wynota in Pioneer, and this allows the Is It Prowess deck, I think, a little extra points because here you can aggressively mulligan 7 card hands that are playable, where you have a 7 card hand where it's just like a 1 drop, a 2 drop, maybe like another 1 drop, a bunch of creatures. But in this matchup that's not good enough, right? Might be a hand that you keep blind, but if your hand can't interact with any creatures on the other side, this is a hand that you're going to aggressively mulligan down to 6. And we saw earlier from some of the blue-red decks, I assume this one has it well, cards like Reckless Rage are going to go a very long way in this
Mhm.
matchup. Being able to kill Wynota the turn it comes into play before it triggers is a very big deal.
Yeah, no, that's like that could be easily game deciding
Mhm.
on how that plays out. I mean, Winota, we didn't get to see the true power of it um, as it wasn't drawn in that last match, at least in the final game. But yeah, can completely upend the layout of the board in just one swing. I don't. In my experience, playing open deck list or closed, I mean, certainly, yeah, you have much more informed decision making with open. However, that benefit should apply to both players. You have any opinion yourself? Like if you're playing a match that matters to you, we'll just say to make it as generic as possible. Would you prefer open deck lists or closed?
I prefer open. I actually
Okay.
like it quite a bit in competitive Magic, especially with how much scouting goes around and people can see stuff. Uh, Allow me to be vain for half a second. I come from someone who's I almost always played the same deck in Legacy, right? So what I'm playing anyway. So I prefer open deck lists because it levels the field a little bit more for
Mhm.
myself. And then at bigger events, I generally got put on camera quite a bit, or I would get a feature match as people would come over. So I did feel at a disadvantage sometimes. I have had matches where like my opponent mulliganed, and they're like, "Yeah, this hand's not good enough against you," and I'm like,
Mhm.
"Oh, because you know what deck I'm playing, and I have no idea what you're playing." Um, I prefer it a little bit. What about yourself? I am like it's like 55-45.
I think I also prefer open. I'm tempted to say closed because it is just I know preserve kind of what I think of as that
Yeah.
the ideal
Yeah.
form, but but I do think there are solid points for open because you remove because you're right because of scouting. There can be a disadvantage on one player, and it does alleviate that. My favorite, I've told this story before. My favorite incident regarding this actually involved Eric Hawkins completely by accident. I'm sitting down to play a top 8 of a PTQ, which was where there was flights.
Mhm.
So no one in the top 8 sat near each other during the Swiss because it was spread out across the room and across time. So I'm sitting down to play top 8, and I had a very impressive game where I think I won turn 4 of both games, and yet I wasn't playing a particularly aggressive deck, just at one point in the Swiss. So Eric Hawkins randomly walks by while me and my opponent are shuffling for top 8. And Eric Hawkins is like, "Oh, how'd it go? I saw you do that double turn 4 win." And I was like, "Oh yeah, it went pretty well. Obviously we're in top 8." He's like, "Okay, cool." And then he just wanders off. And my opponent then starts muttering him to himself about, well, what deck can have double
Yeah.
and win on turn 4? And he draws up his opening hand. He's like, "Oh no, need early removal." Mulligans, and then gets blown out because well, not blown out, but effectively sets himself back by throwing away a completely playable hand because of complete
Mhm.
disinformation that Eric Hawkins randomly accidentally gave him. And with open deck
Yeah.
lists, that wouldn't have happened.
I've had some fun ones. I remember I was playing in a modern open once, like somewhere, I think in
Mhm.
like Tennessee or something, right? And my opponent like does the thing. He like opens his opening hand. He's like, "Oh, this one's not good enough against you, mulligans." And I'm just like, kind of roll my eyes a little bit or whatever.
Yeah.
And I go to play, and I think I'm on the play if I remember right. So my turn one, I just go like land vial. I'm playing humans in modern back when humans was like very very good, right? It was like still relatively new. I just go land vial, and my opponent like pauses and just looks at my vial and looks at me and like looks at my vial. And so we play the game out. I beat him, and then like I end up winning the round. And I was just like, "Hey, what was up with that?" And he goes, "Well, when I saw that I was paired against you, I asked my team, like, I was like, hey, what's Tannen playing?" And they were like, "Oh, he's playing blue white control." And so he mulliganed a hand that was good against would have been good against creatures,
Yeah.
and instead found a hand that had like counter spell in it and
Right.
stuff. And I'm just sitting there with a vial in play. My opponent's like, well, now I just mulliganed like 4, technically. So
Yeah,
there was
that
that
is
one.
fantastic. Yeah.
And then I'm in a top 8 of an open once, and my opponent, it's a team event too. So my opponent plays Brainstorm, picks up their cards and like has their hand and the 3 cards, and like they're showing their teammate. So I look over to my teammate. I'm like, "Hey, what's going on over here? Like, how's your match?" Like asking because they're whatever. And they're talking about it, and they eventually figure out. And he's like, "Yeah, these two." And he's like, "Okay." I'm like, "Why do you say these two? I guess those are gonna go back." And I look, and as I'm looking, the guy goes, "I'll shuffle." And I see him shuffling his deck. I'm like, "What are you doing?" And he's like, I'm shuffling the cards back in my deck. I'm like, "This is a brainstorm, not a ponder."
Right.
And he's like, "Oh no." And he's like, "I just lost the match." So there's actually no correct fix for this. Sorry, I just had some music start playing randomly on my other screen. There's no correct fix for this in the book. So the judge had to come over and talk to us about what the fix is. And he was like, if you don't agree with this, we can try to, figure something else out. But they want the card to try to do as much as possible. And they don't want him to just get screwed, where he has to put 2 cards back now or whatever. So they allowed me to pick up my opponent's deck, give him 3 cards, and he would resolve Brainstorm after this. It looks like we're getting into the match, but with the open deck list, I figured out what his hand was. So I was
Oh,
able to
that's
give him,
ridiculous.
So I gave him some
I've
cards.
never heard that one, and
Yeah. That one was wild because I asked
that
him, I was
is
like, "How
insane.
much
All
time do
right.
I have?"
So, thanks for sticking with us through that wait. We are now looks like we're ready to go with our top 8 match, 2 seed versus 7, Tom Tracy, Skylar Warfield, Shea Strausman versus Vincent Daniels, Marty Silverberg, and Rajarshi Kovalenti.
You know what the best part about that was though, Joe?
Sure, tell me.
I got killed after that. I died
Well,
very quickly
it
after.
was it was elimination rounds of an event, Tandon. We
Yeah,
know
of
that.
course, of course. I will try to remain as impartial as possible, and I've got multiple friends in this match, so I will try not to root on for them a little too much. So
All right. All right. Well, so we've got the 8 cast mirror on the bottom, even though they're not true 8 cast. One of them at least has 3 thought cast and 3 thought monitor, so 6 cast more like. But anyway, the Kappa Cannoneer mirror.
mhm.
We got 4 color elementals versus Is It Murktide. We're going to start with Winota versus Is It Prowess. Winota on a mulligan. And this is a deck that I would imagine, I mean, they're looking for a couple lands, early creature, and a Winota. So putting that card back, like generally, if you have the ideal setup into Winota, you're probably not using all your cards by turn 4. So
Right.
you can get away with 6 cards here probably without too much difficulty.
It may look like a creature deck, but in a lot of essences, it's a combo deck kind of thing. It
Mhm.
plays out like that. Like you're looking for a specific payoff of some of the stuff. It just has other ways of winning. So yeah, like you said, putting card back, not the end of the world here. Plus, some of your stuff just has a lot of value in it, right? Like a lot of these creatures have intrinsic value, or something like Ezekiel's Chariot catches you back up, right? Like,
Mhm.
yeah, you lost a card, but this card is so good in doing so much that helps out a lot. Now, here's the first test for Vincent Daniels. Does he have an answer to this early Landwehr Elf,
This
or does he even want to
beautiful,
take his turn?
correct artwork, white bordered elf.
It does look like he
Tom
does.
Tracy, I
He
love you.
doesn't.
Your elf lived because you played the right one.
There you go. That's the important part. A
Mm.
important creature in this matchup is one that's going to actually come down here. Voice of Research is pretty important. So Vincent can't, just wait till Tom's
Mhm.
turn to do all of his. Well, it looks like he might be thinking about playing a 3-drop here. I mean, I'm sorry, the Innkeeper here. This gets lets him put in an extra creature here. Yeah, he's gonna just, hey, I don't even need the token. We're gonna go ahead and use it. And these are the draws that are really scary out of Winota, because there's already 3 creatures in play
Yeah.
plus 3 mana. So if there's land Winota here, you've got to be very, very scared if you're Vincent Daniels. Now he does have the Reckless Rage in hand, so you may see him leave up a red here this turn, just giving a lot of respect to the Winota, but the Voice of Return just really punishes you for that. I think that's why you kind of see him making like a, well, this sucks kind of movement,
Yeah, absolutely. And it is kind of, aggravating. I mean, even if the one note doesn't show up, if you hold up mana and then have to play removal on your opponent's turn, you can just lose to the Voice of Resurgence tokens easily.
Yeah, and it looks like he's just going to go ahead and hope it's
Wow.
not there. There's only 2 cards left. Don't really blame him. Like, you need to
Yeah.
get something going, right? Like, you got to get this dragon in play.
Well, I recognize that card that just
Uh,
came off the top,
yeah, I think that
and
works for
it's
Winota.
listed on the archetype as the name of the deck, but I
But
guess no mana source.
yeah, no 4th mana.
Wow.
And with this play and a Soul Scar and a Sprite Dragon in play, if there's any burn spells in Vincent's hand, I think this Landwehr Elf is going to bite the dust here very soon.
Mhm.
There's a
Yeah,
Ledger
I mean,
Shredder getting added here too. But yeah,
that,
this Landwehr Elf
missing the
just
3rd
became
land
a,
drop is just
yeah, a huge target, like an
yeah.
absolutely huge target. And I think that's what's going to happen here. It's going to be like possibly, yeah, Sprite Dragon, and then, yep, it's going to be a Reckless Rage with the 2 damage going to the Soul Scar Mage.
Yep.
Yep. It's going to put 2 counters on these, or a counter each on these. Is a better way to say that. And yep. And this is the kind of game that Vincent is going to really enjoy, because yeah, he was on the draw and there was a Landwehr Elf, but the 4th mana being missing gives him a chance to, he's going to be able to play at that tempo oriented pace for the rest of the game.
Mhm. Yeah, and it's hard to catch up, and you don't want to give them the chance to catch up. For Vincent Daniel's side, there's another elf. Okay, I mean, it's almost never too late for Winota to catch Tom Tracy up.
Right. No, that's a really, really good point. That card is that powerful. Now, I don't think he has another red spell here, and I actually like not playing the Ledger Shredder here, because what he's going to do is he's using Consider to try to find something to deal with that Landwehr Elf. I think he understands this how important it is to
Mhm.
find something to kill this Landwehr Elf, and this allows him to possibly go into another cantrip to dig deeper. If he played the Ledger Shredder, he wouldn't have been able to do that. And this is what's going to happen. He's going to go ahead and find Expressive Iteration. Now, if he finds like Land Shock or whatever here, he's going to be able to do both of those this turn. So I really like the way that Vincent played this turn, giving himself the most possible options going
Mhm.
into this turn.
Doesn't look like he's gonna get rewarded, at least as far as killing the elf goes. But certainly a lot of damage incoming, but not lethal. So I guess it almost doesn't matter.
Yep.
I mean, if
And
if
this
6 or
is
10 damage is coming
yeah.
across, either way, it's another turn.
Yeah, this is an absurd amount of damage, and this is one of the ones where if a Winota happens and he doesn't die, which I wouldn't attack with a Soul Scar Mage either. If Winota happens and he doesn't die here, then he's going to have lethal on the way back.
Now, okay, since the voices
Yep.
were tapped, right? Okay, so the game ends. But if Soulscar Mage attacks there, the Pioneer probably has to block it because it's going to be lethal damage. So that's one less attacker for Noda. Is that not worth giving up a blocker?
Yeah, maybe it is,
Maybe.
because like he has to block with the Innkeeper there. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think
Although,
either
I
way,
mean,
it's fine. Yeah,
losing the Innkeeper, I mean, if the 6/6s, flip over and start coming in, then
yeah, they
I
don't
don't
gain
know.
a
That's a
whole
lot of
bunch of
damage to
life.
absorb.
Yeah,
That's a
because
tough
like if they
call.
flip 2 6/6s, that's 6 creatures. You'd gain 6 life. I think you might still be dead to any spell, which I think he had in his hand
Hmm.
with the dragons. But anyway, it looks like we're gonna move over to modern,
Okay.
and yeah, a really cool match between Marty and Skylar. And Skylar playing a deck that she deemed broken on Twitter today. That is Elementals. This is a deck that's done pretty well in this circuit, right?
Yeah, no, they've had some experience with the deck, certainly. And Marty Silverberg here with Murktide. Oh, we've seen this before. Although we actually saw it with the Murktide defeating Ivan Espinosa this morning, I think. Not
Yes.
maybe the same 4-color deck, but the 4-color deck in practice. I mean, they share a lot of cards, even if they're not exactly themed to the same.
Yeah, this one's got a little more of a creature-centric elemental theme. And then, yeah, I mean, you're looking at about 60 to 75% the same-ish deck, like you said. So,
Yeah.
ton of stuff together, but Marty's doing the thing that we talked about earlier that's important, where he's got a threat in play. He's going to manage the board as much as he can, while also possibly leaving up mana for things like the counter spells in his hand. But this Express Generation whiffed on finding a mana source here, and I think that's a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
Unless is it a fetch land? That's what I'm saying. I think I missed one of the cards possibly, but no, it doesn't look like it. It
No,
looks like
I
it's just
think
going to be
you're
another
right.
Dragon Rage channeler.
So adding to the board is great and everything, but also having a counterspell go unused for a turn, actually multiple counterspells in hand for Marty, and Skylar's deck is, going to present a lot of powerful threats here. Murktide is obviously impressive out of Marty's deck, but the average card in Skylar's deck is probably going to be stronger, and he received 4 mana here. If this is something like an Omnath, this is going to catch them up real quick.
Yeah. So not only is this going to draw a card here, they have a fetch land to go behind this as well to do all the things that are really good with Omnath. So, like you said, not only catch up, I mean, maybe even pull ahead this turn. Going to gain 4 life back, possibly put some more mana into play and keep going. These
Yeah,
are the turns out of the 4-color decks that are really, really scary, or these turns where they get to kind of do the Omnath thing and go nuts.
right. I mean, Hardcast Incarnation here, either one. I'm sorry, the Fury or Solitude. I guess Endurance would be good too. Any of the 3 would be hard for Marty to deal with going forward. And it's not like Omnath's all that easy to kill either.
Yeah, like there's lightning bolts. There's not a ton of 1 mana answers for Omnath in the Murktide deck, especially game 1. And you're seeing a handful of counter spells here that aren't going to do a whole lot versus this card. So like you're in a squeeze here where Omnath is going to probably be alive for a very, very long time. All right, so it looks like with all the extra mana, I think they might be casting a Eldamari's Call.
Okay.
So they use the green and the white. They'd still have another green left over because I believe that's a snow-covered forest.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, the pixelated lands, I don't know what they're called. Those are sweet. Those are some really sweet basics.
Right. So available mana here, it looks like it's going to be red, blue, green.
Yeah, so maybe you could find one of the
Reef?
elementals. A Risen Reef would be really good. Yeah, get you some value. Keep going deeper into the deck.
Could also be a just something for later in the game.
Yeah, as I say, you could just you have something in your hand that you want to play because I think there's a Quaddle in the hand, so it does look like there's an Endurance. Actually, I really like Endurance here. So you can play the Endurance off the do they have double green?
No.
Oh, you can't. Okay, I guess if they have the green card in their hand, they can Endurance here if they want to. And this is preemptively kind of slowing down or stopping Murktide. So yeah, so use the Quaddle here to play the Endurance after adding the Yorion to hand. Great turn for Skylar here.
Yeah. Yeah, really sets Marty's resources back, graveyard
Love
back.
that play from Skylar.
Yeah, and the Yorion's in hand now, ready to deploy next turn. That's
to garner some of this card advantage back that you just lost, right? You know, you've got this Oath in play. You've hopefully got this Omnath in play. And yeah, Marty.
If these Dragon Rage Channelers had flying right now, with Marty having a handful of counterspells, Skylar's unlikely to resolve the next several threats that get presented. Maybe the Dragon Rage Channelers could actually hold their own against the Omnath. I mean, it's tough, but it's possible. But without Delirium, there's no way.
We might have spoke too soon. I think they're going to actually be able to get Delirium here. So there's going to be a sorcery, a creature, and a land in, and then they got a Mishra's Bauble. So this deck is really good at getting Delirium, but this is impressive. One expressive iteration is going to find Delirium. And then they're going to have the second. They're going to be able to find Delirium here and hold up Counterspell the turn. These are 2 huge back-to-back turns from these players.
Right. So given that Murktide is able to reestablish Delirium already, was it a bit preemptive to ditch the endurance, or do you think that was
Nah, no.
worthwhile and
I
just
think it was yeah, I think it was very much worthwhile. Like
yeah,
with the size of the graveyard, a very likely play the next turn would be something like fetch up another land, possibly do something like bobble or whatever. Be able to Murktide
yeah,
plus have something like counterspell up, and that's a worst case scenario. Like you do not want to get into a situation like that. Plus, Skylar is set up to have a pretty big turn next turn as well. So
yeah.
you just want to slow your opponent down as much as possible. It's like we talked about this. The
Mhm,
Izzet deck wants to go fast. The four color decks in this matchup, they want to go slow, right? They want to play a longer game because you mentioned it. Their individual cards inherently are more powerful most of the time, or they need to accrue a bunch of things, right? Like you need a Quaddle in play along with all these other things when you cash your Yorion to recoup all that value.
mhm.
So you want the game to go a little slower if you're on Skylar's side.
All right, so 6 damage coming across from the Dragon Race Channelers, and here's a Murktide as well.
So
So
they found another one. Wow.
yeah, this was just an impressive turn from Marty. However,
There goes
again,
Delirium, but
with
he has the hardest one
yeah,
there.
all the counter spells in hand are now down, and we know Skylar has at least Yorion.
Yep.
So certainly there could be a good turn coming back from Warfield's side here as well, as we
And catch
see
that top deck.
the 8 cast, one of the 8 cast decks won game 1. Rajarshi Kovalenti over Shea Straussman, so getting an early lead.
Yeah, or Rishi as I call him. Very good player from I think he's from the Florida area if I remember correctly. So I don't know if he's moved or just decided to, come up here for this event, but good on him for putting up the results as well.
Yeah. Yeah,
I
and
mean,
that's a I mean, to notify to all Florida players, yeah. I mean, why aren't you here also?
yeah, no,
I
right?
mean, if your reason is because the event was basically capped, okay, that's fine. If you have any other reason, that's not acceptable.
Sure.
All right, 4 life to the good for Skylar, going back up
It's
to
really hot in Florida right now too. It's definitely probably a lot more palatable where y'all are.
yeah.
I don't know what the weather is like there right now, but all
I'm
right. So
not
the
there either. I don't know.
yeah.
All right,
So
so yeah,
extra mana from Omnath is going to lead to a Yorion here, and then one of these Dragon Rage challengers are going to meet a Prismatic End, and then end of turn, both of these cards are going to come back into play. She's going to draw. They're going to draw a card off Omnath, but it looks like yep, card off the Omnath. Now we're going to go ahead and get the card off of the Oath, a card that was banned in Pioneer for a while.
yeah, that's right.
Ooh,
Wow.
good hit here too.
Yeah, Solitude is great. I don't know that there's a white card in hand, so they might have to wait a turn. But
Yikes.
uh, Skylar's not in danger of dying anytime soon. If
Yeah, the problem is this Murktide is
yeah,
gonna reign supreme on this board because there's so many counter spells here, and Marty knows that there's a solitude there, so I expect mana to be held up for the rest of the game
mhm,
for that kind of play. So we'll see because that's gonna be the important part of this game is this Murktide gonna get checked or not?
yeah, 4 counters in hand. That that probably covers the rest of the game if Marty can find a consistent source of damage. But an attack here is a little bit,
Yeah, it's a little scary.
yeah, a little bit.
There's a ton of damage on the way back. So what you might see Marty slow this down just for a second. Okay, we spoke wrong yet again. Here we go. He's gonna go ahead and just plow right on through. It looks like we're gonna have an expressive iteration. Trigger the shredder.
Wow.
Yeah, I thought he might do this over the span of 2 turns.
Right. Yeah. I got to say, I'm a little surprised by this. So Marty is playing more aggressively than I would have expected.
He's the one in the top 8, so
Yeah. I mean, that's very true. Certainly, once the 5th land is found, then 2 counters could be deployed, in multiple turns leading up. But until then, there's some vulnerability here.
looks like he's gonna go ahead and get rid of the counterspell, leaving 3 charms in his hand here. And he did find the 5th land. Let's see what happens with the expressive iteration now. I forgot there's so much more to this spell.
Yeah.
It just resolved all the other little small things. And expressive iteration is a hell of a card, Joe.
It's pretty good. All these cards are pretty good. Which just, I mean, if everything's great, then comparatively nothing is. And so
True.
I guess it still stands out. It's still the strongest card in the deck that everyone talks about as being the most important thing. So an untapped land would allow the Dragon Age Challenger to threaten an attack at least into the Orion, but without one, hard to bluff anything there. And Skylar, This is the turn. Big thing. I mean, we keep saying this. Big things keep happening on both sides, but this needs to be a significant turn as Marty's counter magic will eventually get turned on.
Yeah, they have a lot to do this turn, right? They have a fetch land. It's going to gain them some of this life back. So they're back up to 21. They're over their starting life. They're going to go down to 20 when they fetch. And they can do a ton of stuff here. They have the Solitude plus a Rin and 6. They have practically infinite mana at this point as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so Solitude presumably take down Murktide, freeing up Yorion to attack if it wants to.
Yeah, I would just have been very surprised if I was in Warfield's seat and saw the counterspell get, pitched there that turn.
All right, Solitude, Murktide. That's out of here. Marty will gain 6 life, but a good chunk of that will just go right away and get swallowed up by the Yorion. Although maybe it stays back to defend Ren and 6.
So there we go. We got a trigger on a Shredder
That's
here
big.
from Skylar's second spell. Yeah, this is important. Yeah.
Yeah, getting that 6th land is important for Marty.
Well, here this is important too. I think he only has 3 card types in his yard. So what he can do here is if he pitches a 4th card type, which would be like land, if he wanted to. Let's say he could make the channeler still just a 1/1, right?
Uh-huh.
So yeah, this kills the channeler. He could have possibly, I was gonna say, I think his graveyard, I think he could have pitched a land there to make his DRC a 4/4. I'm sorry, a 3/3.
Right. And I was thinking actually the iteration maybe should be pitched because that turns on double Archmage Charm for the next turn.
Yeah, and that's why he wanted to keep the land, right? It's like he has double
Yeah.
Archmage Charm. But here's the thing. Yeah, like you can draw a bunch of extra cards here, but you're losing very badly on the board now.
Yeah.
Well, this is going to help a little bit. He picked up an Unholy Heat.
Mm-hmm. So if you're going to if you're going to let the Dragon Rage Channeler die, or if you're not going to hold up double charm next turn, then I think you're right. I think you could have pitched the land there and kept the iteration and saved the channeler.
Yeah, let's see how he's going to do. He's going to start off with the iteration here. Looks like I found another Murktide.
It's a good place to be. Although that will again take down the counter magic. Skylar maybe only has 1 card left at this point, so maybe that's okay. This is tricky. I know we have other 2 matches to play, but I think I would vote. I think I'm going to say we're going to stay here and watch
We
this
might
game play
have
out.
to.
Yeah.
It looks like the legacy match has already had 3 games complete.
Oh, you're right.
If that seems right, let's say I know this game has been long, but wow. So it does look like the legacy match is correct. So Skylar's teammate Shay Straussman is up 1 match for his team, but in the Pioneer seat they are still down 1. So this is a very important match for their team. Looks like Unholy Heat's going to kill the Omnath or target the Omnath. It looks like this Murktide is going to come in behind here, another giant Murktide. So back to being the biggest creature on board. It looks like now that an Unholy Heat and a couple of charms are going to be left over behind us as well. So that'll be a pretty good spot as well. So if Marty can fade another big turn from Skylar here, they might have found themselves another spot here. I mean, drawing a bunch of cards is still really, really powerful. So let's see exactly how many cards they want to delve out here, or exactly which cards they want to delve out here. This is one of the harder parts of the deck, actually, is like delving when your graveyard is like not completely full. And, hey, do I want to leave Delirium for stuff? He does have another Unholy Heat in his hand. So he has a lot of reasons to make sure this stays this way. So what he left was Artifact, Instant, and Sorcery. in his yard. So if you find something like a fetch land that he can get that done, or if he draws a land into his hand, he can ever trigger his Shredder, then he can get Delirium pretty easily that way. Looks like we're gonna have a main phase Quaddle from Skylar
That's a
here.
nice one. So chat is talking about Cavern of Souls, which I don't see a Cavern of Souls, but if
I
there's an
do
artwork,
actually. I
okay,
do actually. There are Cavern of Soul. There is a
yeah,
Cavern
I
of
was gonna
Souls
say
in
if there's
play.
artwork,
So
if there's artwork for Cavern
yeah,
that I don't recognize, then that would
yep.
explain.
A lot of these plays.
Yeah, it would explain Marty not wanting to leave up counter magic if there's a
Now,
Cavern in there, even though I still don't see it. I don't know
yeah,
which land it is.
it's right above the Hollowed Fountain,
Yeah,
below
okay, I
the
figured
Concerted
that's the only one
Triumph.
I don't recognize. So if there
Yep.
was one, it had to be that one. Anyway,
Now
so
I
that
feel bad,
does
Marty. I'm sorry. Didn't realize there was a Cavern of Souls in play.
make more sense now.
Chat, you're always right.
No, Chad is not right because they're just making assumptions based on, like, we shouldn't even have alternate arts. This should never even come up in the first place.
They should all be white bordered and revised looking.
They should just have the card name printed on them in size 40 font and get rid of the artwork entirely. That would be fine.
Was this an old man with bad eyesight joke? Is that what I just heard?
So
back over
with
the
the
Merc player,
Cavern
yeah.
and nothing to steal, do these charms start drawing cards at some point?
Yeah, I think maybe even do it here in the main phase, right? Like, there's a couple reasons to do it. You could trigger your Shredder, obviously, to get a little bit bigger and possibly start to, get some attacks in. But also, you may even want Delirium here to take care of one of these flyers. The problem is there's Euron and there's a Quaddle, so you actually want to kill the Quaddle. So you don't even really need Delirium for that here. But it does look like he's just going to slow play this just a little bit. And I don't mind this either. Your hand is chock full of things to do. So you don't need to actually push super hard here. Like, you can leave up counterspell for most things. We don't know what Cavern of Souls is naming. I'm assuming it's naming, elemental.
Yeah, it has to
And
be.
so most of the creatures are going to be playable. And you're not going to have anything for that anyway. But you do have a removal spell in your hand. So if Skylar has a weaker turn here, you can kind of start to pounce at the end of it. Well, speaking of good elementals, this turn will not be weak.
Nope. Yeah, Omnath is the full package. I mean, it does everything. Gains life, draws cards, makes mana, is a sizable body. What else do you need? There is. Let's see. We're not on Delirium right now. I don't believe. Is that the whole graveyard? Bobble
I think
iteration of
so.
Unleashed? Yeah.
He can put a land into his graveyard right now, though. I
Yeah.
think that's what he's thinking about doing.
Sure. Sacrificing the islet in response to the trigger. With no fetch land in play, that would leave Skylar unable to fully benefit from the Omnath, although it is still card advantage.
Yeah, what he's thinking about doing here with the card draw on the stack, he's thinking about using Unholy Heat so that Skylar can't do anything like play a fetch land after this and get all the other triggers. Yeah. He's all right. So what I think he's okay. I like this. So he's going to respond to his own Unholy Heat. So Unholy Heat is targeting Omnath. This is going to check on resolution whether you have Delirium or not. So what he's going to do is he's going to use the DRC trigger, see if he gets Delirium that way. He doesn't. So what he's going to do now is sacrifice the land. The land's going to go here. He's going to draw the card. And then Unholy Heat is going to resolve. And on resolution, it's going to see that it has Delirium. Speaking of Unholy Heat, that's another one getting added to Marty's hand as well. Very tight play for Marty here.
Yeah, that was nice. And this stalemate continues. This is, a lot of powerful cards being cast on both sides, but no one can even squeeze in an attack.
Now, this Unholy Heat that's in Marty's hand might be able to help break up some of the stuff just a little bit here. I will say, if he plays this is his second spell in the turn, right? So he could have maybe triggered his Shredder here, and get a counter on it possibly to where he gets big enough to where it might be able to start attacking through this Yorion, because you're going to probably have to use the Unholy Heat on the Quaddle to be able to start attacking, because it does have Death Touch, so you don't want to trade one of your cards for that. This might be one of those matches where the entire match is done before game one of one of them is done.
I mean, seriously, could be.
It looks like Yorion is going to be the target of Unholy Heat here.
Okay. That's reasonable. It is the biggest flyer on the board. And this is not an Eternal Witness build, so it's not going to come back. There's no danger of that.
Yeah, and you can still attack with just like your smaller creatures here too. If you don't want to trade your Murktide here, you can attack with DRC plus Shredder, or even just DRC if you want, and just offer the trade. And this looks okay. It does look like everything's going to get into the red zone here.
Yeah,
It's
everything
still a
comes
ton
in.
of damage too. If you trade with the, so if you make this trade, I think that's still just completely fine in a lot of ways too.
Yeah, I mean, is it? I mean, because this is going to leave basically trading even with the Solitude on the swing back if there's no.
Yeah, I mean, I would have probably played this one a little different. Maybe left up Murktide to keep Solitude from attacking back. I mean, you are attacking for 6, and they're attacking for 3, gaining 3. But yeah, I'm not sure. I'd have to know the composition completely of Marty's deck.
Right. Okay. So Solitude and well, certainly drawing up one of the channel lands might alter how this game plays out as well. If Skylar can turn one of those up, although I think there's a Boseiju in play already.
And this will be the deciding match. It looks like Vincent Daniels, like I said, that deck can give Wynota fits, and it looks like it did. That is a clean 2-0 sweep from Vincent Daniels. So we're still in game 1 here. That's correct. But we're going to get the full match of this one, it looks like. So all the pressure is on these two players. Joe, when you're in these spots, would you rather have had your match finished, or would you rather be the one still playing?
Oh, it's not a matter of what I want. If I'm playing, Divining Top, I'm always the one still playing.
Yeah, true. For me, I wanted to be the one playing most of the time. I can't watch in this spot. Oh, that's a huge draw there. Nice little lightning bolt. Got to be able to finish up this Solitude.
Yeah. Now this one seems like it's
Yeah, it's going
tilting
to
in
trigger the
Marty's
Shredder.
favor.
Yeah. And another, I think it's another lightning bolt on top. Yeah, I think that one's just good enough to keep. Yeah, and he's done pitching spells here at this point. And yeah, it looks like Skylar doesn't have much here. It looks like she's drawing a lot of lands and kind of flooded out here. So this game's looking pretty good for Marty. We'll have to see. The 4-color decks can still do some crazy stuff, but
Yeah, and they maybe drew a lot of lands, but they also have Ren and 6, so they're not going to miss a land drop. And
right,
Marty is filtering lands.
right.
So he has 5 in play, but he's used a Fiery Islet and also thrown away several to Shredders and Dragon Rage Chandlers.
Well, look like Marty's going to play the second DRC here, trigger both of these Shredders. Going to help push a ton of extra damage here. Looks like one of them's going to get pitched, so this one's going to grow up a little bit.
I think we can all agree Spell Pierce is not needed.
Yep, another land not needed. Doesn't mean he's not going to be able to hold up Charm, but I don't think he cares that much at this point.
Yeah, this is what coming across here for 6. Ignores Ren and 6.
Yeah, I like just pushing damage here.
Yeah.
You're setting up to lethal next turn. And it looks like game 1's going to go to Marty, and that is a huge win for his team, because his team is even with the other one, so now they're up a game, so they only have to win one more game, while Skylar has to win 2. So huge win for the Is It Murktide deck, which I've been very impressed with today. They've been going toe to toe
The
with
Murktide
these
decks.
4-color decks.
Yeah, I
Ledger
feel
Shredder
like
seems legit.
I feel like in previous events, the elemental, or I mean, the 4-color decks were handling the Murktide decks,
Same.
and maybe that has swapped. I mean, you're right. The Shredders do give the Murktide decks more power, just access to more cards in the late game. So here's a question that doesn't really have maybe a specific answer, but we can certainly get your opinion on it. So for a long time, scrying 2 was considered to be, I think, like if a card was draw 1, if something said draw a card or scry 2 is considered a little bit weaker than draw 1. Okay, how will we classify connive? Or like it's basically looting, except there's a bonus element to it, because obviously filtering lands out there mattered. I mean,
in this deck specifically, in the Is It deck,
uh-huh.
it's almost better than just drawing a card, right? Because like it's getting you a card deeper, so you have some card selection, but it's also filtering your deck, it's fueling Delirium, and then it's growing some of your creatures as well. And then in the decks that we've seen Shredder in, I feel like it's actually just better, right? Because like, you see it, Is It Phoenix, or it's on par. because you're seeing where you're like pitching, Phoenixes, or you're hitting Delirium and stuff like that. So in those spots, yeah, I would rather be able to get a card in my yard in a lot of these spots
Yeah.
and have the selection than just having the extra card in my hand. So
Um,
I think it's a little more situation dependent, but it's a lot closer than I would think in the past.
Yeah. I mean, I will. I'm not. I'm not going to compare it to drawing a card, but I do think,
I think it's better in
based on what we've
scry for
seen so
sure.
far, I would say that conniving is better than scrying too.
Yeah.
I think by
Yeah.
a pretty fair margin.
I mean, you're trying to kill your opponent
Yeah.
nowadays, like a lot better. Like,
Yeah.
Magic in early 2000s, Scry 2 was busted because all of our cards sucked and the games went longer. You had like
Yeah.
3 good cards in your whole deck. Nowadays, your deck's worth $2,000 and all your cards are busted. You've got Ragavan, you've got, DRC, you've got these Murktides. So like conniving is busted in these decks.
Yeah.
And then you've got these super impactful cards, right? Like you're trying to find sideboard cards, stuff like that. Like, but you're also still growing all your stuff while you're doing. I don't know. It just seems really good to me.
No, it does seem strong. It seems useful, and the ability to just filter lands out is something that, like, modern. I mean, it's more like a brainstorm. It's like, okay, I have these bad cards. I don't want anymore. Except it's even better than that because you don't have to redraw them later. They're just out of here.
Yeah.
And like you were saying, it does, like, putting stuff in the graveyard is valuable for a number of different cards. So yeah, Ledger Shredder. Put up.
Yeah. It's one of those cards that
good
there's a lot of
showing.
hype. Yeah, it's a lot of hype, right? But it's living up to the hype. Because like that's the
Yeah.
thing. There was a ton of hype, and then I went and looked at like results and a lot of stuff, and I didn't see a lot of Shredder decks, right? I didn't see, I didn't see it doing super well in standard, didn't see it doing super well in modern and pioneer. I saw like a little here or there. And now when I'm watching it get played out in these decks, I'm like, this card's legit. Like
Yeah,
this card
no,
is actually really good.
It's very good, and the ability to block like an aggressive, 2-power 1-drop.
Yeah.
I mean, that's super nice.
Yeah.
So Ledger Shredder card from Streets of New Capenna. Just to update where we're at, because we talked about this at the beginning of the day. The list of Streets of New Capenna cards that we saw today in play, while players are getting ready for Game 2, we have Ledger Shredder, Zayator's Proving Ground.
Is that the Jund one? Which
It
one's
is
that
the
one?
Jund one.
Okay.
Yeah. Riveter's Charm, also the
Okay.
Jund one.
Yeah.
Unlicensed Hearse,
Yeah.
and Strangle. So
Okay.
we had 5. Drake predicted 6 for the weekend. He may get there.
I think he actually got there because I don't remember the name of it, but we saw a different Triome. I'm pretty positive than the Jund one. I think one of the 4-color decks had another Triome in it.
That's possible.
I think it might have had the Bant Triome. I'm pretty positive we've seen that in play.
Okay.
So.
Well, then I'll have to look up the name of the Bant Triome, and then we'll give him credit.
We'll go to the tape. We'll go to the tape. We'll call the judges in. We'll get an official ruling.
No,
but I'm going to give it to Drake.
We don't need official ruling. We'll give it to him. If the Bant
Right.
Triome was there, it was there.
Yeah.
It's easy to miss since I don't know the artwork or the name of the card in that case.
Sure.
I
could look it up, I guess.
but yeah, so Drake picked 6. I thought that was optimistic, but he got it.
Right, I'm looking up the name of this one because I'm curious myself as well. But yeah, that is he nailed it, right? That's actually pretty impressive.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, we'll have to get more then. We'll have to scout tomorrow to get more, just so he's not exactly correct. We can't have that.
I'm sure someone in chat's already said it, but it's Spara's headquarters. I'm pretty sure we saw Spara's headquarters in play today.
All right. We'll put it on the list.
All right.
And then we'll get these players.
Yeah, so they're going to be doing a little sideboarding right now.
Yeah.
Skylar's going to be on the play for Game 2. And
I guess, sorry. So I was saying sideboarding probably takes longer in a team event too when you're the only game still playing.
Yeah.
Because it's like, okay, I'm the one playing this deck. I'm the one that knows this deck. And there are 2 players like, oh, what about this? Did you think about this? Did you know? Wait, because Lightning Bolt can kill the 3 toughest creatures. That's important, right? Like, yeah, I know.
It's also an 80 card deck too, don't forget.
Yeah.
With some 1-ofs and 2-ofs. So like I've seen Yorion players sideboard before, and look here, I got a deck in my hand, and they're going as fast as they possibly can through everything, trying to find, and then you see them do this. They go through the whole deck, and they get to the end, and they're like, they have to start over because they're like, where's my 1-of thing that looks like 17 other cards in my deck? It's like, wait. Because me, I look for like shades of color, and stuff. So I'm like looking for the picture, and it's like if it looks like something else, I might get it wrong or whatever. So it looks like we're gonna go into Game 2 here. It looks like we missed a little bit of
what happened?
Yeah, it's all good, all good. And it looks like, is this a Chalice on 1? I believe this is a Chalice on 1. Yeah, there we go. There's the counter.
Okay.
This is a very impactful card in this matchup because we saw in the last game so many cards like consider an Unholy Heat and Dragon Rage Chandler getting played.
Mhm.
You know, we didn't see Ragavan, but I'm assuming it's possibly in there, though I do think sometimes they get boarded out in this matchup because of the fact that the ground's going to get gummed up so much and they just can't win.
Mhm.
They can't attack. So it's going to be pretty good and impactful versus all those cards, but it does look like I think Marty doesn't have any more 1-drops left over. Though we do see one of those Jace the Mind Sculptor, a card that's just always jammed in the blue card sideboards. I feel like if you're playing a blue deck in Modern right now, you just have a Jace in your sideboard.
And I
But
think it's a good idea. I mean,
yeah,
yeah, I don't think it's a mistake. It seems like a lot of these a lot of the opponents, whatever you're playing, the opposition is not set up to like you're playing against Isn't Murktide. You're not planning on dealing with planeswalkers. And Jace is Jace is pretty good.
and you saw how long that game went, right? In game
Yes.
one, like we were done with the other 2 matches. We were done with 3 games in one of them, 2 games in the other one before they finished game 1. So these games go long.
Mhm.
And it's just another piece. We keep talking about how, I felt like Izzet was behind the 4-color decks, and I kept watching it just get beat up on camera over and over again. And then more and more when I watch it now with Shredder and some of these additions, it seems like
Mhm.
it can go toe to toe at times with these decks.
Yeah. So we'll see. Dress down in hand, but yeah, Chalice on 1 is certainly going to be an issue. Is Jace able to overcome the hurting that Chalice of the Void is putting on Marty's deck? Dress down and also in hand, which is basically almost a free 2-for-1 at some point in the game. It's not going to affect the board most of the time, but Skylar is bound to play something that either draws a card or has an effect, an
Kills one
impact.
of Marty's cards, something along
Yeah.
those lines. Like,
Yeah, and Dress Down will just
yeah.
cantrip itself and then swallow up that effect, whatever it may be.
Yeah. Dress down a card that a lot of us overlooked in
Yeah,
MH2,
I
and
mean,
it's
I
magic
don't blame anyone for
mastery.
that. I mean,
Yeah.
it's a very well designed card, I think. Very cool, and yeah, tricky to play against.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, we need to see some Dress Downs beating Thassa's Oracles, because Thassa's Oracle with Cavern is
Ooh.
a little too easy. Dress Down will solve that problem.
I haven't seen that yet, but I want to now.
All right, so cycle Triome, end step for Warfield, and then pick up Yorion. Pretty solid turn, just developing for the longer game. And there's no reason that they need to play for the short game right now because Marty is completely trumped by the Chalice of the Void.
Yeah, another card, a couple cards out of the hand. Like I see an Unholy Heat. I think I see a Lightning Bolt as well. But is it time for Jace?
I think it is. I mean, Chalice on 1 is covering, unless there's a mystical dispute, which would be really good right now.
I wonder if Marty's going to leave this at 3. So this does expose it to possible Lightning Bolts from Skylar.
Yeah,
And
but
also, Brainstorm isn't even, I don't even know if I would Brainstorm here. I think I might have +2'd.
So I am a huge fan of not brainstorming with Jace. In this case, the Lightning Bolt argument is invalid because of the Chalice.
Oh,
However, there's
Chalice,
still
right.
Fury.
Yeah.
But you're still right because plussing Jace could get around having Fury take it down for 4. So yes, I agree with you. I think scrying there would have been pretty safe play.
Because there is a red card in Skylar's hand, but I do actually think it might be Lightning Bolt.
Yeah.
It looks like it's a really old card, so I think it's just an old copy of Lightning Bolt, but I could just be wrong here. Thanks for catching that, Joe.
Yeah. No, don't worry about it. I'm over it. We're a team.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and also what we've seen, especially with Ledger Shredder, like these blue-red decks are great at drawing cards, right?
Mm-hmm.
We don't need Jace
Absolutely.
to do draw cards. We need Jace to, be a win condition or defend us. And so that's the Cavern, right?
Yeah, that is Cavern of Souls. That is
Okay,
the special one.
Yeah. Irrelevant in this case is that's actually a Teferi coming down.
Yeah, so nothing's even counterspelled anyway.
And well, that's gonna so Marty's 1-drops and his counterspells are out of here.
So this is a pretty cool play.
This is so cool. This is
So-
really good awareness by Skylar.
Though Cavern doesn't produce colored mana outside of creatures, so if they have another land this turn, they can't bolt plus use, another land and take care of to put the Chalice back out.
No, Chalice doesn't care about Sunburst.
Oh, you're
Ex-
right. You're right.
Explosives
I'm
does.
thinking of explosives. Yeah.
Yeah.
And this was a lightning bolt.
Yeah.
Nice
Wow.
lightning bolt.
Okay.
Wow.
That was a very astute play by Skylar Warfield.
Yeah. Very
And
great play
Marty
by her.
Silverberg, punished a little bit by well, maybe even more than a little bit by not plussing the Jace there.
Yeah, it all comes back to that play of
Yeah.
do we plus the Jace or do we zero it
Right.
there? And
Right.
like it's hard to. I mean, I'm sure if Shaheen Sharani was listening to us, and he'd just be like, "Yeah, of course you brainstorm because it's the only text that's on the card."
No.
But yeah, I'm leaning towards it being a +2 there. But it looks like we got a bevy of options for Marty
Mhm.
here. Now he does have a Murktide here, but not a ton of cards in his graveyard yet. It looks like his teammate really wanted him to lead off expressive iteration for this turn.
Yeah. So with the chalice not redeployed yet,
You're
but
pretty
Marty
incentivized to
knowing it's
play
in
some of these, right?
hand,
Yeah.
yeah, I think you are incentivized to pick off the fairy now because you may not be able to in the future.
That's a really good point. There's
And there
even
seems to be
more
a
one drops.
plethora of removal spells in Marty's hand at the moment.
Yeah, and if he's got a land, he's got a pretty clean turn here where he can go, Shredder into Lightning Bolt because I don't think he has another threat in his hand, and that's more what he's looking like. Besides the Murktide that is not very castable this turn.
Mhm. Well, I don't know. I think there's 5 cards in the graveyard now.
Yeah.
There is a bolt.
Yeah, I guess if you wanted to play Murktide right now, he could.
Oh,
Doesn't look
maybe
like he's going
have
to do
to give
either
up
one.
Otawara to do it though.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he's going to do either one. Yeah,
Yeah.
he wants to keep that Otawara.
Okay, Skylar with several land in hand. We know there's a chalice in there. I think you don't have to rush the chalice back down, but I do think you probably want to get it back down sooner rather than later. And
Okay.
here's a running 6.
Go ahead and return one of these fetch lands probably from the
Yeah, or
graveyard or
the
Triome.
Rogran Triome to be able to cycle with. But if there's Delirium here, then this running 6 is vulnerable to being shot down.
Yep, it looks like the Chalice is about to get deployed again for 1. This will spring Marty's trap of the Unholy Heat here on the Ridden 6.
Yeah.
So maybe we could have started the turn off with the Chalice of the Void here to kind of possibly avoid that. But is there a
Yeah.
Delirium there?
Man,
Does
it
look like
appears
there
that there
is.
is. So yeah, that's so as good as the play was last turn. This one maybe could have gone a little differently. The Chalice one does make it back into play though, and that's the most important thing, I think.
Yeah, it still shuts off what? 4 more cards, I think. 3 more cards from Marty's hand. Now here come the threats though. So this is gonna get a good start. Looks like we're gonna have Ledger Shredder. And it's gonna be followed up by a Murktide, it looks like. No more Delirium, but it's not really relevant anymore.
Yeah, but with Shredder in play, I mean, these we've seen it's not hard to get back.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean these decks are like just so good at getting Delirium over and over again. Shredder just being another good threat, but another way to load up your graveyard. You and I talked about this during that little break that we had.
Yeah.
I'm just more and more impressed with this card the more I see it.
So so this is a missed sequence. This is done out of order, and
Yeah.
so this Ledger Shredder trigger would have to resolve before the Murktide Regent receives that die. But looks like an incident is not going to be made of it. And we'll just continue on. That is a missable trigger. If I'll admit, if it was me, if I was in Skylar's seat, I would have called a judge and said my opponent missed the trigger here.
So I saw I was gonna fetch thin their deck up just a little bit here.
Mhm.
Hopefully get some of those good cards to the top for Skylar's sake. What is Skylar looking for to get themselves out of this?
Well, I mean, with the cavern on the board, any elemental would be great.
I think it's got Solitude in their hand.
Solitude works. Omnath is great. Fury takes down the Ledger Shredder at least.
We haven't seen that many Furies today. I'm surprised at how little we've seen of them. So it looks like it's going to be a pass. Marty's going to start off with another Ledger Shredder here this turn, so his next spell will trigger 2 different Shredders.
Yeah. Now, the potential is there to just burn a spell into the chalice, I suppose.
Yeah, so I was wondering earlier if there was ever going to just be a burned bolt here,
Mhm.
just cast, and I think there might be in this game. We'll see if the situation comes up.
Here's a Solitude, and here is the Dress Down. Oh no, this is huge.
And yeah, we saw Skylar, not do it on her own main phase, and here this is going to allow the chance of something like Dress Down to happen.
Yeah, so this is going to trigger the 2 Shredders, which is significant in several ways. Obviously, the
Yeah.
biggest one is Murktide doesn't die, but
It's
then also this Shredder will become a 2/4.
Yeah, that's
I'm
the
sorry,
important
it'll
part.
become a 2/4, right?
Well, yeah, because the Dress Down technically hasn't resolved yet, right? Like we've played Dress Down, we're
is still in the stack,
triggering.
and this is why. So this is how the distinction is different as far as actually doing things correctly.
Right. Yeah.
Things have to happen in the correct order. These triggers have to happen before the Dress Down reaches play, otherwise they wouldn't actually happen.
Yeah, they wouldn't have an ability. Yeah.
Yeah. So it is important, even though things are overlooked sometimes. It is important to try and do things correctly whenever possible. So we have here an attack coming in for 9, I think. They both lose flying, but they are still large.
Yeah, so you're not going to see a chump block from Skylar
Right.
here. You need to turn it around and attack with this with lifelink if they want to on their turn. Back over Skylar needs to have a big turn here.
Yeah. And Marty may be close to out of things that don't get blown up by Chalice. Skylar does actually have another Chalice in hand. I think that's not going to do any good. Yorion is still there. Okay, Yorion on Solitude is
pretty good.
That's big time. So that would turn things right around. Now,
you get an Abundant Growth in play as well. You draw an extra card here.
Yeah, if it resolves, and I don't believe there is a counter in Marty's last game. He had nothing but counters. This time, I don't think he has one.
Yep, looks like we're going to play the Orion.
And this is going to resolve. And this game, which looked like Marty might be able to end and take down the match for his team, is now
a little more up in the air.
Yeah. Abundant Growth comes in. We'll target the fetch land to save a life over the long run.
Right. It'll allow Skylar to be able to tap this for mana without having to actually go fetch a land out.
Mm-hmm.
Was that an Eldamari's Call as well picked up?
Eldamari's Call, yeah. Murktide goes down. Marty will gain, I forget now, 6 or 7 life. Okay, up to 18. But yeah, the board is stabilized.
Yeah, it looks like Marty's going to go digging just a little bit here. He's going to use his Fire Islet to draw another card. He's still got Expressive Iteration in his hand. I think he just drew an Aether Gust, I think is what I just saw.
Well, that's not going to do much right now.
It does get around Cavern with Omnath later, though, possibly.
Yeah, certainly.
So that could come up for sure. Does look like we're going to start off with the Expressive Iteration. Another Murktide at the ready here.
Well, only one card even desirable there.
Yeah, well, the other two just get counterspelled. So
yeah, I mean, there is a Murktide in hand, so I guess casting into the Chalice puts cards in the graveyard.
Yeah, so the Charm's going to go to hand. They're going to put the Consider exiled. So you might see the Consider just thrown to the Wolves or whatever here.
Yeah.
It's going to trigger the Shredders as well as fuel the Murktide. Yep, Chalice trigger. What was the second spell, right? So those two, okay,
Yep.
There we go. Let's see which one they want to do first. There we go. Yeah. I think Ragavan's a pretty easy pitch here.
Yeah, I think so. That's not going to do too much with the Chalice out there. Yeah, there is an Otawara, so the Chalice could be removed at some point, but it
Mystical
might be
Dispute.
saved for something more significant. And that's
Yeah,
a Mystical Dispute.
Yeah, I think that one's you can get rid of that one as well. So these
Yeah.
shredders are getting pretty big now. And let's see, does Marty want to add this Murktide to the board as well? This deck just doesn't quit.
No, it really doesn't. And that was either a stretch or a judge call.
I know I need a couple stretches right now. Man, these games have been long and grindy today.
Yeah. This is a good game though. I'm enjoying this one.
Oh yeah. I've enjoyed almost every game we've had on camera today. They've all been great. Had some absurd top decks. All right, so it looks like we're gonna call here.
Yeah.
So does Marty want to use one of the counter spells here? I believe you want to use Charm here. I think you want to actually counterspell this. You don't want Skylar going into their turn and then go and get another Solitude.
Right. Yeah. If the Ether Gust is used, Skylar can just redraw the call, and then Marty doesn't have mana up anymore. So definitely that doesn't seem like the right choice. This is shields down. So let's see what comes up here.
A Prismatic Ending. All right, that's answer to one of the Shredders.
Okay.
All right, that's the start of something.
Yeah. Frustrating on Skylar's side that the Solitude can't even attack through the little shredder right now.
Yeah. Can attack through either one of these. Like you said, the body on these very relevant. 1/3 into a 2/4 can actually matter quite a lot in combat in these matchups.
This may be the cycling of I believe the Rogan Triumph got picked up like 4 or 5 turns ago, still in hand. So yep, there it goes.
Looks like
There was
a regular Cavern of Souls.
a few turns ago with 2 other land untapped. Skylar played a shock land tapped, and I considered whether it should have been untapped just to be able to cycle then. But the life total now being at 7, I think turned out to be a good decision to hold off on that.
Yeah, it looks like this is going to exile this Shredder.
Mm-hmm.
So the larger Shredder's down.
I'd love to see a game 3 here, but
Absolutely, yeah.
Marty's behind on the board, but I like he's got more cards, and he's got this shredder that's just converting over and over again.
He's still got another Murktide as well, another huge creature to have in play.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like he picked up a Bauble here, so this is the first spell of the turn. He's still got an Otawara as well, if he needs to push through the last couple points of damage one turn, maybe remove one of the blockers from Skylar.
Yeah, certainly if there was 2, I mean, there's only one aerial blocker for Skylar, so with a Murktide or just, several more counters on the shredder, that could be enough.
Yeah, I mean, this is something that you're possibly going to see get set up this turn. Is big Murktide, trigger the Shredder, and then if Skylar's board pretty much stays the same, then Otawara should be able to bounce the Yorion and allow the Flyers to attack for lethal here.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like Marty's trying to make a 6/6 here. And
That's interesting. I mean, if it's not too taxing on the graveyard, I think you would shoot for 7 since that's Skylar's life total.
yeah, that's a good point. Looks like he's actually double checking that as well. Yeah, I was gonna say he agrees with you here. It looks like he's gonna go up to 7.
Okay, so this time, yeah, this is resolved correctly this time. The cost for Murktide is paid. The Shredder connive happens, and then the Murktide comes into play. Perhaps irrelevant, but I'm happy to see it done.
Just as long as you're happy, Joe.
Yeah, I mean,
just as long as you're happy.
That's my primary concern.
I would hope that's one of your primary concerns in life.
All right. We may have reached the end of the turn here, and
Skylar's going to go ahead and fetch down to 6.
yeah, it's going to fetch away that abundant growth land to thin the deck.
Yeah, thin this out just a little bit.
Yeah, and I'm on board with that. I know deck thinning gets plenty of hatred for like being very inconsequential and very, very minor, but it is not 0. And the margins are getting small here. So I am on board with this, especially with the Murktide being an 8/8. That 1 point of life probably doesn't matter.
Agreed.
It also,
well, there we go. Get the abundant growth back.
yeah, that's not good though.
Yeah, can't be played into the chalice.
Yeah. So it's Chalice, Abundant Growth, and I don't know what the other card is, but
I think it was another 1 drop, honestly. It might have
if
been.
it's a blank, then Marty wins if he goes for it here on bouncing the Yorion. However, he can also play it safe and just attack and force the Yorion to chump block. I don't hate that either.
Would you go for it since you're at such a high
I
lag
would
total, or do you
not.
like just playing safe?
I would not go for it here because if I use my Otawara on the Yorion and then my opponent casts another Solitude, I just destroyed myself.
True.
So I would not do that.
Yeah, I think that's what they're debating right now.
Yeah.
It looks like he kind of agrees with you. I guess they could draw. I was gonna say no, counterspell doesn't get them out of it here either because of the cavern.
Yeah, I think you do. I mean, I understand that there's some dead cards in hand. I would not rush it here. With Ether Gust in hand, you can beat something like Omnath on Cavern of Souls, and just I feel like the primary threat is just if you Gust. I mean, if you Otawara and Skylar has Solitude, Marty goes from being significantly far ahead to pretty far behind.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. It looks
Okay,
like he
there's the
agrees with you
attack
as
and
well.
Yorion blocks. Yep, there's no choice there for Skylar.
Yeah, make the play you have to make to stay alive. So here comes the top deck. Looks like another prismatic ending.
Okay.
Don't think that's going to be enough.
Well, prismatic ending on Shredder would allow Solitude to attack.
Oh, that's
and
true.
Skylar could go to 9.
Okay, so a glimmer of hope.
Yep, still in it. None of Marty's
Is there anything
cards.
you can do here?
I don't think Marty can interact with that aside from Otawara bounce the Chalice and then bolt the Solitude, I guess.
I mean, that might actually happen here. I'll free up some of Skylar's hand as well.
It would.
This game is so close. That does look like the damage is going to get through, though. So Skylar's going to go up to 9. Oh, I spoke too soon. Maybe not. I guess, what do you think about, could they have possibly taken the damage and then end of turn bounce this? So the lightning bolts are freed up? Plus the Ragavan?
If there's actual, yeah, I suppose that could have worked too. This way, so Unholy Heat can take down Solitude here. Oh, no?
Yeah,
Wait.
I think they're just going to...
Oh, you're right. That's what happened. Okay.
Yeah, Marty's just going to, he's going to not move until he has to. Yeah.
Okay, because this prevents the abundant growth from being replayed. All right.
Right.
Yeah.
This is a really tight play. Yeah. This allows you to kick the, dash the Ragavan as well. If you want.
And so now there's Dash Ragavan and there's Lightning Bolt. So there's redundancy here. Skylar should be at 9, I believe, but this is more than 9, and that is it.
Wow,
that was an excellent match. So Vincent Daniels, Marty Silverberg, and Rajarshi Kovalenti win their quarterfinal match.
And I think you need to point out how good these Izzet decks have been doing on camera today. Ledger Shredder is worth the dollar amount. It's worth the hype that's been attached to it, and I loved what I saw for the Pioneer deck, and I've been loving what I've seen on this modern deck.
No,
I might have to re-sleeve this deck back up.
Yeah, no, it has looked good. It has allowed these decks to, I mean, they're just still running strong, even in the late game. That was, the second and third Murktide, and just threats were killed, and just more were coming, more were available. That was a good display, both by Marty and by Ledger Shredder and by his team, advancing to the top 4. So we will see them tomorrow morning. If we have an updated bracket, I don't even know if the other matches are all finished. I don't know where we're at in the round, so maybe we can get some updates on that.
What time do they need to be here tomorrow, Joe?
Okay, we have an updated top 4 bracket. Let's go ahead and pop that up there.
And for everybody at home, to answer my own question, I think it's 9 Central time tomorrow, so 10 Eastern, right?
Yeah, 10 is correct. The top 4 will commence at 9 o'clock Central tomorrow morning. We missed a team there.
So that one hasn't finished yet.
So
okay,
yeah,
so these
they're
are
not
3
done yet.
teams
All
that
right,
have made
I get
it
it.
through.
So the top 4 will commence at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning Central time. The modern event will start at 10 o'clock Central, but we won't start broadcasting it until the team event has concluded. So, okay, you can see here where we're at. Elenbogen, McVitie, and Spiegelmeyer. Molbach, Carlson. Daniels, Silverberg, Kovalenti, who we just watched, and then one match still playing. So hopefully you guys are all enjoying watching. Now, I hopefully you are reaching the bar set. 8 followers around. I compromised down from 10. Norman
not asking
Cohen,
for
owner of
much. He's
Norwich
not
Gaming,
asking for much.
said they can hit at least 10. And I said,
Yeah.
you know what? We'll let them ease into it. 8 followers
Sure.
around, I'll be happy. We got 80 new followers today, which averages out to exactly 10 around.
So that's pretty good. All right.
That's exactly what Norman asked for. I wish you guys would have shorted them by 1 just so he would have been not got what he wanted. But
I'll go and follow right now.
Good job.
All
Thank
right.
you guys for watching. And all the players that showed up to play. This was a big event. We're super happy to have it. And yeah, it's not over yet. Top 4 and finals tomorrow morning. Sorry to leave you in the lurch and not conclude the event tonight, but these players have been at it it's been a long day. And yeah, we want to have the players a chance to relax, get some dinner, and then show up fresh in the morning. Tandon, you've played long days. Like, I know I have noticed my play deteriorate as you get into later rounds. Like, do you feel the same way? I mean, not everyone gets affected by that,
Absolutely.
but yeah.
Yeah. No, absolutely. Like,
Yeah.
whether it be this or even longer days when I was like playing poker and stuff, you could put in 14, 18-hour days and some stuff. Yeah, it's a grind.
Yeah.
And it's really important to take care of yourself during the day, stay hydrated. And I'm a big fan of just vegging out as much as possible in between rounds and not working your brain too much, because I get worn out by like round 5 a lot of times. So
Yeah.
it's
Okay.
past my bedtime,
We have 200. I'm told we have 280 registered for the Sunday event. There is no cap for the event. So if you're in the area and you want to play Modern tomorrow, it starts at 10 Central Time. I think the registration cutoff is 10 minutes before that, but you probably want to give it 20 or 30 minutes just on the safe side. You can register on MTG Melee, which is how Nerd Rage runs our events through the software program that we use. Anything else you want to say, Tannen, before we wrap it up? I know.
I hope the matches tomorrow are half as good as they were today, and you'll
Yeah.
still be in for some great entertainment.
Yeah, absolutely they were. If you all are looking for Tannen and his other endeavors, you can find him on doing Flesh and Blood coverage. I don't know what the channels are for that, but you can
And
say it if you want to promote your stuff at all.
it changes a lot. They can
Okay.
figure it out. Just follow me on Twitter. You'll be able to see it there. I'll post it
All
on
right.
that.
Well, you can see his Twitter address right there, the Tannen Grace. All right. For Tannen Grace and myself, and for Drake Sasser, who was here this morning, thanks for being here. And we will see you tomorrow morning for the conclusion of the Nerd Rage team event. Thanks for watching. Good night.